Try not to die by tripping over yourself, Quinn, a boy shouted down the hallway, laughing uncontrollably right after. Quinn dismissed the petty mockery as he carried on walking down the school corridor. The harassment had become a daily occurrence for him, but it still bothered him just as much as it did every other day. Thus, he wasn't able to hold back his desire to retaliate. Quinn slowed down his stride and stopped. He pushed his glasses back up onto the ridge of his nose as they had slipped down from his face. Just from looking at the glasses, it was clear that he needed a new pair. One could tell that they were heavily worn. The glasses looked crooked as he wore them, and even the temples had tape covering them. He then turned around and immediately raised his middle finger, responding to the slander. "I bet you don't even know how many fingers I'm holding up." Upon hearing the taunt, the boy clenched his fist and started running towards Quinn. "You level 1 piece of crap. When are you going to learn that you don't belong in this world?" The boy placed both of his hands together, and a green ball of light started to form between them. When he was only a few meters away from Quinn, the boy threw his hands forward and a green beam shot out from the palm of his hands. Quinn had nowhere to go, and the ray of light was too fast for him to dodge. Hence, he knew that all he could do was grit his teeth and bear the pain. As the light hit him, his body was lifted into the air and sent flying backward onto the far-end corridor wall. "What's going on?" a student among the crowd said. "Are they fighting on the last day of school?" A crowd had immediately formed outside, interested in what the commotion was all about. One of the female students ran over to the wall's damaged part to check on the assaulted student's safety. As the dust started to settle down, Quinn's slightly curly black hair slowly came into view. When the smoke eventually cleared up, the female student finally saw who it was. She instantly backed away and continued on with her business as if nothing happened. The moment that the female student had returned to her friends, he could see that they were laughing at her. "I can't believe you tried to help him. I didn't see who it was," the girl retorted, her cheeks flushed. After that, Quinn stood up and lifted his glasses that were thrown on the floor. To his dismay, one of the hinges had fallen off once again. Instead of wearing the worn-out pair, he let it hang on his hand. Damn it, not again. It was the last day of school for Quinn, so he hoped that someone wouldn't try anything with him. He was sick and tired of their doings, but he wasn't the type to ignore those either. He had seen people who had chosen to keep their heads down and tolerate the harassment. However, their treatment was far worse than what he received. He didn't bother to stay at school like the rest of the students. He picked up his broken glasses and proceeded to leave school. As he walked past, he saw the students having conversations among themselves in their circles. Some were laughing while some had tears, thinking it was the last time they would ever see each other again. However, Quinn wasn't a part of any of that, and he didn't want to be. Cliques would not welcome him anyway. He was the weird one. When he finally arrived home, he immediately went to work. Living in a single-bedroom apartment with just enough space to fit a single bed and desk was enough for him. A TV was mounted on the wall, but Quinn would merely use it as a background noise source and didn't watch anything. The apartment was provided to him by the government since he had no living relatives and was only 16 years of age. On top of his bed was a single suitcase that contained all of his belongings that were neatly packed. He walked towards a cabinet, immediately pulling a drawer open which accommodated a single book. It was a large and thick hardbound book, weighing about half a kilo. The front cover of the book was in a color that mimicked a lighter shade of blood. In the center, the lonesome fronts of an upper and lower jawbone could be seen, both colored in the swampy shade of brown. The upper jaw sort of had 4 separated fangs. Meanwhile, the lower one had 2 sharp teeth on the 2 far ends on the overhead and 5 evenly spaced underneath. "Let's try again today," Quinn said as he lifted the book and placed it on top of the desk. He then quickly went to his bag to pull out a little test tube that was half filled with a colorless liquid. "Test 112 hydrochloric acid. Let's see how it goes." He then started to slowly pour the liquid out of the test tube onto the book. So far, there is no reaction. He proceeded to continue to pour all of the test tube contents on the book, but there was no reaction at the end of his experiment. Carefully, He examined the book while jotting down the results in his notebook, seeing if there was any damage done, yet the book looked the same as always. Another failure. Why won't you open? Why did Mum and Dad even have this thing? 112 times. This was the number of different ways that Quinn had tried to open the book. Not only did the book not open, but it seemed like it cannot be damaged either. He had even tried burning the book, cutting the book, melting the book, though nothing had worked against the book that seemed utterly durable. Lying on his bed, he turned on the TV for its sole purpose, making background noises. He never really paid attention to what was on. With it, the sound of other voices made him feel less lonely. Upon turning on, the TV displayed an ongoing news show. The peace treaty with the Dalki race has lasted for 5 years now, but officials are saying that tension is rising once again. Now, we must prepare for another war. The mention of war had always been shown on the TV nonstop ever since a certain day 30 years ago. The human race received a visit from the so-called Dalki. They had the physique of humans, except for their skins that were riddled with scales and the presence of tails that were similar to what the dragons had. With no real clue of why they had suddenly appeared, they immediately demanded that the human race hand over their resources and wanted to use them as slaves. Of course, the humans decided to fight back, but they quickly found out that their modern technology was useless against them. Bullets couldn't penetrate their skin, and as for tanks, well, Dalki had airships. Every individual, disregarding the gender, was told to fight for their planet, and that included Quinn's parents. The war went on for years, so he grew up not knowing what his parents looked like. When the humans were on the brink of defeat, a select group of people came forward. These people had special abilities. They began sharing their knowledge of how they obtained such power in hopes of turning the tide in the war, and thankfully it worked. Even so, the Dalki were still strong, and a seemingly endless stalemate led to the peace treaty signing 5 years ago. Obviously enough, human greed got the better of humanity, and instead of sharing these powers with everybody else, the higher-ranked governmental officials decided to keep them for themselves. Only those with money could learn the more powerful abilities while everyone else was left with scraps. It was something that needed to be done. Poverty had taken over the world, but people had powers and were using them uncontrollably, unlike before. Quinn was given nothing when his parents died. The government agreed to pay for his living expenses while he was still in school, but that was it. When his parents died, him being at the age of 10, an agent appeared at his doorstep and handed him a book. He was told that it was the only thing that his parents possessed, one that they passed down when they died. "Why is the world so unfair?" he uttered, lamenting about his situation. Getting out of his bed, he started sauntering towards his desk. He picked up his glasses that were still slightly broken and decided that he needed to fix them. He noticed that one of the lenses was slightly out of place, and tried to punch it back into its frame. "Come on, just get in," he shouted as he tried to forcefully fix the glasses. The frustration he had been bottling up was on his face as he struggled furiously with the lens. Unfortunately, the lens suddenly crumbled into pieces. One of the shards of plastic even created a deep gash in his thumb. He screamed and kicked at the table. "Why does the world hate me?" After a while, he calmed down and started to clean up the little pieces of glass, noticing that a piece had landed on top of his book. As Quinn removed the piece of glass, a drop of blood from his thumb landed on top of the book. The object plastered on the center of the book started to glow, and suddenly, the book began to float, hovering until it was on eye level with Quinn. Quinn darted back and away from it. The glow form the book made his room look emptier with the little bed at the corner and the solitary seat beside it. What the hell is happening? The book started to emit a blinding radiance as it shook uncontrollably. A few seconds later, it finally opened up. Pages after pages were being turned. Quinn couldn't take his eyes off of the shining book. It was as if he was in a deep trance. The words written on the pages of the book weren't in any language that he had seen before. Nevertheless, for some reason, he felt like he could understand it. When the book reached its last page, it started to disappear, gradually turning into dust. At the same time, his body suddenly felt weak. Quinn's vision was starting to fade, and with that, his eyes pulled shut. But just before he passed out, there was a single message that he heard. Congratulations, you have been granted the VA. Unable to maintain consciousness long enough to hear the final words, Quinn duly passed out. Slowly Quinn's eyelids started to lift open and his vision started to return. His head felt heavy and his body was slightly sore. As he lifted himself off the ground, he touched his head to see if he had gotten any injuries. Why does my head hurt so much? After making sure his skull hadn't split open from falling over, Quinn then went to pick up his glasses off the floor. Although there was only one lens now in it, Quinn put the glasses on out of habit. Suddenly, he felt a little disorientated and his vision was slightly blurry. He took them back off and noticed that his vision only got blurry when he put the glasses on. Quinn then immediately rushed to his desk to grab a pencil. He drew the letter A on the wall and stepped back. He continued to step back until his back had hit the room wall. What? But how? Quinn thought. Somehow Quinn's vision was now perfect. He had lived his whole life with terrible eyesight, but suddenly he could see clearly. Images then started to flash in his head of what had happened before he passed out, and he could think of only one thing. The book. When Quinn looked around the room, he started to panic. The book. Where the hell's the book? Quinn looked everywhere for the book, but he couldn't find anything. It couldn't have gone missing in such a small room, and its disappearance was making Quinn go mad. Maybe it's like my socks. They go missing all the time. Ah, don't be stupid. This is a book we're talking about, not a sock. Quinn then tried to think hard about what had happened just before he had passed out. He suddenly started to remember the book being lifted into the air. Then just before his eyes closed, he heard a few words. What was it? It sounded like some type of system message. Then, as soon as Quinn had said those words, a status screen had appeared right in front of his eyes. User. Quinn Talon. Race. Human. Level 1. 0/100 EXP. HP 10 tenths. Strength. 10. Agility. 10. Stamina. 10. Wow. It's like those really old games people used to play all the time. Quinn noticed that on the status screen there were more tabs on the top. Then, even without doing anything and just reading the tabs in his head, the screen automatically switched to the Skills tab. Skills. 0 skill points available. Skill locked unknown. Skill locked unknown. On the Skills tab, Quinn wasn't really able to see much. Everything seemed to be locked and slightly grayed out, so he quickly moved on to the next tab. Shop. Shop. Unlocks at level 10. Can I do anything? The last tab was the Quest tab, and finally, it seemed like this tab wasn't locked behind something. Main Quest. Reach level 10. Daily Quest. Drink 2 liters of water. Reward. 5 EXP. After checking out everything that the system had to offer, Quinn had to just think about closing the system, and it did. When he thought about opening it again, a screen would immediately pop up in front of him. Quinn could only think of one thing. The book his parents had left him was an ability book. These books could often be bought at very high prices from the military or a company, and even on the black market. The only thing was, however, Quinn had never heard of an ability book that disappeared and granted the user a system like this. The ability books were designed to be learnt manually. It wasn't something that you could pick up and instantly understand how to use. A smile started to slowly appear on Quinn's face. This was great news for him. He had always been a level 1 ability user because he could never afford to buy any ability books. Finally, he had something. The next phase was for him to test what ability he had. Fire. Fire. Come on, Quinn said as he threw the palm of his hand forward. Okay, next. Water, water. Out. Quinn did the same again, but there was no result. After trying out many different things and all the abilities he had seen before, it turned out he was unable to perform any of them. What the hell is this useless thing? Is it really just a system ability? Quinn thought about it for a while. If it truly was like a game, then perhaps by completing the quests, he would eventually get stronger and unlock more skills. He was treating it like an ordinary ability book, and clearly what he had obtained wasn't ordinary. Usually, ability books were based around one ability. It was important for a person to select their first ability book because a regular human body would only be able to perform one ability attribute. If you got transformability as your first ability, you would only be able to get other abilities related to this attribute. This was the same for fire and so on. Quinn then went to open his mini-fridge and started to grab the bottles of water that were inside. He immediately started downing the water bottles one by one. Damn, how much is 2 liters? My belly feels like it's going to burst. After finishing his 8th bottle of water, a new notification message had appeared. Daily quest complete. 5 EXP has been granted. 5/100. Well, at least I know the system works. Suddenly there was a loud knock that could be heard at the door. Quinn quickly went and opened it. Standing in front of him was a large, muscular, bald-headed man wearing a black military uniform. There were several medals on it and his name written just above his chest. Sergeant Griff. Boy, it is time for you to vacate your room immediately. The vehicle has been waiting outside for 5 minutes already. With everything that had happened, Quinn had forgotten about what was to happen today. It's time for you to head to military school, Griff said. Due to the war between humans and the Dalki, everyone was required to go to military school for 2 years. Even though humans and Dalki were in a peaceful period, everyone knew that it wouldn't last forever. Every day there was news of one race antagonizing the other and war felt like it could break out at any moment. Quinn quickly went to the toilet before heading off with Sergeant Griff. His bladder felt like it was going to burst any second now due to all the water he drank. Once Quinn stepped out of his room into the outside world, something strange happened. A new notification screen had appeared. Your body is being hit by direct sunlight. You are affected by the sunlight. All stats will be halved while in the sunlight. Suddenly, Quinn's body felt extremely sluggish. It felt like he had just gone for a 5K run and returned. His arms and legs felt heavier and there was nothing he could do about it. Quinn then went to check his status and saw that his stats did indeed go down by half. But it wasn't just his stats, his HP was halved as well. HP 5/5. Strength 5/5. Stamina May 5th. Agility May 5th. What kind of drawback is this? Quinn thought. Then a new notification had appeared. You have received a new daily quest. Avoid direct sunlight for 8 hours. Reward 5 EXP. Quinn's mood slightly changed as soon as he saw the new daily quest. Unlike the water one, this was something he was able to do naturally just by sleeping. If the system worked the same way it did in games, then that meant once Quinn earned 100 EXP points, he would be able to level up and also increase his stats. So the more daily quests Quinn got, the better it was for him. What are you doing walking so slowly? The school will eat you alive if you carry on like that, Griff shouted. Finally, Quinn had reached a large bus parked just outside his house. When he entered the bus, he noticed that it was already full of students his age. He didn't recognize any of the students though, meaning they had all come from a different school. Quinn then went to sit at the front of the bus, the only seat that was still available. Stats have returned to normal. As soon as Quinn had entered the bus and avoided direct sunlight, his stats returned to normal and his body felt re-energized once again. Well, at least it looks like it's only direct sunlight. The students were all talking to each other in excitement, but that stopped as soon as Sergeant Griff came on board. All right, it's time for us to head to the military academy. The bus then started to move and the students were finally on their way. The bus remained silent during the journey. Whenever a student would start to speak, Griff immediately would glare in their direction and the student would shut up. Griff didn't even have to say anything. They all knew what he wanted just by looking at him. Then about 10 minutes into the journey, Quinn once again received another message. A substance in the air has been detected. You are feeling sleepy? Resistance +1. Quinn found this message quite strange, and then when he started to look around the bus, he noticed that nearly all of the students were either asleep or dozing off. Suddenly, even his own eyelids started to feel dizzy. Your resistance to the substance has increased. Resistance +1. Then he heard the sound of loud footsteps coming towards him. As he looked up, he noticed Sergeant Griff hovering above him. Looks like a few of you were able to resist the sleeping gas. Guess we'll just have to bag you. A black bag was then thrown on Quinn's head, and his vision now was completely covered. The gas started to slowly seep through, and Quinn managed to doze off into a nice sleep. The next moment, Quinn felt a splash of cold water being chucked on his face. He was jolted awake, and all he could see was the green gas. He and several other students started to lift their heads to look around them. There were currently a total of 200 students stood out on a plain open field, but when they looked around they were in a completely foreign place. This is where you will spend the next 2 years of your life. The students were amazed at what they were seeing. They were currently in a city like they had never seen before. Everyone was dressed up in a military uniform, and there was technology and feats of engineering around them that was too advanced for their time. Giant robots moving crates and building machines, flying SHAVs, and levitating trains. It was a technology that hadn't been given to the outside world yet and was kept for the military only. After the first war with the Dalki race, the humans had managed to make leaps in all sorts of technological fields. This was because they had managed to salvage equipment from the Dalki after the war, but of course the military decided to keep most of it for themselves. When Quinn finally stopped being amazed at his surroundings, he noticed that there was something placed around his wrist. It looked similar to a digital watch, but there was nothing displayed on the screen. That there on your wrist is your lifeline. It will identify you as a student at this military base. It will allow you to access certain areas, pay for food, and all sorts of things. That isn't the only thing that it will do though. When not in use, the wristwatch will display a single number. Your power level. As soon as Quinn heard those words, he gritted his teeth and clenched his fist. He thought his life might change coming to military school, but it seemed like it was going to be the same even here. With that, we will immediately begin the level test for you all. Good luck, Griff said with a smile on his face. When abilities were first introduced to the human race, people quickly learned that some were far more powerful than others. The abilities themselves were also different from person to person. They were dependent on how many mutant cells could be activated within the body. With this came the introduction of the power level system. There were a total of 8 different power levels. These levels indicated how many mutant cells were in the body, but not how strong the ability was. They could then be further divided into subcategories. 1.1, 1.2, all the way to 1.9. Although these levels were just a system designed by the military to put everyone in a specified category. There were 2 ways for people to obtain abilities. When the war started with the Dalki race, people started to share their powers with the outside world. They wrote down how they accomplished this power and put the information down in things called ability books. After the First War had ended, the books were no longer distributed for free and started to go on sale to the public. The military decided to keep some of the more powerful abilities to themselves. Generally, ability books from level 1 to 5 were sold to the public. In contrast, giant corporations and the military kept the higher level ones to themselves. The second way to obtain an ability was if you were an original. Originals were the first people who had initially discovered the powers for themselves and decided to pass it down within their family. Not writing it down and teaching it from person to person. Not all ability users chose to share their abilities to the outside world and decided to keep it within their bloodline. Originals usually had the strongest of abilities that couldn't be measured using the power system. Because of these 2 reasons, Quinn had always been a level 1. He had no family members to support him, leaving him no chance to buy an ability book, and his family had no abilities themselves, so he wasn't an original. When Quinn had obtained the book, his first guess was that it was some time of an ability book. Now, after all these years, it seemed like he had obtained an ability. But he had never heard of an ability book like this before, and he didn't have a clue what power level it had mutated his cells to. Usually, on the front, there would be a technique that helped you master your ability up to a certain power level. But with the book was now gone. Quinn lifted up his hand to look at the watch, which indicated his current power level was 1. When he looked around, he noticed that everyone else's watches currently showed the same number. Griff was standing in front of all the students and called names in groups of 5. These students would then be transported somewhere to take the test. Quinn was hopeful at first, thinking that he might have been able to change his ability level for once. Still, his mind was quickly changed after receiving a notification. You are being hit by direct sunlight. All stats will be halved. He didn't even know how good 10 strength, 10 agility, and 10 stamina points were. There was nothing he could compare it to. But if his eyesight was anything to go by, then it would mean it was at least the top condition of a normal human being. Right now, though, Quinn felt incredibly weak and sluggish. His body felt extremely hot, and he was sweating buckets. Quinn thought it was a good thing he drank a load of water beforehand. Otherwise, he would have been extremely dehydrated. "Hey, are you okay?" a stranger standing next to Quinn said. The stranger had slick blonde hair and hazel green eyes with a chiseled face and sharp jawline. He also stood 6'2" tall, while Quinn was 5'11". This type of person Quinn would usually avoid at his last shul, as everyone would always pay attention to them, and boy did Quinn hate attention. "If you want, I can call someone for help," the stranger said. "It's okay. I'm just a little bit nervous about the testing," Quinn said as he tried to ignore his tired body and stand up straight. The stranger looked Quinn up and down. Quinn was quite skinny for his age. He didn't have a lot of muscle on him, and right now he looked incredibly weak. He thought Quinn looked like the type of boy who would have gotten bullied at school. Being in a new place and not knowing anyone's power levels, of course he would be nervous. If he was to get a level 1 rating again, the same thing would most likely happen here. "Well, don't be. I'm quite strong, you know. If anyone messes with you, you can come and ask me for help," the stranger said, smiling. Quinn didn't usually get on with the active, positive type of person, but found it hard to dislike the boy. When Quinn thought back about his time at school, he realized he actually didn't get on with anyone. "The name's Vorden," Vorden said as he placed his hand out. Quinn looked at Vorden's hand. It was actually the first time in his life someone had treated him this way, but he thought that would quickly change. People always did once they found out his ability level. But for once, he just wanted to forget about all that. "My name's Quinn," Quinn said as he shook Vorden's hand. "Use of an ability has been detected. The ability has been rejected." Once the system messages appeared, Quinn looked at them strangely. He then noticed that Vorden still hadn't let go of his hand. Then the system repeated the message once again. Use of ability had been detected. The ability had been rejected. Quinn then immediately let go of Vorden's hand. The system was clearly telling him that Vorden was trying to use his ability on him. Vorden himself even had a puzzled look on his face as he stood there still. "You," Vorden said. "What is your ability?" Quinn paused, thinking for a while whether he should answer or not. In the end, he wanted to see Vorden's real reaction. "I don't have an ability." Vorden no longer had a puzzled look on his face, as if the answer had satisfied his curiosity. But before he could say anything, Griff made an announcement. "Will the students Quinn Talon, Vorden Blade, Peter Chuck, Layla Munro, and Aaron Helly please come to the front to take your test?" Once the 5 students had heard their names being called up, each of them began to walk forwards to Griff, who was waiting for them in front. Including Quinn and Vorden, there was another boy in their group, Peter. Peter looked more nervous than anyone there. He would constantly look around him, and he couldn't stop fidgeting either. His body frame was quite small, but it suited him, for he wasn't that tall either. Then there were the 2 girls. The first one was named Layla and the other one was Erin. Layla had short brown hair and a tall figure. On her back, she was carrying a bow, which surprised Quinn, for not many people carried a weapon these days apart from a specific group of people called the Pure. They were a group of people who chose to not have any abilities and instead used weapons. But they were very rare, and Quinn had never met anyone like that in his life. He had only heard stories about them. Finally, there was Erin. Erin was the type of girl that turned all of the boys' heads. Her proportions were perfect, not too big, not too small, and she had long silky hair. Her hair was a beautiful golden hue. The only problem was her facial expressions. Even while walking through the crowds of people, not once did her expression change. It stayed stiff and neutral. As Quinn was walking past everyone, he noticed that he couldn't recognize any students there, and it seemed like the others didn't seem to be familiar with anybody either. Quinn could only assume that this was done on purpose. On top of that, no one knew who to befriend or who to look out for because currently, everyone's power level displayed 1. The group had stopped just behind another group who were being transported to the testing area. As soon as Vorden saw the others who were in the same group, Vorden greeted each one of them with a handshake. Vorden was being very polite, so most of them accepted his greetings apart from Erin. She merely stared at Vorden's hand when he offered it out to her, before she turned her head and looked away. "Come on, you don't have to be like that," Vorden said as he placed his hand on her shoulder. This was a big mistake. In an instant, Erin grabbed for Vorden's wrist and twisted his hand. Frost and ice crept up his hand as it began to freeze. Everyone stopped to look at the commotion that was happening near the front. "Wow! She has ice abilities? Isn't that very rare? I would let her freeze me any day." Griff noticed the commotion and started to intervene. "Stop it, you two. If you have that much energy, then save it for the test." Erin immediately dropped Vorden's hand and slowly, Vorden's hand started to defrost. Vorden then went back in line to stand next to Quinn. "Can you believe her?" Vorden complained. "I nearly lost my hand." "You can't just go around touching people without their permission," Quinn replied. "Yeah, I know. She's lucky I didn't wipe the floor with her just 'cause she's a pretty girl." Many people who were near the front had heard Vorden's word and had already decided to make him an enemy. A thought formed in their heads: if they could somehow humiliate Vorden, then maybe Erin would look their way. Looking at the people around them, Quinn could tell what the others were thinking. Quinn then stepped one step away from Vorden, hoping that others wouldn't think the two were friends. At last, Quinn and the others were called forward and were told to stand inside a box. It wasn't really a box per se, but they were white lines that had been drawn on the ground. The space inside of it was just big enough to fit the 5 of them in. One would notice that outside of the box, there was a hooded man. They were standing nearby. "Send them away," Griff said. As soon as Griff gave the command, the hooded man planted both of his hands on the ground and the box started to light up, shining a bright purple color. Transportation magic, huh? What a rare ability," Vorden said right before the whole group suddenly vanished into thin air. The very next second, they were teleported to another outdoor area which resembled an empty wasteland. There was no sign of life, no trees, nothing at all. Standing in front of the group was a woman dressed in a black military uniform, and by her side was another hooded man. There was not another person in sight. The woman held a tablet in her hand, and it looked like she was currently busy inputting some information. Once she had finished, she looked up at the group and began to speak. "Hello to the 5 of you. I am Jane, and I will be the one in charge of your test today. Once the test has been completed, I will be updating your information and your score will then be reflected on your wristwatches." Jane then started to look at the tablet. "Now, who should we call first?" "Oh, it looks like we have a couple of previous level ones," Jane said as she checked the information. The information had been passed on from their previous schools. "Peter, would you please step forward?" The nervous, small Peter then stepped forward, and he looked even worse than before. Quinn thought he looked bad, but he looked to be in perfect condition if you were to compare the two. At least Quinn was able to stand up, whereas Peter looked like he would fall over any second now. "Would you please tell me what your ability is, Peter?" Jane asked. I don't have any ability," Peter said quietly. Suddenly, Quinn and the others understood why Peter was so nervous. Having no ability wasn't rare. Because of the war, many children had become orphans like Quinn and Peter. This meant there was no chance for them to buy an ability book. But because Peter had no ability, he was afraid of the treatment he would get from the others. "Don't be afraid, Peter," Jane said. "Here, take this." The hooded man that stood at Jane's side suddenly teleported a book into his hand, allowing it to be taken by Jane. She then handed the book over to Peter. "Wow! Seriously, you're giving this to me for free?" Peter said in excitement. "Thank you. Please study the book in your own free time. When you have finally learned to use it, you can come back to redo the test. But for now, I'll have to temporarily award you a level 1 power status." Even though Peter had received a level 1 power status, he didn't care for it. At this moment he only felt hope. His life could finally turn around due to the book that he had just received. Now I believe there was another level 1 user here, Jane said. Quinn, is it? Would you please step forward? Quinn did as he was told and stepped forward. Now Quinn, what ability do you have? Quinn thought the entire thing was ridiculous. It was quite clear to him that Jane already had all the information on him from his previous school. They knew that he never had an ability before. The problem was Quinn was struggling with deciding what to do. Before coming to military school, Quinn had done a bit of research himself. He knew that the military freely gave all students who had no ability their very own ability book. And each ability book given to them was the very same one. Each one received an Earth ability book. The reason they did this was so students who didn't have an ability before would suddenly feel indebted to the military. Not only that, but the military also had a hold on nearly all of the Earth-type ability books. Meaning if you ever wanted to increase your strength, you would have to be loyal to the military, and in return they would give you more power. Before Quinn had discovered his own ability, he actually thought this was the best option for him. Even if he didn't want to join the military after 2 years, the Earth ability was handy to have. It was easy for employment because the Earth ability was useful in construction. This was where the problem came in. Quinn already having an ability meant he was unable to learn a new one. The ability book that would be given was practically useless. But not only that, Quinn was pretty sure they would keep tabs on every student they had given the ability book to, meaning the teachers would expect him to use Earth powers the next time they saw him. Quinn took a deep breath and said, I don't have an ability. Just like before, the hooded man standing by her side would hand her a book, and then she handed it to Quinn. Quinn took the book from Jane at first, but then suddenly, a notification screen appeared. Unable to learn this ability, would you like to convert the book into 10 EXP? Quinn had somewhat expected the system to display the first message, but the second one truly had surprised him. Quinn was really tempted to take the book and use it as a form of EXP, but he knew there would be questions asked later on. I'm sorry, but I don't want it, Quinn said as he handed the book back to Jane. The students watching and the instructor stood there were both shocked. Jane hadn't experienced anything like this before. In her 5 years working as an instructor, it was the first time someone with no ability had rejected the book. Please give me 1 moment. Jane then stood away from the group of students far enough so they wouldn't be able to hear anything. Yes, he says he doesn't want the ability book. What should I do? Jane asked, speaking on her earpiece. Let him take the test, the mysterious man on the phone said. As the man hung up, he couldn't help but think that Quinn was an interesting student. He began to check on Quinn's file, and what he had said seemed to be true. The student had no ability and didn't seem to have any relations with the group Pure either. Let's see how long you can survive in this cruel world, Quinn, the man said. Back at the testing field, Jane had finished the call with her superior and started to head back over to the group. Sorry for waiting, Jane said. Since you won't be taking the ability book, we will still require you to take the test, please. Quinn thought the whole thing was a joke. If Quinn truly had no ability, then they already knew what the test results were going to be. Was there really a need for him to take the test? It felt like the only reason they wanted Quinn to continue was to make him feel humiliated and small. Eventually, he would then choose to approach the military and beg for the ability book they were handing out. Please follow me. Jane then took Quinn a little further out onto the field, where Quinn noticed that there were huge craters in the ground, burn marks, and all sorts of things. This was all done from the previous testing contestants. Please proceed to destroy the targets in front of you as quick as you can. Jane said, the test will begin immediately. As soon as Jane finished talking, 3 targets popped up randomly around the wasteland. They were metal round targets with a red dot in the center. The problem was when Quinn tried to look for the targets, everything seemed like a blur in the distance. Quinn then realized that his perfect eyesight suddenly wasn't so perfect. Is this because I'm out in the sunlight? Quinn thought. Quinn had no choice but to slowly run up to each of the targets and hit them with his fist one by one. His time was incredibly slow, of course. There were then 2 further tests that Quinn needed to complete. The next test was a strength test where Quinn was asked to punch into a huge drum-like machine. Quinn gave it his best shot and hit the drum as hard as he could. The drum vibrated and made a small sound, eventually displaying a digital number in the center. 5 strength, Jane said as she noted it down on her tablet. When the final test had arrived, they had brought out another machine. This machine was a big circular object with many holes on its front. Once the test started, the machine fired holographic spikes at the contestants. All Quinn needed to do was avoid being hit by the spikes. The machine went up in levels and eventually got faster and shot out more spikes. In the end, Quinn managed to get hit by the spikes and the test was stopped. Agility, 5, Jane said once again as she noted it down on her tablet. Quinn had heard the words from Jane's mouth, and it started to make him think if there was some kind of link between the scores she had given him. The last test was a test of strength, and Quinn had scored a 5, similar to his system which had stated he had 5 strength. Then once again this test focused on agility and scored a 5, which was the same as his system. This meant if Quinn was to take the test at night, all of his scores would have most likely doubled. This also meant as long as he leveled up, he could always increase his score. It was as if his ability was the ability to evolve, but it also had some drawbacks with it as well. As expected, Jane said. Unfortunately, your current power level is a level 1. Quinn clenched his fist and went back to stand with the others. He knew that the days ahead of him as a level 1 user would be harsh, but that wouldn't be that way for much longer. The test continued with Layla taking the text after him. She was the only one there who had a weapon on her back. The weapon she had was a bow, but it didn't look like a regular bow. It was different from the ones that people used a long time ago. This bow was carved using parts of a beast. It was black in color and looked almost as if the entire bow was made of gems. Even the string was made of a special material. The reason the bow looked so different was because it was what was known as a beast weapon. A bow made from the body parts of a beast. When the human race was attacked by the Dalki, our technology advanced fast by replicating their technology, and with this, the humans learned the ability to travel to other planets using portals. These planets would often contain different levels of beasts. The stronger the beast was, the better weapon you could make out of it. It was the first time Quinn had ever witnessed a beast weapon before, as no one at his previous school had one. It was strange to see someone of such a young age, who has most likely never been to another planet, to have a beast weapon. Layla stood in the center of the field and waited for the test to start. Unlike when it was Quinn's turn, they waited until she was ready before starting. Quinn could already start to see a difference in treatment. When the test started, 5 targets all appeared in different areas of the wasteland. Layla immediately took out 5 arrows and placed them in her bow, shooting them all off at once in the same direction. The arrows shot out fast and strong, but then suddenly, the 5 arrows split off into their own direction, each of them heading to a different target. What a good combo, Vorden said. She has the ability of telekinesis, but it's quite weak. So instead she uses her ability combined with the bow to control the arrow's movements. In an instant, all 5 of the targets were hit at the same time, and she had completed the first test. Quinn for the first time saw how useful beast weapons were. Even if you had a weak ability, you could make it strong. Quinn wasn't completely sure what his ability was yet, but even if it just increased his stats as he leveled up, he then thought about how handy something like a beast sword or something similar would be. On the strength test, Layla didn't do so well. She used her powers to try to move her fist even faster when punching the drum, but, in the end, her score was only an 8. The last test Quinn also saw her do quite bad. When the test first started, Layla tried to use her ability on the spikes coming at her. Unknown to her because they were holograms and not the real thing, it had no effect. Meaning all Layla could do was rely on her actual body to avoid the spikes. In the end, Layla ended getting the same score as Quinn. It looks like you have the ability level of a level 2 user, Jane said, and immediately the number 2 appeared on Layla's wrist. Quinn could tell Layla wasn't happy. She stomped back as she walked over to the group. Quinn thought the test wasn't really fair. Her ability level might be that of a level 2, but when used with a bow, Quinn felt like she could have easily beaten some level 3 or 4 users. Quinn was starting to take note that the academy really did only measure the power level of your ability and not your fighting ability. The next person to take the test was Aaron. She walked forward confidently without even looking at anyone else. She stood in the center of the testing field waiting for the test to start. 5 random targets then appeared across the wasteland. She quickly formed an ice spear and chucked it at the target, hitting it dead on. She did this one after the other at an incredible speed, nearly clearing them all just as fast as Layla did. The next test, Erin, was even more impressive. She started to gather ice in both her palms, and then after a minute or so of gathering her power, a huge ice column shot out from her hands and hit the center of the drum dead on. The drum rang out louder than it had before, and the number kept going up until it had eventually reached 50. "No wonder she's so confident," Vorden said. Quinn suddenly thought it was a good thing the two of them didn't fight, otherwise Vorden would have been a dead man. Finally, when it was time for the last test, the instructor told her she wasn't allowed to use her ability and should just dodge. Erin had no reaction and started the test immediately. She managed to do well, moving swiftly, avoiding each spike, but eventually, the machine had gotten too fast and she ended up getting hit. "Impressive," Jane said. "Best results so far, power level 5. Erin continued to walk back to her group as if she knew what she was going to get all along. Either that or she didn't really care about the whole thing. Finally, the last person to take the test in the group was Vorden. "Time to show you what I got. Wish me luck." Quinn had no clue who Vorden was talking to, but Quinn quickly realized it was him after Vorden gave a wink in his direction as he walked off to the center of the field. Could that idiot actually be strong? Quinn quietly asked himself. Most of the time people who strong were either arrogant about their powers or kept it quiet, but Vorden was a strange person. He wasn't exactly arrogant, but a more flashy kind of person. When it finally came to his turn and the test had started, everyone's mouth was left wide open at what they were seeing. On every single one of the tests, Vorden had done the exact same thing as Erin. He had used the same ability, the ability of ice, and had performed just as well. "See, I told you I was strong," Vorden said as he showed the number 5 to his new best friend, Quinn. Just what was Vorden's ability? Quinn thought. After seeing Vorden perform well on the test, Quinn couldn't help but think about what Vorden's ability was. When Vorden went to shake his hand that time, he said that Vorden had tried to use his ability on Quinn. Yet for some reason, his ability didn't work. If Vorden's ability was ice, surely his hand would have just frozen. That's unless Quinn had an ability to block all types of abilities, but that was highly unlikely. Not only that, but straight after, even Vorden had a strange reaction, asking Quinn what his ability was. It was as if he knew his ability didn't work. Then another thought came into Quinn's mind. Why was Vorden so adamant on shaking the hands of everyone he had just met? If Quinn remembered correctly, Erin refused to shake Vorden's hand. Yet in the end, Vorden still went to touch Erin on the shoulder. At that time, it seemed like a weird thing to do, but now Quinn realized it wasn't, and everything was starting to make sense. Touching was the condition, and the last person who Quinn touched was Erin. It couldn't be a coincidence that both of them had the same powers, which meant most likely that Vorden's ability was the kind to copy other people's ability. It didn't work on Quinn because his ability wasn't straightforward. Quinn couldn't help his curiosity, so he asked Vorden. "Hey, Vorden, is your ability?" Quinn whispered, "Are you able to copy other people's abilities?" Vorden looked at Quinn and smiled. "I'm surprised you figured it out so fast. How did you figure it out? When you shook my hand, you seemed surprised that nothing happened." Vorden thought that Quinn was quite amazing, being able to guess something like that just from a handshake. After all, it was much more likely that Vorden had obtained the ice ability from an ability book. The power for copying wasn't available as an ability book, which only meant one thing. "Are you an original?" Quinn asked. Vorden didn't say anything but simply gave a wink back at Quinn, which pretty much confirmed Quinn's thoughts. Vorden was an original, a person belonging to a family who decided to not share their abilities with the outside world. He is someone who could easily surpass the power level of 8. Once the test has been completed, the hooded man teleported the students to the front of the academy where they would be staying. The academy was huge, and it's the tallest building in the entire city. It was as if someone had put together 3 hotels. There were 10 different teachers in total who were currently standing in front of the academy's facade. Tarrying in front of them were the groups of students who all had finished taking the test. The students were told to wait with the teachers until all the students had finished conducting their tests. Once in a while, a group of 5 students would be teleported in front of one of the teachers. Finally, there was now a total of 20 students in the group where Quinn was a part of. "Okay, you all need to follow me as I take you around the school," the teacher up front said. The teacher was a middle-aged man with blonde curly hair who wore glasses. His name was Dell. While Dell was walking around, describing the various places in the vicinity of the academy, he couldn't help but smile. It looked like nothing would be able to upset him. "You guys should start to get to know each other as much as you can," Dell said. "After all, the people you are with now will be your classmates." All of a sudden, everyone started to get chattier, talking to each other as they were being shown around the school. However, there was something that Quinn had noticed. The mid-levels were trying their best to get friendly with the higher levels, while the low levels were completely being ignored. Accordingly, Quinn and Peter were the only 2 level ones in the class. Without realizing it, they had been pushed to the back of the group, and Peter was plodding along with his head held down. It seemed to have affected Peter a lot more than Quinn, but the latter had already suspected that this would happen. Although suddenly, a familiar voice was heard calling out Quinn's name. "There you are," Vorden said. "Man, people just started jumping all over me. Then all of a sudden, I look to my right side, and you're gone. Come on, let's look around together, friend." Quinn truly thought that Vorden was a strange person, yet that wasn't a bad thing. Vorden then noticed Peter, who was on his own as well. "Come on. Stop being a downer and you come over here too." Peter looked up and pointed a finger to himself. "Who else do you think I'm talking to?" Vorden questioned Peter. The 3 of them continued to hang at the back of the class while the teacher continued to tour around the school. In the midst of the tour, a battle arena was shown to the students, where they had similar testing equipment to the ones filed on the wasteland, as well as several square fighting platforms. They were also shown their homeroom classes, battle classes, sports rooms, and all sorts of facilities. Dell never failed to provide a little bit of explanation about each area of the school where they visited. However, Quinn was uninterested in most of them until they had finally reached the library. As you can all see, the library here is split into 3 floors. First-year students are only able to access the first floor. Meanwhile, the second-year students can access the second floor. Finally, the last floor is only for military personnel. Quinn was interested in the library because it contained books that weren't available to the public. In this place, Quinn just might be able to find some information about his ability, though he just hoped that it would be on the first floor. Eventually, the tour came to an end as Dell stopped just outside the school's dorms. "And this is where you will be living during your stay here. Once you have dropped off your things, feel free to explore around the academy. There will be no lessons today, so you will get to have the rest of the afternoon to explore." Each student was then handed a number written on a piece of paper. These papers displayed which room they would be staying in. Quinn then noticed from the corner of his eye that Vorden was coming towards him. "Hey, Quinn, what room number did you get?" Vorden asked. "Air 23. "No way. You're kidding, right? I got the same number. Maybe fate is really bringing us together," Vorden said excitedly. "Maybe," Quinn replied. On the other hand, somewhere down the hallway, 2 other students were having a conversation. "Whoa, what happened to you?" a student said as he looked at his friend. "I don't know, man. Some guy just appeared and hit me out of nowhere, forcing me to swap room numbers." "Man, should we try to get it back?" the student asked. "Nah, if I saw his wrist correctly, it said he was a level 5. It's best if we just leave it." After Quinn had finished unpacking, he was free to do what he wanted for the rest of the day. It was still noon, so he had plenty of time to explore the academy and do whatever he wished. Quinn was currently sharing his room with 2 people, and to his surprise, he knew both of them. One of them was Vorden while the other was Peter. There were 3 single beds in the room, each spread out from one another evenly, but other than that, the room was pretty empty. There was just a single desk and a cupboard for each person to use by the side of their bed. Students were expected to spend most of their time studying or practicing their skills. There was no time for pleasure. which was why the rooms were designed the way they were. "What do you guys want to do then?" Vorden asked. "I'm still unpacking. You two don't have to wait for me. Do what you want," Peter replied. Peter had opened up a little to the two of them. At first he was completely shy and hardly said a word, but slowly Peter seemed to be coming out of his shell, especially around Quinn. Peter most likely felt comfortable around Quinn, knowing that he was a level 1 ability user like himself. "I was thinking of heading to the library," Quinn replied. "That will probably be too boring for you." "Boring? I can make anything fun. Besides, I haven't read a book in." Vorden paused for a while. "I can't even remember the last time I read a book." The three of them laughed, and then Vorden and Quinn decided to head to the library together. Finally, they had arrived, and the first floor was already busy with students. Quinn noticed that there were multiple round desks spread out where students were sitting, and in the middle of the desk was a glowing orb. "Ah, you're probably wondering what that orb thing is in the middle, aren't you?" Vorden asked. "It looks like they don't have them at public schools. If you touch the orb, then it allows you to create a space. In that space, only those people who have been invited can be heard. This way people are able to talk and chat as much as they want while not disturbing others. Technology sure has come a long way." Quinn and Vorden then chose a table that had two other people sitting on the other side. Just as Vorden had said, Quinn could see the two talking but couldn't hear a word of what they were saying. The orb seemed to only have a range of the table though. Once you left the table, others were able to hear you as normal. Quinn went looking around the library and picked out as many books as he could about abilities, most of them describing what different types of abilities the world had. Vorden wasn't too bothered and decided to just select a random fiction book to read. The two sat at their tables while Quinn started to flick away. After reading several books, Quinn had discovered nothing new. He already knew about most of the abilities written in the book, but not one of them mentioned an ability like Quinn's. Vorden had been keeping a close eye on Quinn and noticed the type of books he had been picking out. "What's with all the books? Are you looking for something in particular?" Quinn thought about it for a while before giving Vorden an answer. Vorden wasn't the brightest person when it came to academics, but he was quite knowledgeable about abilities, it seemed. He would have to be because of the type of ability he had. "I was trying to decide what ability to get since I turned down the school's offer." "Oh right, I forgot about that. I thought you might have been one of those pure members who hate abilities. Turns out you just didn't want to be a dog to the military." Vorden replied. "Well, is there anything specific you're looking for?" "Not really, I have no clue. There was one that said something interesting though. Have you ever heard of an ability that is weaker in sunlight?" Vorden suddenly started to laugh out loud. "What are you, crazy? I've never heard of something like that. Abilities are something our bodies learn. Sure, some people have limits and can't learn stronger spells or can do less than others, but for one to get weaker because of the sun. Sounds like you're a vampire or something." Quinn felt a little embarrassed by Vorden's reaction. Of course, Quinn knew this would be the normal reaction when asking something like this, but it was true. As long as Quinn was in direct sunlight, all of his stats would weaken by half. Quinn continued to look around the library to see if there was anything else he could find. He had finally gone through every single one of the ability books he could find, but there was nothing. Quinn then looked up at the floor above where there were some second-year students. "Maybe there's something up there, but I can't imagine what the academy would do to me for breaking the rules," Quinn thought. As Quinn continued to walk around the library, he had eventually ventured into the fiction section, and his eyes were drawn to something. A specific title of a book named The Truth About Vampires. Quinn took out the book and gave it a quick look. Vampires were things of fairy tales, myths even. Even when people started to come out with powers, there was not one person who came out claiming to be a vampire. Quinn couldn't help himself but start to read the book. It was a long shot, but maybe he would find something he could relate to. After reading and skimming through the book, Quinn found most of it was useless. A lot of the things that vampires didn't relate to him at all. Vampires were required to eat human blood. Some could transform themselves into bats and cast illusions, while others were incredibly skilled with the sword and hypnosis, but Quinn had none of these things. The only thing he could relate to in the book was being weaker in the sun. Eventually, Quinn decided to close the book and call it a day. It didn't seem like he was going to find anything from the first floor of the library. As soon as Quinn closed the book, though, a familiar sound was heard. Ding. You gained more knowledge about the system. Less than 10 EXP received. 15/100 EXP. It couldn't be, could it? Quinn stared long and hard at the message and reread it multiple times. It couldn't be. Did I get EXP from reading that fantasy book? Quinn immediately had to test it out. After reading several different books about abilities, not a single one had given him EXP, but for some reason this book did. Quinn then immediately picked up another fantasy story. One about dragons, this time titled, Reincarnated into a Human. He did the same as before and skimmed through most of it, but made sure to read the crucial parts. Then when he closed the book, there was no reaction. This, of course, was expected. Then Quinn wanted to test another thing out. He picked up another book that was also about vampires and did the same. When he closed the book, the same thing happened. The system had no reaction at all. In the end, Quinn theorized that after reading all the books, he had gained so much knowledge about abilities that the system had rewarded him for it. That maybe the system had just given him a delayed message. He couldn't believe that the book about vampires was somehow related to his system. Well, he didn't want to believe it. When Quinn finished checking things out at the library, he noticed that Vorden had disappeared from the table and was no longer in the library. He must have gotten bored and gone somewhere else? Quinn looked outside the window and noticed the sun was starting to set. He had been in the library for a total of 6 hours so far, and the time had gone flying by. Then when Quinn was just about to leave, he received another message from the system. Daily quest has been completed. Avoid direct sunlight for 8 hours. 5 EXP has been awarded. 20/100 EXP. Quinn had finally completed his second daily quest. The ride from school had taken them around 2 hours, and with the time spent indoors and in the library, Quinn was able to complete the task with ease. Each time Quinn received an announcement, he got a satisfying feeling seeing the number go up closer to 100. He couldn't wait to see what would happen once he had reached the goal. His best guess was that he would level up. After all, the system even stated that he couldn't use his shop feature until he was at least a level 10. The only thing Quinn wished for at the moment was a quicker way to level up. With just the 2 daily quests a day, it would take days until Quinn reached level 2. Right now, though, there wasn't much he could do about it. He could only live his everyday life as normal. As Quinn left the library, he decided to head to the battle arena. There was a theory that he wanted to test out. But as he was walking through the school hallway, he could see a kid being pushed up against the wall by another student. The boy on the wall looked like he had already been hit a few times and had markings on his face. So it started already, Quinn thought. Quinn managed to catch a glimpse of the boy's wristwatch and saw that the number on it indicated that the boy had a 1.2 power level. Quinn was quite surprised at this, as the person doing the bullying was very weak himself, which was a rare occurrence. The only people he would be able to bully were people who had a power level of 1 like Quinn or Peter. That's when Quinn suddenly realized who was up against the wall. It was in fact Peter. Quinn didn't recognize him at first because his face was turned the other way. Quinn was debating with himself whether or not to get involved in the first place. He hated bullies more than anything. They had ruined his school life, and it seemed like soon he would be a target as well. Of course, Quinn also wanted to test out his current strength, and he had found the perfect guinea pig. The student in front of him was only at a power level of 1.2, so there was a high chance he could win. The student lifted his fist again to give Peter another punch. "You think you can just bump into me like that and say sorry?" he shouted as he swung his fist. Then as Quinn was walking past, he pretended to fall over and bumped into the student, causing him to stumble off balance and miss. "Quinn," Peter said as he looked up. "What the hell was that for?" the student said as he looked at who had just bumped into him. The student then immediately looked at Quinn's watch, and suddenly the confidence in him grew. "What the hell is a level 1 piece of rubbish like you doing? I was waiting to see how long it would take for someone like you to appear. It seems like I lost a bet with myself. I thought it would at least take a couple of days. And what do you think you are going to do about it?" Peter was starting to feel slightly worried about Quinn. He knew at the test site that Quinn had no ability while the student he was facing did have one. Peter thought they might stand a chance if the two of them fought together, but in the end, Peter was too afraid. He had been hurt his whole life and didn't want to be hurt anymore. This was just how the world worked. The people at the top with the strongest powers bullied the weaker ones, and in turn, they bullied the even weaker ones. There was a time when Peter once had tried fighting back. It was when the bullying had only just started at his old school. He threw a punch back and managed to hit the person in the face, but it had only made things worse. He had been beaten 10 times harder than he usually would have, and it seemed like the bullying had increased from there. For the student, it was the first time he had ever met someone weaker than him, and suddenly all the pain he had experienced, he wanted someone else to feel it too. That way he didn't feel like he was at the bottom of the food chain. Quinn then noticed that the student had both of his hands held behind his back, as if he was preparing something, and the next thing that happened confirmed his thoughts. An ability has been detected. Initiating battle mode. New quest has been given. First fight, power level 1.2. Win the fight to gain 50 EXP. Suddenly, Quinn had a huge grin on his face. This was how he was going to level up faster. The student stood opposite Quinn was still holding his hands suspiciously behind his back. Even without the help of the system, Quinn could tell the student was obviously hiding his ability. "Come on, what happened to your big balls?" the student said. "I think you're playing with them behind your back," Quinn replied. That immediately angered the student, which was what Quinn was going for. "You weak piece of garbage!" The student came charging forward and slashed his hand out at Quinn. Luckily, Quinn's reflexes were fast, and he managed to lift his arm in time to block the attack and move back a little. However, the student's hand managed to slice right through the skin of Quinn's arm and caused blood to be drawn. "Damn it," Quinn said. HP 8/10. Quinn looked at the student, who now had his hands out in view. The student had a transformation ability that was limited to only his hands. They caused them to slightly resemble a tiger claw and hardened his fingernails. Although Quinn was able to block the attack in time, the claw managed to still rip through his skin. Is the system saying if I take 4 more attacks like that, I'm dead? Suddenly everything became a little bit more serious for Quinn. The stinging pain he was feeling on his arm was real, and this was a real fight. The game-like system had caused him to take things a little too easy, but he was quickly reminded that this wasn't a game. The student then immediately started to charge at Quinn once again with his claw-like hands. As the student swung his right hand, Quinn managed to duck and throw a punch of his own into the student's stomach. "What the hell? This guy hits hard," the student thought. The student didn't quit there though, and decided to strike at Quinn's open back, causing another claw mark to appear. HP 6/10. "Shut up, I know," Quinn shouted as he lifted the student using both of his hands by the legs and threw up against the side of the wall. How did Quinn manage to pick him up like that? Peter thought. They're roughly about the same size, and he threw him with ease. Does he really not have an ability? Quinn didn't stop there though. It was important for him to teach people like them a lesson, otherwise they would just come back for more. Quinn needed to show him to never mess with him again. Quinn ran up to the student who was lying on the floor and kicked him in the stomach with full force. The kick was so hard that it caused the student to cough up a little bit of blood from his mouth. Congratulations, quest has been completed. Less than 50 EXP received. 70 out of 100 experience points. Is he dead? Peter asked. Then the student suddenly started coughing some more. No, but if he attacks us again, he's going to wish he was. Quinn was actually quite relieved. He didn't know what the punishment was at the academy for killing another student, even if he explained that he hadn't attacked first. He also didn't want the burden of death on his shoulders at such a young age, so he was happy when the system had rewarded him the experience points, without having the need to kill the student. Then suddenly another message had appeared. Additional quest reward. Skill unlocked. Inspect LV1. Excitement started to fill Quinn's mind as he had finally received his first skill. Quinn was hoping maybe this would help him figure out what type of ability he had, but the name of it didn't sound too promising. Inspect? So maybe it can tell me the weaknesses of my opponents. Quinn thought. Quinn then decided to test his new ability out and looked at Peter, who was standing next to him. Now was the next problem. Quinn had no idea how to use his skill, but the moment he started thinking about the skill inspect, the skill had activated on its own and a screen had appeared right next to Peter. Name: Peter Chuck. Race: human. Ability: none. HP 3/5. Blood type A+. Unknown. Unknown. Quinn looked at the information that had been given to him, and it seemed like there were some sections blanked out. Quinn could only assume this was because the level of his skill was still only at level 1, but the information it did give him was quite handy. It told Quinn what type of ability they had, which would be very useful in a fight. It also told Quinn how much health they had. However, there was one bit of information that Quinn found strange, and that was the blood type. It was weird for the system to give him information about such a specific thing, and Quinn also wondered how on earth would this ever help him in the future. Quinn then went up to the student, who was still laying on the ground in pain, and used the inspect skill on him. Name: Kyle Main. Race: human. Ability: transformation. HP 1/8. Blood type B-. Checking the status of Kyle made Quinn learn a few new things. The information he was given about the ability only gave him the type of ability. There were hundreds of different transformation abilities, so it wasn't able to pinpoint it. The other thing was the HP. It looked like for his victory he only needed to bring down the student's HP to 1, but Quinn still didn't know if 0 meant death or not. Could also just mean the person had been knocked out. Right after inspecting Kyle, though, Quinn had received another notification. Optional quest has been granted. Drink the blood of your victim to absorb a stat point. What the? Is this thing crazy? Quinn thought. Even if it gave him a stat point, there was no way he was going to drink someone else's blood. The very idea of it made Quinn feel sick. For a brief moment, though, Quinn looked to the ground where Kyle had spat out some of his blood. Maybe a little bit wouldn't hurt. Quinn, you're going crazy, stop it. Come on, let's go, Quinn said to Peter. The two of them continued to walk down the hallway, but while doing so Peter noticed that Quinn kept turning his head to look at Kyle, who was still on the floor. He must be worried about him. Quinn's a nice guy after all, Peter thought as he smiled. But what he didn't realize was that Quinn wasn't looking at Kyle at all, but was looking at Kyle's blood that was on the ground. As the two continued to walk down the hallway, Quinn started to feel a strange surge through his body. Hey, shouldn't you go to the doctor? I'm sure they have a healer who can patch that up, Peter asked. Yeah, thanks. I'll head there now, Quinn replied. You don't have to come with me. It will be a busy day tomorrow, so why don't you head back to the dorm? Although Peter was worried about Quinn, Peter didn't want to stick in the halls for much longer where other students were able to see him. Quinn could see that Peter was hesitating about what to do. Look, don't worry. Vorden just went to the bathroom. He'll be back any second, so don't worry about it. With that, Peter quickly rushed off and headed back to the dorms, making sure to cover up his wristwatch most of the time as well. He didn't want another incident to happen again. Quinn, on the other hand, immediately rushed to the nearest boys' toilet just down the hall. When he entered the toilet, he immediately started to look at his arm where Kyle had scratched it with his claws. While looking in the mirror slowly, Quinn could see that his arm was healing. Though it looked slow, in reality it was incredibly fast. For someone to be able to actually witness his skin scabbing over and healing was an amazing sight. Quinn had actually felt something strange happening to his body during this process, and he noticed it when he was talking to Peter. It was why Quinn was trying to do everything in his power to get Peter to leave him alone. If Peter was to see something like this, there was no doubt that Peter would think he had an ability. Quinn waited a few minutes and opened up his status screen. It was as he thought, his HP slowly regained as well. HP 8/10. Eventually, the wound on his arm and back had completely healed up and only the rips in his shirt could be seen. HP 10/10. Your HP had been healed. Your hunger has grown. Just when Quinn received the two messages, Quinn suddenly started to feel hungry. Does this mean the system uses food to heal my wounds? It makes sense, the energy has to come from somewhere, Quinn thought. The pain in Quinn's belly was very little. It was as if he had just missed breakfast or something. When Quinn had the chance, he would get a quick bite to eat. Before Quinn headed back to the dorms, there was one more thing he wanted to do, and that was to head to the training room that they had been shown while touring the school. It was getting late, and the students had an early start in the morning, so most of the students had already returned to their dorms. This meant it was the perfect chance for Quinn to head to the training room without anyone seeing him. Quinn had finally reached the training room in the academy. It was a large oval dome-like building with a huge empty space in the middle. At the edges of the room were rows and rows of technological equipment. There were giant mech robots, shooting targets, and things Quinn had no idea what they even did, but what Quinn wanted to see most of all was the power level testing equipment. Inside the training center, Quinn had also spotted the same machinery that was used at the testing field. When Quinn entered, the room was completely empty of people, as he thought. Quinn walked over to testing equipment while walking past all the other sorts of machinery, and finally he stopped just in front of the drum-like machine. This machine was the same machine that tested the user's strength. Layla had also come to the training room late at night, and before Quinn had entered, she had been testing out her bow and arrow skills, practicing. She always practiced at night when she was nervous, and she couldn't help but worry about tomorrow. That was when she suddenly heard the doors open to the training room. Being her shy usual self, she immediately hid behind one of the giant robots. Suddenly she saw the student walk over to her direction, then she noticed something. "Isn't that the boy that I took the test with? If I remember correctly, he had no ability," Layla thought. Layla continued to watch Quinn as he approached the large drum. "Here it goes," Quinn said as he prepared his fist. He swung his fist back and prepared to hit the drum as hard as possible. A number appeared on the drum, and the number slowly started to rise until it eventually stopped at 10. "Seems like I was on the mark," Quinn said. Quinn had a theory after hearing his test scores that his status screen stats also matched the equipment the school used. Although this was only a theory, Quinn wanted to test it out for himself. Layla, who had been watching from behind one of the robots, also noticed Quinn's new score. 10, didn't he get 5 last time? Was he hiding his ability? That score's higher than my score. Layla was suddenly interested in the mysterious student and continued to watch him. Quinn next went to the hologram spike machine. Last time Quinn managed to last 10 seconds against the machine before it got too fast for him to dodge the attacks. If his theory was right, he should at least be able to last 20 seconds now that his stats were no longer halved. Quinn started the test, and when the test eventually ended, he got exactly 20 seconds. "It looks like I was right." With Quinn having confirmed his results, there was nothing left for him to do but head back to the dorm and wait for the next day to start. Meanwhile, Layla, who had been watching this whole time, had seen everything. She couldn't understand why a student would hide his strength in the school. A low power level meant you were a target for others. Layla only had one thought while she looked at Quinn. Interesting. She decided from now on she would keep a close eye on Quinn. The next day, at 8 a.m., the students were woken up by the sound of an alarm in the dorm rooms. It was the signal for everyone to get dressed and start the day. Once everyone was ready, they were to head down to the canteen for breakfast. When Quinn woke up, the system was the first thing that greeted him. Daily quest number 2 has been completed. 5 EXP received. 75 out of 100 EXP. Quinn was thankful for this convenient way of gaining 5 EXP without actually having to do anything but sleep. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from his belly. He felt hungrier than he usually was, as if something was biting through his stomach. Must still be from the fight yesterday. The canteen was a large hall that was quite plain. In fact, while walking around the school on his own, Quinn became aware of how plain most of the school looked. Single white walls, no picture frames, just windows every now and again. It was the sleek, modern, clean look that the world had taken. The canteen was filled with large tables that could seat 3 people on each side. There were no set seats in the canteen, meaning students were free to sit wherever they liked. Quinn noticed that low levels sat next to the other low levels while the high levels sat with the high levels. His school life had just begun, and yet the social norm appeared to have already been established, just like it had been in his old school. When Quinn was waiting in line with Peter and Vorden, a student came late into the queue. He nonchalantly walked past his peers and eventually cut into the line ahead of the rest. Not a single person said a word in protest. The reason for this was simple: the offender had a higher power level than them. Quinn hated these types of actions, but right now there was nothing he could do. Once the three of them got their food, they started looking for a place to eat. "Why don't we go over there?" Vorden pointed at an empty spot. "Are you sure, Vorden?" Peter asked. "That's a level 1 area. You don't have to sit with us if you don't want to. Right, Quinn?" "Yeah, don't force yourself," Quinn replied. "Quit talking nonsense, you two were friends. I don't care about this stupid power level hierarchy going on." The three of them then went to sit down with the other lower levels on a table. The area slowly started to fill up, but nobody else had decided to sit at their table. Everyone could see his high power level, so the other low levels wanted to stay away, fearing he would bully them. As soon as they sat down, Quinn started to dig in without any regard for table manners, eating everything that was given to him, even the bits he usually didn't like. "Hey, if you're not going to finish that, do you mind if I take it?" Quinn asked, his eyes on Peter's plate. "Sure, go ahead," Peter said, a bit surprised about Quinn's appetite. Quinn ended up not only eating all of his food but also the leftovers from his two friends. On top of that, Quinn had also grabbed 8 bottles of water as he wanted to finish his other daily quest as soon as possible. The last time when he had been in the sun, he had sweated far more than usual, but thanks to the water he drank beforehand, he hadn't felt too dehydrated. If they were to go outside again, then this would be a big help to Quinn. "For a skinny guy, you sure know how to gorge yourself," Vorden teased. Although Quinn had clearly eaten a lot, for some reason he still felt a little pang of hunger that wouldn't quite go away. Luckily it was bearable and didn't distract him too much. Daily quest number 1 has been completed. Reward 5 EXP. 80 out of 100 EXP. Now there were only 20 points separating him from his first level up. He could not wait to see what benefits it would bring him. As he thought about the system, he recalled that he had received the inspect skill as an additional quest reward from his fight yesterday. He turned to Vorden and decided to use it on him. Name: Vorden Blade. Race: human. Ability: none. HP 10/10. Blood type 0-. Unknown. Unknown. Quinn paused for a second as he read over what he was seeing. For some reason, the system was stating that Vorden had no ability. "Hey Vorden, can you still use Aaron's ice powers at the moment?" "Wow. I didn't know you were so interested in me," Vorden said as he rubbed the back of his head. "Actually, my ability resets every day and I haven't touched anyone today. Besides you two, of course, but you two are duds for my ability." They continued to talk for a bit until another alarm notified them that breakfast was over and that class would start soon. On their way, Peter and Quinn spotted Kyle, who did not look at all as if he had been in a fight, much less lost it. "Do you think he'll tell the teacher what happened?" Peter whispered to Quinn. "I doubt it. It should be too embarrassing for him to admit he was defeated by someone weaker than him. Plus, it would only make him a target if people find out," Quinn whispered back. Their teacher for the day was Dell, the same person who had shown them around the school. The students took their seats and just like in the canteen they chose to sit close to those of the same power levels. All but Vorden, of course. Vorden decided to sit at the back of the class with the level 1s and 2s, between Peter and Quinn. The other students noticed his behavior and quickly started to talk amongst themselves. "What does he think he's doing sitting with those bottom feeders? I saw him sit with them in the canteen as well. Won't this cause a problem for the hierarchy at school? Won't the second-year students start to do something? Yeah, if he keeps breaking the rules, then they will definitely step in." This focus on one's power level wasn't just a school thing. In fact, the school was the perfect example of how their society worked as a whole. With a higher power level, you would be guaranteed better jobs and better pay. The government would support you while the rest would be forgotten. The ones at the top didn't really have a problem with this kind of system. The people with lower power levels would do anything they asked them to do just to curry favor with them, hoping that one day they could increase their power level. Anyone who tried to upset this power system was usually quickly silenced. It was the primary reason the group known as Pure existed in the first place. They wanted to fight against this system and reestablish dignity for all humans. yet the government had branded them terrorists. Dell coughed loudly to silence the gossiping students, so he could start his lecture. It was about the introduction of the school and the Great War. When we were about to lose the Great War against the Dalki, Dell began, his voice rising to capture the rapturous moment, his eyes blazing. That was when they came forward, the originals. These humans had kept their abilities hidden for hundreds of years, only passing them down to their family members. He paused and looked around the class to make sure every student was paying attention before he continued. Thanks to them sharing their abilities with the rest of humanity, we were able to reverse the tide of war and beat back the Dalki. When we talk about an original today, we're either referring to the founders of that ability or a member of one of the groups who have refused to share their abilities with the rest of the world. Dell then suddenly had a serious look on his face. We might live in a time of peace for the moment, but who knows when the war will start again. That is why you are here. Once the class had finished, it was time for the students to take a break. Vorden, Quinn, and Peter headed outside to grab a snack. As soon as Quinn stepped outside, the dreaded message appeared. All stats have been halved. The three of them sat by a nearby bench and Quinn once again felt weak. Hey, are you all right? You look sick again? Vorden asked. Dude, you're sweating like crazy. Yeah, I just get hot easily, Quinn lied. The three of them continued to talk about random things and the experiences they had at their previous schools until a group of 6 male students approached them. Each of them was wearing a black arm badge indicating that they were second-year students. Looks like the rumors were true, one of the second-year students said. We have some business to discuss with the three of you. Do you mind coming with us? Another added. His eyes dared the trio to refuse the invitation. Quinn, Peter, and Vorden were being escorted by the second-year students to a separate part of the school. The school was split into different sections and the second-year building was separate from the first years. This meant the second-year students didn't really interact with the first-year students. Shouldn't we just run? Whispered Peter. It might just make the situation worse. If they were going to do something to us, they would have waited until we were on our own. Quinn replied. It seems like they did this in public intentionally, as if to make a statement to all the other low levels. After walking for a while longer, they had eventually arrived at their destination. It was down one of the sides of the second-year buildings. There were a few second-year students who were walking past, but the place was relatively quiet. Sitting down just outside of the building on the staircase was a tall man with brown hair wrapped in a ponytail. We brought them here as you have asked, Mono, one of the second-year students said. You guys can leave, Mono replied as he stood up from the staircase. The second-year students did as they were told and quickly left them to be on their own. It seems there have been rumors going around of a high-tier student hanging around with a bunch of low-tier students. Quinn then noticed Mono's wristwatch, which had the number 6 written on it. Is it against the rules? Vorden asked. Mono started to laugh. Not quite, but there are some unwritten rules of the academy. Mono then walked over to Quinn. You see, the moment you start treating this trash like they are useful to society, they start to get a big head. Now that Mono was close enough to Quinn was able to use his inspect skill, but when he tired casting it, the status screen that appeared was blurry. It looked like the status screen itself was melting and all the information was unreadable. Is it because I'm out in the sun? Quinn thought. Look at this SCU.M. Mono said. I'm only a few feet away from him and there isn't even an ounce of fear in his eyes. You know, I'm happy that the war started because it got rid of people like you and only the strong survived. Quinn's blood started to boil. He hated the war and how it had taken everything away from him, including his parents. He no longer cared if he was going to take a beating or not. All he wanted to do was punch Mono in the face right there and then. At this distance, even if Quinn's punch was slow, it should still hit. Quinn couldn't hold in his anger any longer and threw out a punch, but before Quinn's punch was even thrown out fully, Mono had already taken a step back, causing Quinn's fist to hit the air. Vorden then took this chance to grab onto Mono. However, once again Mono had moved before Quinn had even started his action, causing Vorden to grab nothing. You think I'm going to let someone touch me whose ability I don't even know? Mono said. I didn't come here to fight you guys. Today was just a warning. There are some people in this school that not even the military can touch, and if you continue acting this way, they will get involved. With that, Mono headed back up the stairs and into the second-year building. Do you think he's serious? Peter asked. I know at school they didn't like this type of stuff, but it seems even worse now that we're in a military school. Why don't the teachers do something to stop it? Because it works in their favor, Quinn replied. The strong bullying the weak causes the weak to go on the path to find more power. But if you were weak to begin with and don't have the family backing to help you, where would you go to get this power? The military, Vorden answered. Exactly, the teachers and the school don't do anything because it benefits them. After experiencing hell for 2 years, your mind will have been broken down. You would do anything to seek power and protection, and the military can offer that for you, Quinn said. Quinn then looked at Vorden. It might be best if we comply with their wishes and go our separate ways for now. Why should I listen to them? Vorden snapped back. The outburst surprised Quinn as Vorden was strangely against his suggestion. Look, I understand, Vorden, that you might think you are helping me and Peter, but maybe you don't understand because you've never been powerless like us. When we break their rules, they won't go for you. It will be me and Peter they will go for. Quinn hated to saying this to Vorden. After all, Vorden was the first person who has a high power level who didn't discriminate between people, and so far Vorden's presence had helped. Whenever Quinn and Peter walked around, the higher levels did nothing to them because of Vorden. But this had only attracted bigger fish, something that Vorden and Quinn couldn't handle, at least not yet anyway. Fine, have it your way, Vorden said with anger as he stormed off back to the dorm building. Maybe we should have explained it to him better, Peter said. No, it's fine, it's better this way, Quinn replied. Although it looked like Vorden had stormed off in anger due to Quinn's words, that wasn't true at all. Vorden was angry at the whole situation at the school. Even here it seemed like people were telling him how he should live his life, who he could, and who he could not hang out with. Vorden also didn't want Quinn to get hurt, so he knew it was the right choice. But Vorden wasn't going to just let these people get away with trying to control his life. Vorden was going to go after them all. Layla had been tracking Quinn and the others for a while now. She was even there when Quinn was busy dealing with Mono. Although she didn't plan to help out or anything, she was just amazed that Quinn was able to attract so much attention in one day. The only thing that Layla was confused about was why did Quinn's punch seem so weak and slow. From the looks of things, it seemed like Quinn really did want to punch Mono, but that defiantly wasn't his best from what she had seen at the training center. After Vorden had stormed off, Peter and Quinn decided that it would be best that they head back to class for their next lesson. They walked for a while, but just before they got back to the first-year building, a group of first-year students were standing in front of the staircase. There were 3 of them in total, and on their wristwatch they had a power level between 2 and 2.5. What are we going to do? Dan asked. For 50 credits by the end of this week. One of the boys said. I know, why did they have to pick on us? Just 'cause we're weaker than him. Another boy replied. Credits were the school's and city's currency system. Even though they were at military school, the rest of the city functioned as normal. There were still restaurants and shops and even fun activities and games to play all around the city. If you wanted to do these things, you would have to pay with credits. Students received free food while at the school, but they also received a daily amount of 10 credits that would be sent to their wristwatch. The students were able to get more credits by performing well on missions, school activities, and rewards. Peter and Quinn continued to walk past the boys to head the class. That's when one of the boys called out to them. Wait! Stop right there, you two! The boy shouted. Peter stopped immediately while Quinn carried on walking. Hey! Are you listening? I said stop, the boy said. Then another boy immediately got in front of Quinn and pushed him back to where Peter was standing. Quinn was hoping another incident wouldn't occur, at least while out in the sun. If he got inside the building just in time, then he thought he would have had a fighting chance. I think I might have just solved our credits problem. You must be the only level ones in this whole school, the boy said. Hand over 10 credits each and you can go inside. But that's all the credits we have, Peter complained. Look, I don't want to do this, but if I don't, then my arse gets beat. Hand over the credits now. Peter looked at Quinn with hope in his eyes, perhaps thinking that Quinn might have been able to do something like last time, but after trying to hit Mono, he knew he would have no chance. Besides, these were level 2s. Even at full strength he might not be able to beat them. Quinn decided that it would be better off to just hand over the credits anyway. It was better than losing a fight and forcing the credits over. Just then Quinn received another system message. A new quest has been given. A power level difference of 2 has been detected. Additional EXP will be awarded. Defeat the student known as Riley. Suddenly, Quinn wanted to test out his chances. The idea of gaining additional EXP and leveling up even further became really attractive to him, but Quinn wouldn't let his greed win him over. Right now there were 3 level 2 power users, but the system had only asked him to defeat one of them. The first thing Quinn needed to do was get inside so he could use his inspect skill and find out which one was named Riley. Right now if Quinn used it outside it would only appear as a blur. In the end, Quinn decided to hand over the 10 credits. He placed his watch on the other boys and the credits were transferred over. Peter ended up doing the same and the 2 of them were allowed to enter the building. "Hey, that was a great idea, man," one of the boys said. "Should we just stay out here until we find someone weaker again?" "What?" Quinn said in his head. He was hoping that once they had paid them, the boys would enter the building, but it looked like they were going to hang outside for a while. Quinn suddenly stopped and waited. "What are you 2 doing?" "Scram unless you want an ass-kicking," a boy said. Then Quinn clenched his fist and shouted, "Riley!" All 3 boys turned their heads at the same time, but not one of them replied. Quinn bad luck continued, but he had one more plan to find out which one of them was Riley. "If you pull this sort of thing again on me, Riley, you're dead," Quinn said. Suddenly the boy stood in the center of the 3 with red hair got up and shouted, "What the hell did you say to me, you little punk?" "Run! Run!" Quinn shouted. Like a bolt of lightning, Peter and Quinn ran as fast as they could to their next class. "What did you do that for?" Peter asked. "I just wanted to annoy them a little." Peter couldn't help but think Quinn was a little mad, but he liked the fact that Quinn didn't seem to take crap from people stronger than him and kind of looked up to him a little. Once they were just outside their class, Quinn opened up his status screen to check if the quest was still active. Good. Even though Quinn was now away from Riley, it seemed like the quest was still active and Quinn would get the EXP as long as he completed it at any time. And now he knew which one was Riley and who his first target would be. "You're going to help me level up." Classes for the day had finally finished. Since it was the first day, most of the classes were just introductions and about what they would learn during their time at the school. Peter and Quinn did their best to avoid most of the other students for the day, and it seemed like after everything they had been through, they weren't going to get into any more trouble. Once classes had finished, it was time to go for dinner. Quinn still had this hunger in his stomach, so he was looking forward to dinner more than usual. This time, Quinn and Peter both sat on their own at a table in the low-level area. Then Peter started to look around the room as if he was trying to spot someone. "I don't see Vorden anywhere. Do you think he's okay?" Peter asked. Quinn then scouted around the room and he too couldn't see Vorden at the canteen. "I wouldn't worry about it too much. Trust me when I say this, but he is a lot safer than us at this school." The 2 continued to eat and once they had finished dinner decided to head back to their dorm room. To their surprise, Vorden was already in the dorm room on his own, lying on his bed. When the 2 of them closed the door behind them, Vorden lifted his head and immediately smiled at Peter and Quinn. "Hey, I've been waiting for you 2 for a while now," Vorden said as he got off the bed. "I wanted to say sorry about earlier. I wasn't angry at you guys, but just at this whole situation." When Vorden got up from the bed, Quinn noticed a slight mark on the side of Vorden's face. It was a little red and a little swollen. "What happened to your face?" Peter asked. "Oh, this," Vorden said as he touched the marking. "I got into a little scuffle of my own, but don't worry, I didn't lose. You don't have to worry about me, I'm strong." Then suddenly, a loud growling noise was heard in the room. Peter and Vorden immediately looked at Quinn, whose face had gone bright red. "Sorry, I guess I'm still hungry after dinner," Quinn said, laughing nervously. "Why don't you grab something from the convenience store? It's not too far away," Vorden said. Quinn looked at his watch and realized even if he did go to the convenience store to grab something, he wouldn't be able to buy anything in the first place since he had no credits, but before he could even say anything, Vorden had come over and tapped his watch against Quinn's. Transfer of 10 credits successful, the notification sounded. Don't even say anything and go grab something, Vorden said with a smile. Thanks. With that, Quinn left Peter and Vorden on their own while Quinn rushed off to the convenience store. The convenience store wasn't too far away from military school. If you walked out, it would take you around 20 minutes. At the front of the school was a huge gate that had 2 guards stood at the entrance at all times. Only students, teachers, and certain military personnel were allowed on the school grounds. So when you exited, students were required to show their wristwatch to the guard, and same upon entering again. Once past the gates, Quinn decided to test out how much 10 stamina points really was. He started to jog at a relatively fast pace to the convenience store. After running for about 5 minutes, he realized that he wasn't out of breath or anything like he usually would be. He decided to run even faster, eventually making it to the convenience store in 7 minutes. I think I was doing about a kilometer in under 5 minutes, and I'm not even out of breath, Quinn thought. The stats given to him were that of an athlete's body. It wasn't the same weak body he had before, but at the same time, it wasn't a supernatural body that surpassed human limits. Another thing he noticed while running at night, he could see everything super clear. Even when there were no street lights, it was as if the moon had lightened everything up. A type of night vision of sorts. Your hunger grows slightly. I know. I don't need the system to tell me when I'm hungry. When Quinn entered the convenience store, he went and grabbed a few of his favorite snacks. Some late-night ice cream and potato salad. That's when he suddenly spotted Riley and his friends in the same store down another aisle. Quinn ducked down quietly and waited for them to finish shopping before doing anything else. What luck! I thought I would have to track him down, but it seems like he's come right to me. While Quinn was hiding, he noticed he was in the middle of the mask section. There was one particular mask that stood out to him. It was a fully black mask that covered the top half of the face so the mouth could be seen. Across the mask was blood splatter on it. Kinda spooky looking. Once Riley and the others had left the store, Quinn decided to grab the mask and snacks and place them on the counter. Layla, who was also in the store, noticed the mask that Quinn had bought. What the? It's not Halloween yet. What is he doing buying a mask like that? She thought. Layla decided to continue to follow Quinn while Quinn was busy following Riley and his friends. Hey, we're going to shoot some hoops in the park. You want to join? One of the boys asked. Nah, you know my ability useless for playing games like that. Riley replied. I think I'll just head back and wait by the school gate. See if there are any more suckers I can leech some credits from. The other 2 boys looked at each other. They knew what they were doing was wrong, but were only doing it because they themselves didn't want to get beaten up by a higher power level. Where it seemed like Riley was starting to get a little pleasure from bullying those weaker than him. Riley started to head back to school and eventually reached a small park on the way back. An area that was completely void of people and had very little lights. There were also plenty of trees for Quinn to hide himself. It's showtime, Quinn said as he put the mask on his face. Quinn continued to follow Riley into the forest until he had eventually reached the park. It was mostly dark outside, and the only visible light in the area was coming from either the moon or the single street lamp. After checking if there were any people nearby, Quinn decided it was time to act and put on his mask. Even if he spots me now, he won't know who to come back to for revenge. Riley was currently going through the information on his watch. The glowing light displayed he had a total of 80 credits. I'm a genius. I don't know why I didn't do this sooner, Riley said. I have more than enough to pay Dan and keep some for myself. As long as I stay on Dan's good side, no one will try to attack me. As soon as Riley finished his thought, he felt a large impact on his right side. Just then Quinn had come out from the trees and threw out a kick, causing Riley to stumble to the ground. When Riley looked up, all he could see was a student wearing a horrifying mask, with a blood splat on the front. What the heck? Who are you? Riley shouted. Of course, Quinn wasn't going to answer and wanted to finish the fight fast. He ran up to Riley and threw another kick. This time, though, Riley was prepared and lifted his hands, managing to block the kick. When Quinn's legs hit Riley's hands, though, it felt like he was kicking against solid rock. Ouch! Quinn said as he quickly leapt backward to check on his leg. He lifted his trousers and saw his leg was badly hurt, It looked like his bones had even bent in slightly. What? Riley thought as he saw his attacker fall back. Then Riley spotted his attacker's wristwatch, which lit up brightly in the dark and displayed the number 1. Riley started to laugh. I see now, you're probably one of the students I took the credits from earlier, and I'm guessing you thought you could get some revenge. Quinn then quickly used his inspect skill on his opponent. HP 8/10. Race, human. Ability, hardening. Blood type, B+. Damn it. No wonder my leg felt like it hit a rock. Although Quinn's surprise attack didn't work, he still felt like he could win this fight. Quinn charged in once again, this time throwing a fist. The attack was faster than Riley had expected, and he didn't have time to use his hardening skill, and he took the blow right in the face. I think he cracked my tooth. How hard does this kid hit? Riley thought. Quinn threw another punch with his other hand, but Riley had predicted this and hardened his face in time. When Quinn's fist hit Riley's face, once again it felt like he was hitting a rock. Your fist is broken. 7/10 HP. Quinn then stepped back, causing distance between the two. Again, what am I meant to do if he keeps hardening his body? Then a thought came into Quinn's mind. If Riley was able to harden his body, then why didn't he just keep it hardened all the time? If he did, then Quinn's first attack wouldn't have gone through. Did this mean that Riley was only able to harden a single part of his body at a time? It was just a theory, but Quinn had nothing to lose, and this gave him a plan. Quinn ran forward at Riley one more time, shouting, I'm going to punch that ugly face of yours if it's the last thing I do. Riley then hardened his face again and was ready this time, but at the last second Quinn changed his punch to a kick in the stomach, causing Riley to bend over. It worked. Then Quinn went to knee Riley in the stomach again, but at the last second stopped and punched Riley on the back of the head. Now Riley laid on the ground defenseless. Quinn gave one fast, swift attack to the back of his head, and Riley was knocked out. Did you really think I would call where I was going to attack? Quinn said. Quest has been completed. Less than 50 EXP will be rewarded. Power level difference of 1. Less than 20 additional EXP will be awarded. 100/100. You have reached the maximum amount of EXP. Would you like to level up? Would I like to level up? Why even bother asking? Quinn thought. Yes. Once you have leveled up, any changes will be irreversible. Who cares? Yes. Congratulations. You are now level 2. Evolution process has started. Evolution. Suddenly, Quinn felt a large stabbing pain in his heart. It started to beat faster than it had ever done before. The blood started to rush through his veins all over his body. The pain was so much that Quinn had fallen to his knees, but he did his best to keep in any screams, fearing he would alarm anyone. The pain continued throughout his body. His broken hand started to heal along with his legs, and then a sharp stabbing pain could be felt in his teeth. The pain continued to last for a further 5 minutes until it had eventually stopped. Congratulations, you have successfully evolved. You are now a halfling. Quinn stared at the words the system gave him, but it didn't make sense to him. He had never heard of the term halfling before. Then even more messages started to appear. Your stats have increased. A new skill has been unlocked. LV1 Blood Swipe. Blood Swipe. A skill that has a range of 5 meters. It will fire out a red line of energy from the user's hands. To use the skill, the user must use their own blood, causing -1 HP per blood swipe. Before Quinn had time to check out the changes to his stats, another message had appeared, which was the most shocking of them yet. Your hunger grows. You can no longer suppress your need for blood. Your HP will decrease by -1 HP every hour until you have consumed human blood. Quinn had to take a few steps back and took a minute to take everything in. He couldn't believe what he was reading right now. After seeing that last message, there was only one thing that came into his head. I'm a vampire? Maybe Quinn was just trying to avoid the truth this whole time, but this was the finale thing to confirm it. Quinn had his suspicion after reading the book, but everything was adding up, him being weaker in the sun, his night vision, and the fact the system wanted him to drink blood. But now it was telling him that he would have to drink blood, otherwise he would die. Quinn stood there looking down at Riley, who was passed out lying on the ground. Quinn gulped his saliva down. For some reason something was drawing him to Riley's body. Without realizing it, he was slowly moving forward and suddenly he could see Riley's pulse beating through his neck, the blood flowing through his veins. Bonus quest granted. Consume your victim's blood to gain a stat point. How am I even meant to do this? Quinn thought as he looked Riley like a piece of meat on a plate. Layla had continued to watch Quinn since he left the convenience store. When she saw Quinn following Riley and him holding the mask, she had an idea of what Quinn was planning to do. She kept a safe distance back while staying in between the trees to avoid being seen. That's when she saw the whole thing. She saw Quinn put on the mask and beat Riley to the ground, but then she was wondering what Quinn was doing. He was kneeling on the floor as if he was in pain and now, he was looking at Riley very strangely, she thought. The next second she saw Quinn go to the ground and lift Riley's body slightly off the floor. What the? Layla said. He can't be planning to kiss him. What is wrong with this person? Quinn continued to lift Riley of the ground and place him back down again as he was deciding on what to do. Damn it. In the movies it's so much easier. Quinn said, the idea of sticking my teeth into someone, I just can't do it. In the end, Quinn decided to leave Riley's body there and head back to the school. I wonder what that was all about. In the end, he didn't do anything? Layla thought. Quinn started to head back to school and placed the mask back in his shopping bag. He noticed that the ice cream he had bought had melted, but for some reason when he looked at it, it no longer looked appetizing. There was a hunger in his stomach that he knew wouldn't be satisfied with food, and he wondered just how long he would be able to hold it in. When Quinn had finally arrived back at school, he decided to stop by the toilet first. Quinn was looking at himself in the mirror to see if there were any noticeable changes, but Quinn looked the same as before. Then Quinn lifted up his lips so he could get a better view of his teeth, but they too had stayed the same. Phew, at least it looks like no one will be able to tell. I wonder why I felt pain in my teeth at the time then. Quinn then decided to open his status screen to see if there were any differences from before now that he had leveled up and evolved. Name: Quinn Talon. Race: Halfling. HP 15/15. EXP 50/200. Strength 10. Agility 10. Stamina 10. Attribute points available: 1. Quinn's health had increased by 50% while everything else seemed to have remained the same. To be honest, Quinn was pretty bummed out about that, but just underneath he could see that there was a single attribute point. When Quinn pressed on the system, it would allow him to increase his strength, agility, or stamina by 1 point. Quinn thought about it for a while and decided to add a point to his agility. Agility 11. Even though Quinn wanted to put it into strength in case he met more people like Riley, he thought he could overcome that problem with a good beast weapon and would just be a waste of stats. What he wanted right now was to be able to be fast and agile like an assassin. Quinn wondered if there was a reason why the system had only given him 1 point. Then he started to remember the additional quest that it had given him. As long as Quinn consumed the blood of his victim, it would give him a stat point. So far Quinn would have been able to have an additional 2 stat points while leveling up only gave him 1. If Quinn wanted to get stronger, then this would be the quickest way. But Quinn was unsure on whether or not he would be able to do it. He needed to try to do more research into the system and see if there was anything he could find out. He had a direction now and knew his system was similar to that of a vampire. Perhaps if he learned more about them, he would be able to figure out if there was a way around drinking the blood as well. With that, Quinn decided to head to his room where he could hear Vorden and Peter practicing together. Peter was trying his best to learn the skill book the military had given him, while Vorden was tutoring him. When Quinn had entered the room, Vorden and Peter greeted him as usual. "What took you so long?" Vorden asked. "We thought you might have gotten lost." "No, I just went exploring the city a little," Quinn replied. "I'm a bit tired. I think I'm going to go bed early." "Maybe we should call it a day for now as well," Peter said. With that, the group turned off the lights and went to sleep. All except for one person, that is. Quinn was unable to sleep. His stomach was in a tremendous amount of pain and he had too much on his mind. If what the message said was true, Quinn didn't have enough time to solve his problem. However, there was nothing he could do. The school had a curfew of 10 p.m., and if you were caught outside that curfew there would be major punishments. So all Quinn could do was try to get some sleep and deal with the problem in the morning. Eventually, he finally managed to close his eyes and drift off. When he woke up the next day, though, the pain was worse than ever. His head was ringing and his senses felt like they were on high alert. The first thing Quinn did was open up his system. Less than 10 hours have passed. Your hunger grows. You have lost -10 HP. HP 5/15. Your HP will continue to decrease every hour. This was bad. Quinn finally realized that he had no choice and didn't have time to figure out another way. He needed to drink human blood, and he needed to in the next 5 hours. Even though Quinn had lost 2/3 of his HP, it didn't feel like he was hurt or dying. It wasn't like when he was out in the sun when he felt weak. Instead, it felt like all his senses were on high alert. "Hey Quinn, are you all right, man?" Vorden asked, seeing Quinn's face in shock. "Yeah, I just got to go somewhere," Quinn said as he rushed out of the room, heading down to the canteen. Everything that happened so far was a miscalculation on Quinn's part. Although the system had told him he would lose 1 horsepower every hour, he didn't expect his body to react like this. Originally, he only planned to sleep for 5 hours as he was too worn out after the fight yesterday. That way he would still have at least 10 hours and a few hours in the morning before classes started. Quinn started to calculate how much time he had left. Breakfast was a requirement which lasted from 8 till 9. Then classes went on till 12 midday for lunch. That meant there were 4 more hours where he was required to be somewhere in the school. Of course, there was always the option of skipping, but this wasn't like regular school. The army would severely punish you and hunt you down if you did. But what did that matter if he was going to die anyway? Quinn was currently in the canteen queue to be served some food. He was breathing in deep breaths and in and out slowly. It was helping him get the hang of his heightened senses. He could hear the conversation from the other side of the room. Pots and pans clanging in the kitchen as if they were next to him. Slowly Quinn was figuring out how to ignore all these, and it was making his mind think clearer. Just then, though, Riley had entered the canteen. He had no markings on his body from the fight yesterday, as he had managed to make a full recovery at the medical center, but he was in a terrible mood after what had happened yesterday. As soon as he saw Quinn, he had found a target to take out all his pent-up frustration on. Riley walked past all the level 1s that were in the queue until he eventually reached the spot where Quinn was standing. "Hey Pipsqueak, you got a problem if I cut in front of you?" Riley asked. But Quinn was too busy trying to focus the sounds out from his mind. "Are you ignoring me? Today is not the day to ignore me." Riley looked at Quinn's wristwatch, seeing the number 1 shine bright on it. Immediately bad memories of yesterday's fight had come into his head, and how all he wanted to do was kill the person, but that would have to wait for now and Quinn would have to do. "I said don't ignore me," Riley said as he grabbed Quinn by the collar. But in that instant, Riley's face was incredibly close to Quinn's. Quinn could hear Riley's heartbeat. He could feel the blood flowing through his arm and muscles lifting his shirt. Something had taken over Quinn's body, and he immediately hit Riley's arm away and pounced on him, causing the two of them to fall to the ground. Quinn was now on top of Riley and had both his hands pinned down. "Get off me, you crazy animal," Riley said, but when Riley tried to overpower Quinn and lift his hands, it was impossible. Even his ability was useless in this situation. His ability only hardened his skin. It didn't make him any more powerful. Then Quinn started to feel something growing in his mouth. Quinn placed his head just a few inches away from Riley's neck and was ready. Just as Quinn opened his mouth, though, he felt someone pull him by the back of his collar and chucked him off Riley towards the people in the queue. "Don't touch one of my boys," Dan said. Dan was a large man for his age with a muscular build. He didn't look like a teenage boy, but more like a bald adult. "Dan, thank you so much," Riley said as he stood up from the ground sweating. "You're dead now, boy." As soon as Dan took one step forward, though, Vorden stepped in front of Quinn with Peter. "Do you really want to cause a problem?" Vorden said, lifting his arm to show the power level on his wristwatch. The truth was, Vorden was only bluffing. Vorden's power very much depended on what ability he copied, and right now all he had was Peter's level 1 Earth ability. If they were to get into a fight here, there was no contest on who would win. But Vorden's plan seemed to work as Dan decided to back down and take Riley with him, but before Riley walked off, he signaled to Quinn imitating someone cutting his head off. "Oh, thank you. Thank you. I can't believe that worked," Peter said, knowing Vorden's secret. After the canteen incident was over, something became clear to Quinn. That Teaches wouldn't step in no matter what happened. In the canteen there were many guards standing in each corner of the room, but not once did they step in to help. After the group finished eating, it was time for them to go to their morning classes, but Quinn was unable to concentrate on anything. All he could do was try to calm himself down while in the middle of class and watch his HP slowly tick away. It was driving him insane seeing the number go down hour by hour, and now wished he had just bitten into Riley's neck yesterday. Then when it came to lunchtime, Quinn once again rushed off without Vorden and Peter, this time to the library. 1/15 HP. "What the hell is happening to me?" Quinn said as his hands wouldn't stop shaking. Each time Quinn's HP would go down, it was getting harder and harder to control his own body, and sooner or later he would go crazy. During class, he had multiple visions of tearing the place apart and ripping out the blood from their necks. Without realizing where he was walking to, Quinn eventually ended up in the library. In the quiet corner of the library down one of the aisles was the fiction section. "Please have something I can use," Quinn said as he took out fantasy book after fantasy book about vampires. In some of the books, vampires were able to live off animal blood, but Quinn's system clearly stated he needed human blood. Not just that, but it would be hard for him to find an animal in time. In other stories, there were talks of going to the hospital and raiding their supply, but the hospital in the city was heavily guarded and he didn't have time for that. Finally, for the first time, Quinn could feel himself getting weaker. He sat on the floor and read one last book and found nothing of use. When he closed the book, he could see Layla standing there opposite him. "Are you okay?" Layla asked, concerned for Quinn as he was starting to look very pale. Layla then bent down so she was at eye level with Quinn and placed her hand on his forehead to check his temperature. "You're so cold? Do you want me to take you to the nurse's office?" Layla asked. Quinn replied with one word. "Sorry," he said as he pulled Layla's arm, bringing her close to him, and bit into Layla's neck. As Quinn opened his mouth wide, he could feel the ends of his teeth start to grow. He didn't know what had come over him, and it was as if his body had just taken control. His mind wasn't all there. His teeth quickly sunk into Layla's skin, and at the same time, a gush of blood entered Quinn's mouth. However, Layla didn't feel any pain from this, but instead, it felt like pleasure. A tingling sensation ran through her body as she felt the blood rush up through and out of her neck. Even if she wanted to resist, she couldn't. The bite seemed to have a paralysis effect. Finally, Quinn's hunger was going away. "Your hunger has decreased. Your hunger has decreased. You will no longer lose HP." Even though the messages had appeared, Quinn continued to suck Layla's blood away. "HP regenerating. HP regenerating. 15/15 HP. Then when the last message had appeared, Quinn's mind had finally come back to him. He let go of Layla, causing her body to fall to the ground. "What the?" Quinn said as he looked around himself, only then noticing Layla on the ground. "Did I do that?" Then images of what he had just done popped into his head, although at the time he felt like he had no control. In the end, his whole body still working, causing him to remember everything he had done. A plus blood type has been absorbed. You have gained 1+ strength. Although Quinn wanted to check what the message had said and what it meant, he needed to get Layla out of the library fast. Even though they were in a quiet part of the library, there was no telling when somebody would come back. Thankfully, Quinn could see Layla breathing, so he at least knew she wasn't dead, but there were 2 clear bite marks on her neck that needed to be dealt with. Quinn then lifted Layla up with his 2 hands, finding her surprisingly lighter than he thought. As Quinn headed to the doctor's office, he couldn't stop thinking about what had just happened. A part of him thought that the system might have just been playing tricks on him. Even though he could see his HP going down, he never felt like he was going to die at any point. And Quinn didn't even know if going to 0 HP meant death, but after what had happened today, he didn't want to find out. There were a few things Quinn needed to do. He needed to find out how frequent his body required blood. To do this meant he would have to once again starve his body of blood. But this time he would get blood beforehand, so he would be better prepared. But before even all that, he had another serious problem in his hands. Layla. Would she remember anything when she got up? Or would Quinn have to convince her to keep it a secret? If others were to find out of his rare ability, it would start a bidding war between the private companies and military. They would do anything to get their hand on a new type of ability. Before anyone could find out about Quinn, he needed to be strong enough to protect himself. While Quinn walked down the hallway, he got quite a few looks from the other students. It wasn't strange to see someone carry an injured person in the school, but it was strange for a boy to carry a girl unless they were an item. Finally, Quinn had reached the infirmary, where there was a single female doctor named Haley, who looked to be in her early 30s. She wore round glasses and had her hair up in a ponytail. Quinn never got the chance to mess around with girls while he was at school, but looking at the doctor, he couldn't help but appreciate her natural beauty. "Another one?" Haley said. "There's a bed free at the back. Take her over there." Quinn did as he was told and placed Layla gently on one of the single beds in the back. The infirmary was quite large. Quinn had never seen a school have one so big. There was a total of 30 beds, but Haley was the only one working there. At the moment, about half the beds were filled up with students, and Quinn couldn't help but notice most of them were low levels. There were the odd high levels as well. Even they got into their own fights and disagreements. Haley came over to where Quinn and Layla were and started to examine Layla. She placed her hand around her wrist and did a few other checks. That's when she noticed the 2 small hole marks on her neck. "What happened?" Haley asked. "I'm not sure. I was in the library when I saw her on the ground like that," Quinn replied. "I don't know how long she was passed out for, but the wound on her neck looks like it's already healing on its own." Haley said, "Still, I can't be sure if it will heal, and it would be a shame if a pretty girl like her got a scar." Haley then placed her hand on Layla's neck where the bite marks were. She closed her eyes and after a few seconds, lifted her hands and the bite marks had vanished. "Is it okay if I wait here for her?" Quinn asked. "Oh, young kids these days," Haley said, laughing. "I didn't realize you two were like that." "No, no, no," Quinn said, waving his arms. "We're just friends, that's all." After Haley had gone away to look after other students, Quinn decided to open up his system. Strength 11. Agility 11. Stamina 10. It really did give me an extra stat point after all. After sucking Layla's blood, it seemed like he had gained a stat point. Quinn remembered after defeating opponents, the system would give him an additional quest to suck his victim's blood. The reward was a stat point, but it seemed like there was no need for him to get a quest. Was Quinn able to drink anyone's blood and gain stat points? What happened if Quinn was to drink Layla's blood again? Would he gain another stat? There were so many questions Quinn wanted answers for. He looked at Layla lying there peacefully. Right now, he was in complete control of his body, and there was no urge for him to suck on Layla's neck again. After checking his teeth, he realized that they had gone back to normal. That's when Quinn decided to look around the room, until he finally found what he was looking for. A syringe with a needle. Quinn looked around the room and saw that Haley was busy dealing with another student. He carefully took the syringe and hid it behind his back and then quickly scooted over to where Layla was once more. "I'm really sorry about this, Layla," Quinn said, "but you're going to have to be my guinea pig." Quinn took out the syringe and carefully looked at where Layla's veins were. Luckily, Layla was quite pale, making her veins more visible. Quinn searched carefully for the right spot and was ready, but just as Quinn was about to extract some blood, he heard someone crash into the room. "Is Quinn here?" a boy's voice said. "Isn't that Peter?" Quinn immediately put the syringe in one of his trouser pockets and went to see what was happening. "Quinn, you're here. Come quick. I've been looking everywhere for you. It's Vorden, he's in trouble." Although Quinn had no idea what was happening, just from looking at Peter's face he could tell it was serious. Quinn then looked behind to see Layla lying there still sleeping away. It was important for Quinn to be there when Layla woke up. He had to convince her to not tell anyone her secret, but right now it seemed like Vorden was in trouble. Quinn then thought back to the incident at the canteen. When Quinn was in trouble, Vorden stepped up to help him. Although there probably wasn't much Quinn could do to help, he wouldn't know if he didn't try. What kind of person would he be if he couldn't help Vorden now? "All right, come on," Quinn said. "Let's hurry." The two of them quickly ran through the hallways until they had finally reached the assembly hall. It was currently a large empty hall with marble flooring and a stage at the front. It hadn't been used for anything yet so far, but it was the area where the students would be called if they were to have a meeting. When the two of them entered the assembly hall, there were already multiple students there mumbling about a commotion. "Did you see what happened?" "Yeah. That guy is a monster. How could he do that?" Luckily, the second-year students were here to stop him. The assembly hall was complete trashed. Craters and rubble had formed on parts of the walls and ground. Burn marks and other things were there as well, and there was even blood. Something Quinn could smell the second he had entered the room. "What happened here?" Quinn asked. "Where's Vorden?" Clearly, a fight had taken place here and Quinn feared the worst. "I don't know," Peter replied. "Me and Vorden were busy messing around practicing my Earth ability together. That's when a bunch of second years I'd never seen before came up to us asking for Vorden. Vorden told me not to worry, but of course, I worried, so I followed them. That's when I saw them take him to the assembly hall, but two of the students stood guard and wouldn't let me come inside. I didn't know what to do, so that's when I came looking for you." Quinn and Peter then went around asking the students what happened, but when they did, the students seemed to avoid the question or completely ignore them, as if they were told not to tell anyone what they had seen. While Peter continued to ask the students that were still in the hall about what happened. Quinn already knew that they wouldn't give him any more answers, so he started to do some inspecting of his own. The smell of iron in the room was thicker than anything else to Quinn, and it led him to an area where dried up could be seen on the floor. Inspect. Name Vorden Blade. Race human. Blood type. Oh. Quinn started to inspect the battle scene and found more traces of blood, but when he used the inspect skill on them, it wouldn't show him any information at all. It would only show unknown. Do I have to use the inspect skill on them in person? Quinn thought. It was a shame the blood on the floor had already dried up. Otherwise, Quinn would have used the syringe he had on hand. Just then, Peter had finished questioning everyone and returned to Quinn. "It doesn't look like anyone wants to talk," Peter said. "Figures. Let's just head back to our dorm. Who knows, he might have returned." The two of them then headed back to the dorm room together, and when they entered, they were surprised to actually see Vorden already there. However, something wasn't right. Vorden wasn't his regular self. Just by looking at him, Quinn and Peter could tell he had been in a rough fight. Bruises and scuff marks everywhere, large cuts on his back. He looked like he had been in a tough battle. Not only that, but Vorden didn't even greet them when the two entered. The Vorden they had come to know was not the same Vorden right now. Vorden just stayed there lying down on his bed. "Vorden, what happened? Is everything all right?" Peter asked. "Yeah. Just leave me be, I'll be fine," Vorden said. "If you stay near me, you will just get hurt anyway." "What are you talking about, Vorden?" Peter shouted. "Look at you, you have to go to the doctor's office. Come on, let's go." "Just leave me alone, please," Vorden said quietly. "Quinn, come on, say something, he needs to go to the doctor's office, right?" But as Peter turned around to seek support from Quinn, Quinn was nowhere to be seen. "Even he thinks I'm a monster," Vorden mumbled to himself. Just outside the dorm room, Quinn was leaning up against door, panting hard and sweating. Although he had no reaction when looking at people anymore, it was different when he saw Vorden. Vorden still had fresh cut marks all over his body, and the smell coming off him was strong. Suddenly Quinn felt like he had a craving for a little bit of blood. It was something he could control. It wasn't like last time where his body had taken over, but it had brought back bad memories for him, and he was a little afraid of what might have happened. "I really need to find out what's going on with this strange system ability I have." Then a thought came into his head. There was a pending problem that he still hadn't dealt with. Although Vorden was acting strange right now, Quinn knew he was safe. Whatever problems Vorden were dealing with now would just have to wait. Every second wasted meant there was a chance for Layla to wake up, and who knew what would happen when she did. Just then, at the same time in the doctor's office, in the corner, at the back of the room, Layla slowly started to open her eyes. "Huh, what happened?" Layla said. "Where am I?" As Layla looked around the room, she started to rub her neck, and at the same time images had flashed through her head of what had happened at the library. She remembered everything. When images of what had happened to Layla started flashing through her head, she immediately started to get this tingling feeling over her body. She was reacting to the memories of Quinn biting into her. It wasn't a painful memory but quite an addictive feeling. The sensation of the blood rushing through her body. Her face was starting to turn a little red just thinking about it. That's when she lifted her hand and placed it on her neck. "Huh, I can't feel anything?" "Oh, so you're awake," Haley said with a smile. "You were sleeping so peacefully there I didn't know when you were going to wake up." "How did I get here?" Layla asked. "Oh, a boy came in and dropped you off. He said he was your friend. I can't remember his name but he had short black curly hair," Haley said with a smile thinking about the two of them. This confirmed Layla's thought. Quinn must have brought her here right after biting her. Haley then noticed that Layla was rubbing the side of her neck with her hand. "Oh, I got rid of those 2 marks for you. Do you remember what happened?" Once again, as she thought back to the memory of Quinn biting her, she started to get goosebumps all over her body. "I'm not sure, maybe it was a beast?" Layla replied. "A beast?" "Yeah, I hear sometimes a stray can come out with the students while they're training through the portals," Layla said, nervously hoping that Haley would believe her lie. "Well, whatever it was, I'm sure someone else will deal with it. It's just a good thing you're safe now." Quinn was running through the school halls as fast as he could. He needed to make it to the doctor's office before Layla woke up. He had no idea how Layla would react. Not only that, but what were the consequences of biting someone? If it was like some of the vampire novels Quinn had read in the library, some vampires had the ability to turn others. Right now, Quinn thought that might be a better situation than everyone finding out about his ability. Finally, Quinn had reached the doctor's office and he pulled the door wide open. "Oh, hello again," Haley said. "If you're looking for the girl, you just missed her. She left a little while ago." "Really? Did she happen to say anything?" Quinn asked. Judging by Haley's reaction, it didn't seem like Layla had said anything, but he needed to make sure. "Oh, you mean about the wound? She said that a beast might have attacked her, although I highly doubt that. It looked more like snake bite, but how did it manage to get into the school and all the way up her neck?" Haley continued to ramble on. She often did this as she was left on her own, a lot of the times being the only doctor stationed at the school. It was a lonely job. "Thanks for letting me know," Quinn said as he closed the door. Why did Layla decide to keep it a secret? Quinn thought. He had basically assaulted the poor girl. Could it be that she didn't remember what happened, or maybe she was planning to use it blackmail against him, but that didn't make sense. She had nothing to gain. Quinn had always thought like this, people when they did something always did it for selfish reasons, that's just the way people were. He couldn't believe that Layla would keep this a secret for no reason. Just then, while Quinn was outside the doctor's office thinking of what to do next, he felt a hand on his shoulder. "You and me, we need to talk," Layla said. Had she been waiting here this whole time? This was bad. Layla clearly indicated that she knew something, which meant losing her memory of the events were unlikely. The two of them then headed to the library where then incident took place. Quinn felt a bit more relaxed. Taking him here meant she wasn't looking for a fight, as there were other students in the room. The two of them sat at a table and activated the orb so only the two of them could be heard. As they looked into each other's eyes for a bit, Quinn started to run multiple scenarios through his head. If worst came to worst, he might have to silence her. "What happened at the library? What did you do?" Layla asked, rubbing her neck. "Why bother asking if you already know what happened?" Quinn said. "Just tell me what you want. I don't know if you know this, but I kept an eye on you for longer than you think. After observing you for a while, I came to a conclusion. You're a vampire, aren't you?" Quinn started to laugh nervously, hoping to throw Layla off track. He was actually amazed by how she had come to the conclusion so fast when it even took him a while. Even if she did see everything he had done so far, he didn't think this was the natural conclusion someone would come to. "And why would you think that?" "I saw you lifting that boy's neck. At the time I thought you doing something else because I couldn't see clearly." Layla said as her ears started to heat up a little. But after what you had done to me, it confirms it. Quinn started to sweat slightly at the integration. He wasn't worried about Layla herself, but the troubles she could bring him in the future. Quinn didn't know what to say and thought he would wait for Layla to make her demand. Layla then took a deep breath before saying her next words. This is what Quinn was waiting for, her request. I want you to hear me out. I want you to make me a vampire. Quinn was so shocked by the words that had come out of Layla's mouth that he nearly fell out of his seat. What? Do you realize what you are saying right now? Please, Layla said as if she was begging him. It's a childhood dream of mine. This type of things only happens in books or fairy tales, and now I have the chance for it to happen right now, she said with her eyes lit up. Now Quinn realized why Layla didn't tell anyone. Simply put, this girl was crazy. Layla had grown up her whole life reading fantasy stories and comics about all sorts of things. Before the whole war started, her father used to work as a writer, so her home was filled with books and stories, and her favorite ones were always about vampires. She loved everything about them, how they had to keep their identity secret to the world, the super strength they had, the super speed, and the fact that they could live on nearly forever. When abilities were realized to the world, it made fantasy stories a thing of the past. Many people read stories because they were that fantasy. It allowed them to imagine doing something that they could never do, but now that humans actually had special powers, what was the point? However, the love for vampires never died down for Layla. It only grew. If abilities exited, then that meant somewhere out there maybe vampires did too. When she saw Quinn's actions, she had already convinced herself that he was a vampire. Quinn was right when he thought a normal person wouldn't have come to the same conclusion, but that was because Layla wasn't a normal person. Layla then suddenly got out of her seat and started to bow down to Quinn on her knees. The students in the room, although couldn't hear their conversation, couldn't help but look at them. Please, I'll do anything for you, Layla said. All right, I understand, please get up, Quinn said. The two of them sat down at their seats again. Before Quinn started to speak, he let out a big sigh, thinking about how he was going to explain this to her. It's not what you think, Quinn said. I'm not a vampire. I became like this from an ability book. Suddenly the smile on Layla's face disappeared. You know what that means, right? Quinn asked. Layla nodded. Quinn was basically telling her it was impossible for him to give her this ability. The reason was a human body could only activate one ability. When learning an ability, it mutated the genes inside of your body, but once your genes had been mutated, they could no longer change or add a second mutation. Because Layla already had the ability of telekinesis, it meant Layla was unable to learn a second ability. Then why did you hide this from the academy? Why did you tell them you had no ability? If you got this from an ability book, you can't be an original. Have you ever heard of an ability like this? Quinn asked. Layla thought about for a while and realized there was nothing quite like it. There was never a record of an ability requiring someone to drink blood. But if you told the school you got it from an ability book, one that's not even been registered, and you aren't an original, you could make a fortune selling the book. Layla said excitedly. I wish that was true, but I can't do that either, Quinn explained. When I learnt the ability, the book simply vanished. Layla was debating whether Quinn was telling the truth or not, but she had no choice but to believe him. It was the only explanation of why Quinn was so adamant in hiding his ability. Ability books didn't just vanish, they were books. They could be passed on for others to learn. If people found out about this, multiple companies and the military would put immense pressure on Quinn to share the ability with the world, and with no powerful family backing him, Layla couldn't imagine what would be done to him. They would never believe him if he said he got it from an ability book and it disappeared. Quinn then proceeded to tell Layla about everything that had happened so far, but left out the details about the game-like system, only stating that he continued on as normal when suddenly, he had this incurable hunger. Layla felt like it was a mixture of things she had read about vampires before. Quinn didn't die in the sun but felt incredibly weak. She was just as interested to learn more about his vampire-like ability. Fine, I will keep this as a secret, but only on one condition. I want you to help you out, Layla said. Clearly you don't know much about this thing, so much so that you had gone out of control and bit me in the neck. We can't have you going around school biting people. They'll take you away in a heartbeat. If you need to feast on someone, then feast on me, Layla said, placing her hand on herself. Quinn started to think about the situation. Having Layla as a helper was a big advantage. Quinn himself wanted to test multiple things about the system, and here he had someone offering to help for free. And it truly felt like Layla was telling the truth. Not only that, but Layla seemed to be more knowledgeable about vampires than himself. Perhaps she would even be able to help him in his research. It's a deal, Quinn said as the two of them shook hands. Layla was happy that Quinn had accepted. The truth was Layla still hadn't given up the idea of being a vampire. Unlike Quinn, Layla wasn't too sure that what Quinn had was an ability in the first place. An ability was usually a specific set of skills, but Quinn had completely changed, as if he was no longer human. Alright, the first thing is first, you're going to need to take some of my blood, Layla said. That way if you're getting hungry again, you can drink some of that. Layla then pulled down her shirt slightly and started to show her neck towards Quinn. What are you thinking? We can't do it here in front of the library, and I'm not just going to bite into your neck. As the two continued to talk and chat about things in the library about what to do next, Vorden had entered the library and could see Quinn talking to Layla, both chatting and smiling away. Have you forgotten about me that quickly already? Vorden said. You're mine and I'm not letting anyone hurt you. Peter was currently running around the school looking for Quinn or Vorden. For some reason, both of his new friends had suddenly started acting very strange, and Peter didn't know what to do about it. His life at his previous school had been hell, and he did everything he could to serve those above him. And for the first time ever he had made friends that protected him. Quinn, even though he was a low level himself, had stood up for Peter and Vorden, who had not only protected him but helped him learn his new ability. Something had happened to Vorden and suddenly he was acting strange. Although Peter had no clue what was going on with Quinn, he had some idea about what had changed Vorden. It was after whatever had happened at the assembly hall with the second-year students. But no matter who he would talk to about it, not one person would give him an answer. Some even begin to threaten him. That's when Peter could hear a familiar voice. While walking down the hallway, Peter could hear someone speaking, a voice he recognized. As he turned the corner, he saw that it was indeed Vorden. Vorden stood there staring idly at the ground. Peter quickly hid back around the hallway corner. So far, whenever Peter had spotted Vorden, he would just ignore him and walk away without even speaking to him, but now it sounded like Vorden was speaking to someone else. Would you two calm down? Vorden said. There was then a brief pause before Vorden spoke again. I don't care if he hurt the little one's feelings. It's not like Quinn isn't allowed to talk to other people. Again, there was a slight pause. Look, if you get involved and hurt them, I won't forgive you. I won't let something like last time happen again. The whole time Peter was listening in to the conversation, the only voice he could hear was Vorden's, but it was clear that he was speaking to someone. Peter couldn't take it anymore and decided to take a peek, and as he did, still the only person he could see was Vorden. Did the other person leave already? Peter thought. Just then he saw Vorden start to walk off. The bell had rung, indicating that it was the end of their lunch break and it was time to head to afternoon classes. That's when the library doors opened and Quinn and Layla appeared out walking together. Quinn, Peter said as he waved him over. I'll meet you at the front gate tonight once classes are over, Quinn said to Layla before leaving to join Peter. The two of them then started to walk off to class together. Hey, are you okay, man? Peter asked. I was worried about you when you suddenly bolted out of the room like that. Yes, sorry, man. I couldn't hold it in any longer, otherwise my underwear would have turned brown. Whoa, too much information, Peter said. Anyway, I'm glad you're okay. Look, I'm really worried about Vorden. Ever since he came back from that assembly hall, he's been acting strange. Quinn placed his hand on Peter, seeing that he was clearly startled. This whole time Quinn had more important things to worry about, but now that he had solved the most pressing matter, he had time to focus on other things. Don't worry. We'll find out what's going on together. When they entered their next class, they could see that Vorden was already in his seat, sat down, ready even before them. Oh, hey guys, how you doing? Vorden said with a smile. Peter went to sit in his seat to the right of Vorden, while Quinn went to sit in his seat to the left of Vorden. Hey, are you feeling better? Peter asked. Earlier it seemed like you were kinda sulking. Yeah, don't worry. I just got kinda thrown around a bit by the second years and it got me pretty down, Vorden replied. What happened at the assembly hall? Quinn asked. Then Vorden's face slightly changed. It was as if he was trying to hold something back. Vorden clenched his fist for a few seconds and finally relaxed his hand. Guys, don't worry about it too much. You know I'm strong and know I can handle myself. Although Peter was quite satisfied now with Vorden, as he seemed to be his regular self, Quinn noticed that Vorden seemed to be holding something back, almost suppressing something when he asked that question. As other students started to enter the classroom, when they saw Vorden they immediately started to whisper. If Vorden would look back at them, they would turn their head as soon as possible. As the students sat down, the talks continued and several different words could be heard. Monster, freak, weirdo, crazy, and all these words were being aimed at Vorden. It was as if the whole school was sharing a secret that Peter and Quinn weren't allowed to know, and not even Vorden himself would say what had happened. After hearing these words, Quinn noticed that Vorden stayed there motionless with his head down. He hadn't even written any notes down in his notebook about the lesson. Although it seemed like no one would tell him or Peter what had happened, Quinn now had another ally that might be able to help him, and that was Layla. At the end of class, the teacher Dell projected a screen in front of the whole class. There was a list of names, each sorted into a different category. Please look at this carefully and see where your name is, as tomorrow will be the start FO your combat classes, Dell explained. The list was split up into several different categories. Each one was different depending on what type of ability you had. Elemental abilities, transformation abilities, enhancement abilities, and so on. That's when Quinn also noticed that his and a few other names were not on the list, including Vorden's. If your name is not on the list, it's because either your ability doesn't fall into one of the categories, or you are an original with a unique ability. You are free to choose to go to whichever class you believe suits you. Students are also able to switch between combat classes if they wish. These are not set in stone, but the school's recommendation based on your ability. The list of available classes was then sent to each student's wristwatch where they were to register for the type of class they would be interested in. I wonder what combat class would be best for me? Quinn thought as he looked at the long list. After classes had finished for the day, Vorden had offered to help Peter with his training again. Especially since tomorrow the two of them would be in the same combat classes, the elemental class. Hey, do you want to come with us? Peter asked. Nah, I won't bother you guys. I wouldn't be much help anyway, Quinn replied. Peter was pleased that it seemed like the group had gotten back normal again. There was no tension between the three of them, and Peter wished it would stay that way forever. Just then, when Quinn had left, Vorden and Peter were left in the room. That's when Vorden asked Peter a question. Hey, have you seen Quinn hanging around with a girl lately? Vorden asked. Come to think of it, I saw him exit with a girl at the library. It was the same one who was at the test with us that day with the bow and arrow. After Peter had given an answer, for a split second, Peter felt like he saw the expression on Vorden's face change. But Quinn blinked and looked again, and Vorden seemed to be fine. Maybe he's gone and got himself a little girlfriend, said Vorden, laughing. Quinn had, of course, decided to ditch the other two because he had already made plans to meet up with Layla beforehand. The two of them were to meet at the school gate. But before the two of them were to meet, Quinn decided to stop by the science lab. Although most lessons in military school were about combat or how to use technology, science was still a core subject. It was because of scientists that the human race had discovered how to use all the different technologies they had in the world today. So students were encouraged to continue to learn science throughout their service time, in hopes they would continue to in the future. The classrooms were empty for the day and the important equipment were locked in a storage room. But Quinn wasn't looking for anything too fancy. All he needed was some test tubes and small corks. After searching around the room for a while, he found where they kept the test tubes. He took a total of 5 test tubes. Even though there were many there, if he took too much it would be suspicious, and Quinn couldn't carry more than 5 without having to worry about them breaking or not. Quinn shoved the 5 test tubes into a messenger bag he was carrying and wrapped them up in a spare shirt he took from his room. Quinn currently had a total of 60 to 200 EXP until his next level up. 50 experience points had carried over from the last quest, and he had received 10 EXP from his 2 daily quests. So far with each level up, he would gain 1 additional stat point and 5 points of HP. Although Quinn had gotten stronger through this, it wasn't the fastest way for him to improve his strength. Quinn realized the system had offered him the chance to gain an additional stat point 2 times as long as he drank his victim's blood, but when he drank Layla's blood, he still gained a stat point. This was what Quinn wanted to test out today. It was 6 o'clock in the evening and the sun was just starting to set, meaning Quinn wasn't affected by the sun right now. As planned, Layla was standing there waiting for him by the gate with her bow on her back. Students who used weapons would carry it with them around most of the time. There was always the chance of an attack or a beast escaping through a portal. After the two of them met, they decided to walk to the nearby park that was in between the convenience store and the school. Then they ventured away from the trail into the woods where they were behind cover. No one ventured in these parts and it was hard for them to be seen. "So, are we going to this?" Layla asked excitedly. Quinn still found it weird that rather than being scared by the whole situation, Layla was exited. "All right, close your eyes," said Quinn. Layla closed her eyes and was ready. She could still remember the satisfying feeling from the last time and couldn't wait to feel it again. Although she was a bit nervous when a thought came to her head that Quinn's lips would be on her neck. Suddenly though, Layla felt a small prick in her arm. Layla opened her eyes and noticed that a needle was there. "What? You didn't think I was just going to bite you, did you?" Layla's cheeks suddenly went bright red. If it wasn't for the needle in her hand, she would have tried kicking Quinn away. Once the syringe had been filled up, Quinn squirted it out into one of the test tubes he brought with him. "Is it okay if I fill another one?" Quinn asked. Layla didn't say anything and held out her arm. She was still a bit embarrassed about what had happened earlier. Once Quinn had filled up 2 test tubes, he put one of the blood-filled tubes in his bag while holding the other. Inspect. Blood of Layla Monroe. Blood type A+. Quinn then looked at Layla and used his inspect skill once again. Name: Layla Monroe. Race: human. Ability: telekinesis. HP 12/12. Blood type A+. It was as Quinn thought. When using the inspect skill on the blood, it only showed him what blood type it was and who it was from, just like the time at the assembly hall. But if the person was in front of him, it would reveal their ability, HP and blood type. Some of the blood marks in the hall only revealed question marks. Assuming that Quinn either had to have run into the person before or used the inspect skill on the person once before. Quinn looked at the test tube and gulped. He then pulled out the cork at the top and started sniffing the blood. "You're not going to drink it right here, are you?" Layla asked. "Why not? I need to know if it will make any changes." "I don't know, it feels kind of embarrassing. I can't explain." Quinn ignored Layla and looked at the blood again. The fragrance smelt quite sweet, which was different from how he remembered it before. Then suddenly, Quinn lifted the tube and drank the blood in one gulp as if he was taking an alcoholic shot. As the blood ran down his throat, he felt a warm, tingling sensation through his body. The blood was also surprisingly sweet rather than metallic. It seemed like the race change had also changed his taste buds and sense of smell. "Your HP is already full. The blood will have no effect. Blood from this person has already been consumed. No stat points will be given." Quinn was surprised to see at the information he had been given. The blood last time seemed to have a healing effect on his body. Judging by the message, if Quinn was injured, Layla's blood would allow him to regain HP. But the second message is what interested him more. The system stated because he had already consumed this blood before, that no stats would be given. This meant that as long as it was the blood of someone he hadn't drunk before, he would be able to get an extra stat point. Quinn smiled at the thought. Of course, this was only a theory of his, but Quinn wanted to test it out straight away. "I guess whatever you wanted to test out worked, judging by your creepy smile and all," Layla said. "If only there was someone else's blood I could test this on." Just then the sound of 2 people entering the woods from the playground was heard. Quinn and Layla immediately ducked down and hid behind a tree. That's when they saw 2 students started to walk into the forest. "Now hand over your credits," Otherwise I'll dig you your grave right here, and no one will ever find your body. A boy's voice said. Quinn immediately recognized the voice. It was Riley. It looked like he still hadn't learned his lesson and was still up to his old tricks. Quinn then went into his bag and took out the mask he had bought at the convenience store. Last time he had let Riley go without taking any of his blood, and now he felt like it was such a waste. But this time Quinn wouldn't let Riley go. As Quinn put on his mask, he moved in closer to where Riley and the student was, making sure to move in and out between the trees. "Hey, do you want a beating? Pass over the credits now," Riley said, holding up the student against the tree. "But I only get 10 credits a day. They're mine. This isn't fair. Since when has this world ever been fair? Blame the people at the top for not looking out for us," Riley said. As Quinn heard those words, he realized that Riley was in the same position as him. He was only a level 2 user and was just part of the weak bunch being pushed around by those above, but that didn't mean he could do it to others. That would fix nothing. Layla followed Quinn closely and had taken out her bow and arrow. She knew from last time if Quinn had put on the mask, he was going to act. "Do you want me to help out? It will be easier with the two of us?" Layla asked. "It's okay, there's something I wanted to test out," Quinn said. The last time the two of them had fought, Quinn was only a level 1. Now he was a level 2 and he had also obtained a new skill which he wanted to test, and Riley was a great test subject. Quinn started to move closer and closer. He was hoping to finish of Riley in one shot, and this was the perfect chance while his back was turned. Finally, Quinn was just about in striking distance. That's when the student held up against the tree spotted Quinn. "Please help me," the student cried. "You idiot," Quinn shouted as he leapt forward, hoping he could be quick enough to hit Riley before he could activate his ability. The student's warning had given Riley enough time to activate his ability and turn around. However, Quinn's fist was fast, and even though Riley put out his hands to stop the attack, Quinn's fist still managed to hit Riley in the stomach. The impact was just like last time. It was solid and felt like he was punching a wall, but the blow managed to still hurt Riley a bit. The attack was slighter stronger, and this time Quinn's fist hadn't broken. I've been waiting for you," Riley said as he put 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled. Just then 2 students came running in from the park and into the forest. "You think you can take on 3 of us?" Riley said. Quinn looked at the 2 students running towards them, and that's when an arrow came flying from the words and hit one of them in the knee, causing the student to instantly fall to the ground. The other students went down to his friend. "What happened?" the student said. Then he noticed an arrow in the student's leg. Where did this come from? Quinn saw this as an opportunity and dashed away from Riley and started heading towards the other student. The skill said 5 meters, right? Well, show me what you got. As soon as Quinn was within 5 meters, he activated his skill blood swipe, at the same time swinging his hand across. A red line of power came surging out of Quinn's fingertips and hit the student right on his chest, causing a claw-like mark, but it wasn't enough to knock him out. Blood swipe, blood swipe, blood swipe. Quinn then cast 3 more blood swipes, swinging his arm out. Each blow managed to hit the student dead on, with multiple marks across his chest. He had finally collapsed to the floor. HP 11/15. An opponent has been defeated. 50 EXP granted. 110/200 EXP. Blood swipe had no cooldown but did use 1 point of HP per swipe. As long as Quinn had HP, he could continuously cast out his blood swipe skill. Riley, seeing his 2 teammates who were of equal power level to himself be defeated in an instant, started to feel scared. His body was shaking and all he wanted to do was get out of there. He turned away from his friends and started running deeper into the forest. Quinn's speed was greater though and was easily able to catch up. When his attack was in range, Quinn cast 2 more blood swipes, aiming for the back of Riley's ankles. As they hit, Riley fell to the ground. Please don't hurt me, I'll do anything," Riley begged. "Oh really?" Quinn then placed his watch up against Riley's. "Hand over all your credits." "But if I do, I won't have enough credits for Dan, he'll kill me," Riley said. "Is now really the time to worry about Dan?" Quinn asked. Riley quickly transferred over 50 credits that he had obtained that day over to Quinn. "So will you let me go now?" Riley asked. Just then, Riley could see a sinister smile appear on Quinn's face through the bottom of his mask. "No!" Quinn said. He then went up behind Riley and held him in a choking position. Riley tried activating his hardening skill, but Quinn's strength was still strong enough to get through and eventually caused Riley to pass out. "That's for pushing me around in the canteen." Quinn then looked at Riley's body and noticed that his ankles were bleeding from where he had used the blood swipe skill. Quinn then went to his bag to pull out a test tube and held Riley's leg up, allowing the blood to slowly drip into the test tube until it filled up. Quinn also filled up a second tube for testing later on. Next were the other two students. Layla had dealt with the other when she hit with her arrow earlier, and the other student had passed out from the multiple attacks of blood swipe. Quinn then did the same with the other two students, collecting blood from their open wounds and from where Layla's arrow had managed to pierce the student's leg. After they had finished collecting the blood, it was time for them to get out of there and leave the scene. It was getting late and it was almost curfew time. If the students were out past 10, then the guards would go out looking for you. It seemed like not only did the watches act as a credit device and power level indicator, but it was a tracker as well. Students who were found injured outside the school would be taken to the doctor's office. When the two of them arrived at school, it was still 9 o'clock, so they had an hour before they needed to head to their dorm rooms. That's when the two of them had decided to head to the school roof instead. It was quiet up there, and no one was around, so the two of them could talk freely. "So what do you need all the blood for?" Layla asked. "You know, if you need some blood, you can just take some of mine anytime. I really don't mind." "Thanks. But I just wanted to test something out." Inspect. Quinn had used his inspect skill on each of the containers. The first was Riley's blood. Blood type B+. "Here goes," Quinn said as he popped the cork open and drank the small tube of blood. "You have regained 5 points of HP. 14/15 HP. B+ blood type has been absorbed. Plus 1 point of agility has been added." Quinn couldn't stop smiling as he saw the message. He then went on to drink the second tube of blood. Drinking the blood no longer bothered him once he found out the taste was quite sweet. All Quinn needed to do was convince himself it was some type of juice. "You have regained 1 point of HP. HP 15/15. This person blood has been consumed before. No extra stats will be given." As Quinn thought, the blood still regained his health, similar to how a potion worked in a game, but once a person's blood had been consumed, it would no longer give him any stat points. Quinn then drank the 2 other test tubes from the other students. Blood type A has been absorbed. Plus 1 strength point has been added. Blood type A+ has been absorbed. Plus 1 stamina point has been added. Quinn looked at messages he received and started to notice a pattern. When he drank Layla's blood, which was A+, he had gained a strength point. It was the same when he drank the A blood. Riley, whose blood type was B+, had given him an agility point, and lastly, AB+ had given him a stamina point. Assuming being positive or negative blood type didn't matter so far. A type had given him strength, B gave him agility, and AB stamina. That left one blood group that Quinn hadn't drunk from yet, which was O. Quinn couldn't help but wonder what would happen if he drank the O type. After absorbing all the blood tubes apart from the spare one that contained Layla's blood, Quinn was feeling stronger than ever. Name: Quinn Talon. Race: Halfling. HP 15/15. 110/200. Strength 12. Agility 12. Stamina 11. If Quinn's body before was that of a top athlete in the past, then Quinn now surpassed the capabilities of regular human power. But he was still weak compared to those with an ability. Lucky for Quinn, it seemed like Riley and the other 2 students weren't very good fighters. In Quinn's old school, he would get into fights all the time regardless of what ability they had. He saw how the others got bullied more than him, while the bullying for him lessened because they knew he was a target that would bite back. But because of this, Quinn managed to get a good grasp on how people fought and a good grasp on different abilities. If Quinn was to face a level 2 user who was good with their ability like Layla, at this point it was still most likely he would lose. What Quinn needed more than ever was more skills he could use. Blood swipe was great, but it only had a distance of 5 meters and it took away his health. With other abilities, you would be able to obtain new skills by purchasing books or being taught by someone who already knew the skill. Quinn didn't have this option as there was no one who he knew that had the same ability as him, and that, of course, meant there were no skill books either. Before Layla and Quinn split ways to head back to their dorm rooms, Quinn had one last request. "Do you know about what happened to Vorden?" Quinn asked. "Oh, your blonde friend," Layla replied. "Honestly, I don't know too much cause when everything happened I was stuck in the hospital bed because of someone." Layla pointed at Quinn. Quinn laughed nervously. "Well, do you mind finding out for me? It seems like the second years are behind this and are stopping me and Peter from getting any information." "The second years are involved in this?" "Well, that's not good. You're not planning to get involved, are you?" Layla asked, concerned. Quinn thought back to when the second years had called Quinn, Peter, and Vorden out. That Momo person had warned them not to disturb the system within the school. Quinn wanted to punch his face in, but at the time he couldn't. But now with this ability, he could grow stronger, without the need of help or relying on others, and he couldn't wait for the day he could punch that Momo's smug face in. "Yeah, but I need to get stronger, of course." There was one big difference between the second years and first years, and that was something called awakening. The second years had learnt how to awaken their ability. This allowed the user, regardless of the power level, to get a power boost for a short period of time. Once a user had awakened, they then also could form something called their soul weapon. A powerful weapon unique to each user that was formed in the body itself. This was different from a beast weapon, as a beast weapon could be used by anyone. After finishing everything he needed to do with Layla, the two of them split up, and Quinn said he would contact Layla via his watch when he needed her. Quinn also kept the test tube containing Layla's blood on him. What he needed to do now was figure out how long his body could go without needing blood. If Quinn was to go out on a mission or through a portal to another planet, there might be times where Quinn wouldn't be able to contact someone for a while. In these situations, he needed to know how many test tubes of blood to take with him. So, for now, Quinn would do his best to avoid blood until the system message appeared again. If he fought anyone along the way, he could keep their blood for after. He didn't want to waste any precious stat points after all. Quinn headed back to his dorm room where Vorden and Peter were still practicing their Earth abilities. "I did it! I finally did it!" Peter shouted. Peter held a small round solid lump of mud in his hand. As he moved his hands, he was able to change the shape of the mud. He turned it from a ball into a long staff, then back into a ball again. "The only problem is, as a level 1 user, you will need to keep some type of mud on you at all times," Vorden explained. "Perhaps it's best you keep it as a round staff and carry it around with you. Then you will always have something to take with you." Vorden then grabbed the mud and started to demonstrate. He did the same thing as Peter and started to change the mud ball into different shapes. But the difference between speeds was noticeable. While Peter took a long time to form the shape he wanted, Vorden was changing the mud in seconds. "Wow, is this cause you're a level 5 user, Vorden?" Peter asked. "No, this is something you should be able to do as well. It just takes practice. When I copy someone's ability, I also copy whatever power level it is at. So everything I can do with this mud, you should be able to as well." Vorden then turned the mud ball into a sharp dagger and placed it up against Peter's neck. "See, not so useless after all." Peter gulped as he looked down at the sword, but then realized that Vorden had already changed the ball's shape into a harmless stick and handed it back to Peter. "Oh, Quinn, you're back," Vorden said, smiling. "Did you have fun?" "Yeah, a little bit," Quinn said. "Vorden here said you got a girlfriend," Peter quickly added. "What?" Quinn said. "You know that girl that was with us at the testing that time?" "Oh, her. No, we're just—" Quinn started to think about what his relationship with Layla was. He wouldn't exactly call them friends, and they defiantly weren't lovers. Layla did almost everything Quinn asked without answers. It was almost a master and servant relationship, but if Quinn said that, they would defiantly get the wrong idea. "We're just acquaintances. I was talking about how she got to use her weapon and discussing what classes to take, since I won't be going to the elemental class with you too." "Oh, so you finally decided then?" Peter asked. "Yeah, I'm going to join the beast weapons class." When the next morning had arrived, Quinn made sure to pack some things with him in his bag. He put in the blood tube that contained Layla's blood, the 4 remaining empty tubes, and also the mask that he had bought at the convenience store. He never knew when a situation would come up when he had to use these things, so it was better to be prepared than unprepared. The 3 boys headed down for breakfast as a group as usual, and like always people would give Quinn, Vorden, and Peter looks. Vorden decided to split form Quinn and Peter and sat on his own on the higher power level tables. But even then, no one seemed to be sitting next to Vorden. It was clear for some reason the second-year students were making Vorden a target, even though he was no longer hanging out with Quinn and Peter. "Do me a favor, will you?" Quinn asked. "Keep an eye on Vorden while you're in your combat classes today. If anything happens, let me know." "But if something happens, I won't be strong enough to help, and you can't exactly do anything either," Peter replied. Peter was right. Quinn right now could barely deal with the level 2 first-year students, never mind the second-year students. But at the same time, Quinn hated the fact that they might be targeting Vorden just because he chose to hang out with them. Perhaps Quinn could find a weak one in the group and target him at night for questioning. These groups always had a weak person acting as a shuttle for them, asking them to carry their things, grab their food for them, etc. "I'm not telling you to get involved. I don't think Vorden is expecting you to help him out either, but just to let me know what you see." Peter then gave a quick look around the room to make sure no one was hearing the 2 of them before giving a nod. Finally, after finishing their breakfast, it was time for their combat classes. After registering what type of class you wanted to attend via the watch, it would then indicate what room you would be in for training that day. Quinn had chosen the Beast Weapons class after thinking long and hard. Quinn was known as a no-ability user, so it was really the only option for him. Otherwise, he would have to just sit back at the back of the other classes and do nothing. The weapon class was popular among those that had an ability that was able to enhance it. Those who could slightly see the future, or had a telekinesis ability like Layla, would attend these classes. But Quinn wanted to find a weapon that would suit him and his fighting style. The weapons hall was away from the main school building and off to the side in its own separate building. It was a single large one-room building that had an Asian palace feeling to it. To enter the building, students needed to scan their watch into the scanner, and then the 2 large doors would slide open. Although the outside of the building had an Eastern feeling to it, the inside was completely different. It was a large room where the ceiling was about 20 meters high. The room had no decorations apart from mountains and mountain of weapons hung up on the wall, and in the center of the room was a round raised platform. Standing at the back of the hall was a bald-headed man wearing leather armor and had a long katana blade by his side. But the katana blade hilt was jagged and rough, and the back of the blade the same. It looked like it had been forged from an animal that was not of this planet. The man remained silent at the back with his eyes closed. Quinn could only assume the man was their teacher, being the oldest one in the room. The room slowly started to fill up with students, and that's when Layla had entered and spotted Quinn. She immediately came over to him and started chatting. Unlike when Vorden had spoken to Quinn, the other students didn't really pay attention because Layla herself was also considered weak. "This class is a lot more popular than I thought," Layla said. The room was filled with about 30 students inside. The other classes had around 50, but it was still more than they had expected. "Yeah, I wonder what weapon I should pick," Quinn said, staring at the wall. "Well, I already have mine," Layla said, pointing to her bow on her back. A lot of the students in the room already had weapons of their own. Quinn and a couple of others were the only ones who didn't have anything on them. Just then, while Quinn was busy staring at the wall, the other students started to get rowdy as someone entered the weapons hall. "What is she doing here? Isn't she an elemental user? Why would she be here? Who cares? Maybe we can spare with her, and if we beat her we can ask her on a date." As Quinn turned around to see who the girl was everyone was talking about, it turns out he had already met her before. It was Erin Helly, the ice ability user. "I wonder why she decided to go to this class instead of the elemental class?" Layla asked. Just then the bald-headed man opened his eyes and shouted at the top of his voice, "Attention!" Everyone froze and turned to look at the old man. "My name is Leo, and I will be your teacher for today." Leo then pulled out his katana blade from his sheath and pointed it out in front of him. Your first task will be to pick your weapon. You must think carefully. Your weapon is your lifeline. When your ability won't work, the only thing you can rely on is your own skills. Now go and choose one from the wall around you. The students fanned out and started to look at weapons. Even those who had beast weapons already were trying out new ones. Quinn looked at the wall and saw all sorts of things. Axes, short swords, spiked clubs, warehouse IDPs. Scythes. There was so much to choose from. Quinn was really having a hard time. Quinn looked at Layla and her bow. It matched up well with her telekinesis ability. If Quinn was to pick a ranged weapon, he would never be able to be as good as Layla. He needed something that suited him right now and his ability. Quinn then walked up to one of the random swords on the wall and used his inspect skill. Korg sword. Tier basic beast weapon. Strength +3. Agility 2. The sword is incompatible with the skill blood swipe. The sword Quinn looked at was large in size and looked heavy. Quinn needed to be fast, so losing some points in agility was a definite no-no. But what surprised him was how much information his inspect skill had given him. It even told him if his blood swipe could be used with it. Maybe it wouldn't be so hard picking out a weapon after all, thanks to Quinn's inspect skill. As soon as Quinn realized that his inspect skill would tell him the stats of each weapon, he started to go around the room looking for the perfect one for him. Quinn ruled out anything that was too heavy. Although the strength stat it added was good, Quinn needed to be fast and agile in the night. All the weapons Quinn had inspected so far was at the basic tier level. The lowest level a weapon could be. Weapons were categorized into 8 different levels depending on which beast core it was made with. Of course, this was based on beasts from planets that had already been discovered. There was sure to be other planets with stronger beasts and abilities that they had yet to find out about, that may be categorized above that. In the human world today, there were 2 known weapons of this class. The world called them demon weapons instead. After searching around the room for a while, Quinn came across a weapon that stood out from the rest. Black horned gauntlets. Basic tier beast weapon. Strength 3. Agility 0. Stamina 0. Defense 2. This weapon is compatible with the skill blood swipe. When used with the gauntlets, blood swipe will have an increase of 5% in power. The gauntlets were black in color and had little tiny horns going up the forearm. The fingertips were pointed and bladed at the ends. It made them look almost like some type of dragon claw. There were 2 reasons why the weapon had interested Quinn. The first was it was the only one that had also given him a defensive stat, not just a strength stat, but the second one stood out to him even more. It was the fact that it increases the power of his only skill, blood swipe. 5% didn't sound like a lot right now, but if in the future Quinn was to get more powerful, 5% would make a huge difference. There were also other bonuses. The gauntlets acted as armor for his hands, and he could still hold other weapons if he needed to. What a strange choice, young boy, Leo said. Quinn looked to his side to see who had spoken to him. Then he noticed it was the bald teacher. It's not many people's first choice. With a weapon like this, you have to have no fear and get in close to your enemy. But that is also the reason it is sturdier than most and can be used as a form of defense. Quinn had already experienced fighting more than most kids. He was used to using his fists with his blood swipe skill as well. He didn't always have to get up right close to his opponent. Do you mind if I try it? Quinn asked. Go ahead, Leo said as he left to check up on other students selecting weapons. Basic horned gauntlets equipped. Strength 12, 3. Agility 12. Stamina 11. Defense 2. Now when Quinn checked out his status screen, he had a smaller number next to his stats which would indicate the equipment level. Quinn now had 15 stat points in strength. He felt 3 times stronger compared to before he had discovered the system and was ready to test out his newfound strength. Once everyone had finished picking out their weapon, Leo called everyone to gather around the center ring. Now I won't claim to be an expert in every weapon, said Leo. Some of you might even be able to use your weapons better than me. But what I am an expert in is fighting with weapons alone. Fighting can be considered a game. You are always trying to predict your opponent's next move, you measure your opponent's ability and so on. For your first lesson, I want to see what you've got. We will have a sparring match. 2 people at a time. We will all watch the match and commentate on what could be improved on. Now, are there any volunteers? In an instant, Erin was the first to put her hand up. Without even waiting for Leo to say anything, she headed for the arena in the middle and stood inside. She held a single silver long sword that shined bright. It wasn't one of the weapons that Quinn had seen on the wall, so he could only assume it had been one she already owned. At first, a lot of the students were hesitant of going up against Erin. Her reputation for being a high power level had already reached many people's ears. Oh, I also forgot to add. Abilities will be banned during today's sparring sessions, Leo added. It is important that you know how to use your weapon first. Only then can you truly bring out the full potential of the weapon with your ability. After saying those words, students had raised their hands like a rocket. They all wanted to get the chance to beat the famous Ice Queen. Now that she wasn't able to use her abilities, this was their chance. In the end, a large man was selected from the crowd who wielded a 2-handed axe. He was about double the size of Erin in terms of muscle. I think you chose to join the wrong club. Your ice abilities will be useless here, the man said. Erin didn't reply though and simply took her stance, waiting for her opponent to come forward first. The man charged in, wielding his large axe above his head. When he swung it down, Erin spun her body to the side, avoiding the blow, and at the same time slashed at the back of the man's legs, causing him to stumble. She then placed her blade towards the man's neck, inches away from his throat. I give up, the man said. Everything had happened in an instant and the room was suddenly silenced. They all knew Erin was strong, but it was unexpected of her to be so skillful with the blade. Most ability users, if they had a strong ability like Erin, would rely on that power and not bother learning a weapon. But it was clear to everyone she had some practice. After the fight had finished, 2 men seemed to appear out of thin air wearing a black military uniform. They then grabbed the student by both arms and escorted him to the school doctor to get healed up. The group continued to watch a few fights. The rest of the fights had lasted a lot longer than Erin's, as most of the students were equally matched when it came to using weapons. Even when level 4 power users were fighting against level 2. When they couldn't use their abilities, it all came down to skill and the body. The next fight that had caught Leo's attention was the fight with Layla. Even though Layla could no longer use her telekinesis, with her bow, she was able to shot ahead and predict where her opponent would turn. She had trapped her opponent multiple times and continuously asked him to give up. But her opponent was a level 3 power user and he had his pride on the line. He didn't want to admit being defeated by a level 2 user even if he wasn't using his ability. That's when he got reckless and decided to charge forward. But a few arrows in the boy's legs stopped him dead in his tracks before Leo had decided to call the match himself. The next pair, Quinn Talon and Brad Richardson, to the arena. Now it was Quinn's turn. With the weapons hall being indoors, Quinn was able to use his full stats and his opponent was unable to use his ability. Finally, for once Quinn was in a situation where he didn't feel weaker than the person he was going up against. As Quinn walked up to the stage, he noticed that Brandon, his opponent's indicator, showed that he was at the power level of 3. If this was a fight in the outside world, where they both could use their abilities, Quinn felt like he didn't have much chance of winning. But here in the arena where abilities weren't allowed, Quinn had a body stronger than most, his speed was faster than most. In the novels he had read, a vampire's strength was far greater than the human race before the introduction of abilities. If they wanted to, they could have ruled the world. Brandon held a large spear in hand which had great reach. The end was sharp with a single curved blade at the end. Opponent power level 3. Bonus EXP will be rewarded. It seemed like Quinn's day was only getting better. Begin, Leo shouted. Brandon immediately charged in with his spear, while Quinn stood there and took a fighting stance with both of his hands held out in front of him. When Brandon was within striking distance, he thrust his spear forward. It was fast and impressive to the people watching outside. But to Quinn, who had 12 points in agility, it was easy for him to dodge. He avoided the spear strike and ducked down. Then before Brandon could pull the spear back, Quinn went and grabbed the spear with his hand. What the hell? Brandon said as he tried pulling the spear back. Let go. While holding the spear with one hand, Quinn opened up his other hand and swung out his fist like a claw as hard as he could at the spear. Then a few moments later the spear had been sliced in half. My weapon? It's faulty. Brandon complained, but Leo did nothing to step in. Quinn rushed forward, and before Brandon could do anything, Quinn punched him hard in the stomach. Brandon's feet lifted off the ground, and it looked like his body was about to fly away. Inspect. Brandon Richardson. Ability. Elemental. HP 5/15. Blood type 0+. Quinn knew that if Brandon was to fly out of the arena it would be considered his win, but the system wouldn't allow him to win like that. He needed to beat his opponent down to at least 1 HP. So before Brandon could be lifted into the air, Quinn grabbed him and pulled him back down, and at the same time kneed him in the face, causing Brandon's nose to bleed and his head to be sent backwards. And finally, Brandon collapsed lying there on the ground. Winner, Quinn Talon. Leo said. Opponent has been defeated. 50 EXP rewarded. First time higher power level bonus 50 EXP rewarded. 220/200 EXP. Congratulations, you are now level 3. 20/400 EXP. 1 attribute point awarded. New skill, Blood Bank, unlocked. After defeating Brandon, Quinn had received multiple messages and had even leveled up. The bonus reward for defeating a level 3 user was higher than when he defeated a level 2 user. However, it was a shame that the bonus reward was only a one-time thing. With the messages, there was also a new skill that had been unlocked. Although Quinn didn't have the time to look at it now, he needed to get off the stage and look at it later. Before leaving, Quinn looked at Brandon, who was lying on the floor. Blood was dripping from his nose, and Quinn just had one thought. What a waste. It was a shame Quinn wasn't able to store or drink Brandon's blood. After all, everyone was watching, but if he did, he would have learnt what the O-type blood did as well. The 2 military men again appeared out of thin air and took Brandon away to the doctor's office, but before Quinn could leave the arena, a couple of boys shouted from the crowd. That's not fair. A boy said. Brandon obviously was using a faulty weapon. Yeah, and what was with that anyway? That idiot decided to still attack him anyway after seeing his weapon break. He should be punished. Another boy added. These 2 were friends of Brandon. One was a level 2.5 user named Faye, while the other was a level 3 user named Loop. Leo then stepped up onto the stage and picked up the broken spear from the ground and started to inspect it. I can guarantee you that all the weapons in this hall are not faulty. Each one has been given the same care as the next. Then how can you explain the weapon breaking? Faye said. Unless it has to be it, he cheated and used an ability. As soon as acquisitions were made, the crowd started mumbling to each other. They could see Quinn's power level, but not many knew about Quinn having no ability. Perhaps he had an ability that simply enhanced his strength, the students thought. Settle down everyone, I can guarantee that no abilities were used, Leo said. How can you be so sure? Faye argued. Then an unexpected person had chimed in and interrupted their conversation. You fool, will you stop being so disrespectful to the teacher? Aaron said. Do you not know who he is? Perhaps if I told you his war name you would know. This man is General Leo, or known as the Blind Swordsman. The chatting between the students had gotten even louder. The name Blind Swordsman was known well between common folk. He had helped out a great deal when fighting against the Dalki. He's blind, Loop said, unsure whether it was true or not. Doesn't that mean he definitely couldn't tell if the person used an ability or not? In that instant, Leo threw a piece of the broken spear in the direction of Loop. The spear just missed Loop and had hit the back wall. Loop then started to feel a sharp, stinging pain on his cheek. As he touched his cheek, he noticed a scratch mark. I can see and hear very well, better than most of you. My ability allows me to see the aura of people, and when people start to use their ability, their auras change depending on what ability they are using. And I'm telling you now, Quinn didn't use a single ability. With that, the students startled to settle down a bit. It was a memorable first day for all the students in the weapon club, so much had happened. But the class was finally over and it was time for them to head home. Leo, however, couldn't stop thinking about the student known as Quinn. He inspected the spear again and found nothing out of the ordinary. However, what Leo didn't reveal was from the very beginning when Quinn had stepped into the room. He could see his aura was slightly different from everyone else's. It wasn't the same as when someone used an ability though, it reminded him of an aura of that of the beasts or the Dalki had, one that wasn't human. Pull up the file on Quinn Talon for me. File found. Leo's watch replied. Ability? No ability, power level 1. The watch said again. Just what are you hiding, Quinn? Once the class had ended, Quinn had to give back the gauntlets and leave them in the weapons hall. After all, they didn't belong to him and was only there for the purpose of him getting used to using a weapon. Once Quinn went on his first portal outing, then he would be able to hunt for a suitable beast to make a weapon of his own. At that time, he would also be allowed to borrow the equipment. As Quinn was heading back to his dorm room, he decided to first put his stat point into something. So he opened up his status screen to see if there were any changes. HP 20/20, Strength 12, Agility 12, Stamina 12. All stats are currently halved due to being hit by the direct sunlight. The system seemed to be consistent with the last time he had leveled up. Although there was no evolution process this time, he still gained 5 points of HP and 1 stat point. There was one thing that bothered Quinn, and it was the fact that his stat points were halved in sunlight. There would come a time where Quinn would need to be at full strength even in the sun. When reading about vampires in novels, he was thankful that he was able to be in the sun at all, as some of them burnt to a crisp in an instant. Quinn decided to stick with his plan and add the stat point to agility, as long as he could hit his opponents without being hit back. He couldn't see himself losing, and worst case if he couldn't hurt his opponent, he could always run away. It was also handy if he planned to use the clawed gauntlets as his choice of weapon. He would need to be fast to get in close and use hand-to-hand combat skills. Agility 13. The next thing Quinn wanted to check out was the new skill he had obtained from leveling up. Skill. Blood Bank LV.1. The skill, Blood Bank, will allow you to store up to 100 milliliters of blood in your reserve. The blood bank will automatically be used to heal the user if HP drops below 5. Every 10 milliliters of blood will be used to restore 5 HP of the user. User may also use the blood bank to consume blood at any time for his own personal pleasure. Quinn looked at the skill in disbelief. It seemed like the skill was too good to be true. Essentially, the blood bank acted as a second life for Quinn. As long as his blood bank was fully stocked up, Quinn was able to restore up to 50 points of HP. Not only that, but it had also solved Quinn's storage problem. Although Quinn had used test tube and cork to stop the blood from oxidizing, it still wouldn't delay the process of it being spoiled for long. At most, Quinn would be able to keep the blood fresh for 8 hours without keeping in some special type of storage. Sure, he had Layla he could rely on, but Layla wouldn't always be by his side. Quinn then took out the test tube of Layla's blood and used his inspect skill. It seemed like the blood was still fine to be used for now. The skill, Blood Bank. The blood then started to shine bright in Quinn's hand and suddenly vanished from the test tube. Blood Bank 10/100. Your hunger grows. Quinn was happy that the blood bank skill was convenient, and finally, after waiting for a while, he had received a message he had seen once before. Last time he had seen the message about his hunger, the next day the system told him he needed to consume blood, otherwise his HP would drop. With his blood bank skill though, he wouldn't have to worry about it as long as he kept it topped up. After checking out all the information, Quinn had finally arrived back at his dorm room to see Peter and Vorden a little roughed up. "Wow, what happened to you too?" Quinn asked. "Was it the second years again?" No need to worry. This was just during our combat classes. The teacher made us do a sparring session on our first day. Were there any problems? Not really. I was humiliated and lost my fight, of course. I still can't control my ability well enough. I think I was too nervous. When I brought out the stick of mud on my back, the other students started laughing and I got distracted. Peter explained. But Vorden, on the other hand, was so cool. He told those kids to shut up and asked them to fight him next. Then, with the same ability as mine, he managed to defeat a level 3 user. "Oh, shut up. Vorden said as he punched Peter on the shoulder. You're embarrassing me. But it's true. You were so cool back then. The three of them continued to share stories about what had happened in their combat classes. Quinn had even talked about his victory against Brandon. At first, they were surprised, but when Quinn explained that the use of abilities was banned, they understood. The three of them were exhausted from their first day of combat classes and decided to get some rest. The next day, when Quinn woke up, he was greeted with another message. Daily quest complete 5 EXP has been rewarded. 25/400 EXP. Your hunger grows. Your HP will now drop by 1 HP every hour until human blood has been consumed. The message had appeared roughly 2 days after he had last consumed blood, meaning this was the time frame before he would need to consume blood again. The skill blood bank. Less than 10 milliliters of blood will be consumed. Would you like to proceed? Yes. After selecting the yes option, a sweet fragrance entered his mouth. The hole he could feel in his stomach had disappeared, and once again he was satisfied and back to normal. Now all he needed to do was meet up with Layla and fill up his blood bank to the max. For the next week, combat class was a normal requirement for students. This would be the case until the teachers were satisfied to take the students on their first outing through the portals to hunt beasts. After the students picked their weapons from the wall, once again Leo stood at the front to give the students further instructions. Today's lesson will be sparring once again, but this time you will pick your own opponents. You will fight with them for a minute each before switching to the next opponent. On the battlefield, there will be all types of different opponents that use different weapons and abilities. It is important for you to get used to as many of these as possible. The students then immediately got into pairings, and Layla had run up to Quinn as soon as possible. Don't worry, Quinn. I'll let you win the first one, she said with a wink. But just then, Leo had walked towards the two of them. I'm sorry about this, young lady, but I'm going to have to ask you to sit out of this one, Leo said. Layla then took a step back. Leo then pulled out his katana blade and pointed it at Quinn. Show me what you got, boy, and don't hold back. Without Quinn realizing it himself, the rest of the students weren't really paying attention to their own matches. They were all looking towards Leo and Quinn. They wanted to see how the so-called blind swordsman fought. But in the room, 3 people in particular were paying attention to Quinn. Look at him, he cheats in my match and now he's getting special treatment, Brandon complained. Didn't Leo say he didn't use any ability? Loop asked. Don't be a fool, of course he did. He managed to break a beast weapon. Have you ever heard of that? Brandon complained. Maybe if he had a higher tier weapon, but all the weapons in this room are of the same tier. Yeah, I agree, Faye added. The weakling must have never won a fight in his life before, and then when he saw the opportunity, he just had to do it. Before the sparring match started, Quinn decided to use his inspect skill. But for the first time ever, not a single bit of information had come up. Does this mean he's too powerful? Maybe when the skill levels up I might be able to see something? Quinn thought. Just then, though, a new message from the system has appeared. A strong opponent has appeared. Defeat the opponent for an instant level up reward. Suddenly, Quinn's blood started rushing through his body with excitement. He wasn't going to go easy on Leo in the first place. But if the match proved too easy, then he was going to ease up a little to not raise suspicion. But with a reward like this, Quinn would figure out an explanation later. Every time Quinn leveled up, the EXP requirement seemed to double, making it harder and harder for him to level up. What's wrong? Leo asked. Oh, nothing, sorry, Quinn said as he got into a fighting stance. All right, students. The minute starts now, Leo shouted. In an instant, the sound of weapons clashing around the room could be heard, but the ones closer to Leo and Quinn decided to take it easy, so they could watch the fight, and that included Brandon's group. As soon as the fight started, Leo dashed forward with a strike, but it wasn't at a speed Quinn couldn't handle. He blocked the first blow, knocking it away. However, straight after another attack appeared, but Quinn managed to block that as well. A bit sloppy and rough, but your reflexes are good, Leo said. Now let's take it up another level. Before Quinn could catch his breath, Leo attacked again with his blade, but this time even faster than the attacks before. but thanks to Quinn's agility points he was still able to keep up. Ha! Ha! I can't believe I'm actually having fun against a student, Leo said laughing. And once again the attacks coming from Leo sped up again. This time it looked like Quinn was getting knocked around like a rag doll. All the students watching from outside thought Leo was playing with him, but Leo was truly impressed. Although Quinn looked silly, Quinn was still able to block each and every one of his attack with the gauntlets. Now try this, Leo shouted. The attack from Leo's katana blade came from underneath. Quinn held out both his hands to block the attack, but suddenly it looked like the blade had disappeared and phased through his hands. Before Quinn knew it, the blade was right underneath his chin. Beep, beep, beep. Oh, looks like our time is up, Leo said. About level 14 or 13 maybe, that's pretty good for a first-year student. Quinn was in admiration for the weapons teacher. At first, he didn't have a lot of respect for the teachers at the school. They would usually just dominate over the students and tell them to toughen up and get stronger, but Quinn felt like Leo was different. Quinn could now tell that Leo was able to beat him in a fight anytime he wanted. Leo was just testing him to see how strong he was. What Quinn also learnt during that fight was just getting stronger and faster wasn't good enough. He needed to learn how to fight properly. Please, would you be able to teach me how to fight? Quinn asked as he bowed down. Unfortunately, the weapon you have chosen I do not specialize in myself. Although I do think it suits your fighting style, it seems like you have had some experience in hand-to-hand combat. Leo explained. There is one thing I can suggest to you. There's a popular VR fighting game that the military students from all the other schools play. The first thing you will need to do is get experience. Although the use of abilities in the game is not prohibited, so you might have a hard time, but still, I think it will be a good experience for you. Thank you so much, Quinn said as he bowed down again. Oh, and before I forget, it's been a while since I have had fun like that. As a prize, feel free to keep the gauntlets. When you get better in the future, come and challenge me anytime. I will be happy to fight you again, Leo said as he walked off back to the center of the weapons hall. After watching the fight, many of the students were quite disappointed. After seeing Quinn fight well against Brandon, they were hoping he would be able to do something against Leo, but to them, all it looked like was Leo toying with Quinn and throwing him around like a rag doll. Brandon then had come up with a brilliant idea and started to whisper into his friend's Faye's ear. All right, students, it is time to get into your next pairing, Leo shouted. Just then, before Layla could get up and ask Quinn for a match, Brandon had gotten up in front of her. Do you mind if us two have a round? Brandon asked. Layla kissed at her teeth and scorned, but she didn't exactly have a good reason to say no. After all, it would only be a minute. Then another student, Brandon's friend Faye, had gone and approached Quinn. Please, I would like to be your next opponent, Faye asked as he drew out his two short swords. I don't see why not, Quinn said. Quinn didn't mind too much. So far, every new opponent he faced, as long as he defeated them, would grant him 50 EXP, and this was the best chance he had right now, in the weapons hall where people weren't allowed to use their abilities. And please begin, Leo shouted. Faye seemed to have some experience using the dual swords. His flow was natural and he was able to follow his attacks up well from one to the next, but after fighting with Leo, the attacks just seemed slow. Quinn was able to see the path of each strike. But just like Leo had said, the most important thing for Quinn was the experience, so rather than relying on his supernatural strength and end the fight in an instant, Quinn decided he wanted to fight a little longer. Meanwhile, in Layla and Brandon's match, Brandon didn't seem to be doing much at all. He didn't charge in and he didn't attack. All he did was avoid Layla's arrows. It was as if his mind was focused on something else. That's when a noise was heard. Faye was charging in at Quinn and did some sort of little battle cry. That was the signal for Brandon to act. Brandon then lifted his hand and at the right time, cast his wind blast right behind at Quinn's back. Quinn saw Faye's blades and was ready to block, but that's when he felt a strong force push him from behind. It knocked him off balance, and at the same time, Faye's blades went right into Quinn's stomach. 10/20 HP. You, Batar, Quinn groaned. For a brief moment, Quinn had forgotten about a world with abilities. A world where people didn't try to get up on one another, just for the sake of what? Pride. He looked down and could see the two blades stuck in his stomach, blood dripping off the blade. Faye had let go of the blades and took a step back, with his mouth wide open, acting like everything that had happened was an accident. But Quinn wasn't buying it, and he had a good idea what had just happened. As he looked around, he managed to catch a smile on Brandon's face. Quinn then grabbed the hilt half of the two blades and using his strength snapped the ends off. With the other half of the blades still in his stomach, he started to walk towards Faye. "So you want to play games then?" Quinn said. "Then let's play some games. You've taken some of my blood, so it's only right that I take some of yours." As Faye heard these words, he couldn't help but move back away from Quinn. Something was different, the look in his eyes. "Why is my body shaking? He's only a level 1 user. Calm down." Then when Quinn was only a few feet away, he swung his clawed hand out. "Blood sui." But before Quinn could finish casting his skill, his hand was knocked away by a blade. "Enough, stop now," Leo said as he pointed his blade towards Quinn. "Two wrongs do not make a right. And you two don't think your plan didn't go unnoticed. I will not have students who can't follow the rules in my class. You can leave your weapons here, and you are banned from any more combat classes in the weapon hall." Just then, 2 military men had appeared out of nowhere standing by Quinn's side. "Take him to the doctor's office and make sure he gets treated," Leo said. "Wait," Layla shouted. "Maybe I should go with him. Make sure he is okay? He's a strong boy. Worry not, young lady, he can take care of himself." Although Layla was worried about Quinn being hurt, that wasn't her main concern. It looked like from the wounds on Quinn's body that he had lost a lot of blood. Even if vampires could heal at supernatural speeds, that energy had to come from somewhere and would soon need to be replaced. After grabbing Quinn by both of his arms, after a few seconds, Quinn was transported just outside the doctor's office. "Please get some rest once you have healed up," one of the men said before teleporting away once again. What a handy ability to have. After checking the men had disappeared, Quinn decided to head to the closest bathroom on the same floor. Nearly all the students were in combat classes at the moment, so the halls were empty. The reason why Quinn had decided to head to the bathroom rather than to the doctor's office was because he could already feel his body was healing up. His status screen also confirmed that fact. 12/20 HP. Just like before, as soon as Quinn was out of combat, his body was starting to heal at an incredibly fast rate. Quinn looked down and it looked like his body had healed most of the wounds. However, it wasn't able to heal the area where the blades were stuck. "This is going to hurt." Luckily Quinn still had his gauntlets on, so he didn't have to grab the blades with his bare hands. 1, 2, 3. He then pulled the blades out as fast he could in one action. The pain was quick and sharp, and he did everything he could to hold in his screams. Finally, the wounds around his stomach were slowly starting to heal until suddenly he received some new messages. "Your hunger grows. Your hunger grows. 15/20 HP. You will no longer heal. Your HP will continue to decrease by 1 HP until human blood has been consumed." Quinn looked at the message and was trying to figure out what had happened. When Quinn did his tests, he found out that his body would need to consume blood once every 2 days. But this message had come up even though Quinn had only consumed Layla's blood this morning. It hadn't reached the time limit yet. Then Quinn thought back to how the blood was able to heal his health. If it worked the same way, then that meant his body was using blood as energy to heal himself. Once this energy had run out inside his body, then he would no longer be able to heal, and he would once again have to consume blood. Quinn felt a hunger in his stomach and started to look at himself in the mirror. His clothes were all bloody and he was in slight pain, but he still cracked a smile. That's when Quinn also noticed that his top 2 teeth had grown slightly. It was different to last time when he had panicked. This time he felt calm. He was used to taking blood, and he already knew who his next targets were going to be tonight. The hunger pangs were bearable this time, perhaps because Quinn wasn't in a critical condition. After heading back to his dorm room, Quinn threw his bloody clothes on the floor and changed his clothes out with a different uniform. While Quinn was busy getting changed, he heard the sound of 2 students talking as they walked down the corridor. "Why did I get kicked out as well? You were the only one who used an ability," they complained. "Hey, you were fine with the plan when I told you about it earlier. Why are you getting so annoyed about it now? Brandon said. You were the one who dragged me into it all because you lost to a level 1. Embarrassing. Faye chuckled. Just then, Brandon slammed Faye up against the corridor wall and held him by his collar. Do I need to remind you that I'm a higher level than you, Faye? Or do we have to fight, so you can learn your place? Faye said nothing until Brandon eventually let go of his collar. That's when Faye decided to walk off in the opposite direction away from the dorm rooms. I thought we were friends, Brandon. Not just some lackey you control 'cause I'm a lower level than you. Then as Brandon entered his dorm room, he slammed the door behind him. Oh, a lover's quarrel, huh? Excellent, Quinn said, as he grabbed his bag and headed out to follow Faye. The combat classes had finished and the sun was starting to set. With that, a rush of students was now heading back to their dorm rooms, and that included Peter and Vorden. As the two of them entered the room, Vorden's eyes widened as he spotted something. What is that Quinn's clothes? Peter said as he lifted them off the ground. They're covered in blood. Did he get hurt during training? Vorden's whole body was shaking as he saw the blood. What happened to him? Vorden thought. Did the second years target him too? Or did something happen in training? I told you we should have kept an eye on him. We should have killed those second years when we had the chance. Stop it, Vorden said out loud. Huh? Vorden, are you okay? Peter asked. But without saying anything else, Vorden opened the door to search for Quinn, but as he did, Layla was stood there with her hand by the door as if she was just about to knock. Oh, is Quinn here? Layla said. But in the next second Vorden grabbed Layla by the hand, dragging her in, and slammed the door behind her. Vorden then immediately pushed Layla up by the door and pressed his forearm against her neck. Tell me what happened to Quinn now. Struggling up against the dorm room door, Layla was finding it difficult to breathe. Vorden was applying an incredible amount of force with his forearm against her neck, and his face was only a few inches away. What the hell's wrong with you? Layla managed to groan out. Hey Vorden, I think you're hurting her? Peter said quietly. Vorden suddenly started pressing against her throat even harder. Layla was struggling with all her might to get air, and if she didn't do anything soon, she was worried she might pass out. The little one didn't like you, and the other one told me not to get involved. But in the end, I'm always the one that has to deal with things, Vorden said. Layla's face started to turn a bright red. The veins on her neck were popping, threatening to explode as she struggled to breathe. Hey! Seriously, Vorden, you're going too far, Peter shouted. Shut up, Vorden shouted as he turned to look at Peter. My name is not Vorden either. That's when Layla saw her opportunity. The grip around her neck loosened a little as Vorden was distracted. She reached down into her quiver that was attached to her waist and pulled out one of her arrows. Then proceeded to stab the arrow into the top part of Vorden's thigh. Arg! Vorden cried as he flinched and let go of Layla. Layla then quickly pulled out another arrow with her telekinesis ability and hovered it right in front of Vorden's face. Don't you dare move, you psycho, said Layla. I swear if you do, I will not hesitate to shove this arrow right in your head. Peter started to panic at the situation that was happening in front of him. There was no way he could jump in the middle of these two. He was too scared of getting hurt himself. I don't even know why Quinn asked me to look out for you. If you ask me, he's better off without someone like you. Wait, Quinn really said that, Vorden said in a gentle tone. Look, I'm sorry about what just happened, but I just want to know what happened to Quinn. As Vorden said these words, his eyebrows were slightly twitching. His personality had taken a complete 180 turn, and Layla didn't know what to make of it. For some reason, something was telling her that this boy was dangerous, and if she could, she would have nothing to do with him. But right now, she needed to find Quinn, who knew if he was going on another rampage right now. She was the only one that knew Quinn's secret, and Quinn needed her. It was just an accident at the combat classes today, said Layla. He wasn't at the medical bay, so I thought he was in his room, but it looks like he already left. I wouldn't worry about it. Layla then recalled her arrow back into her quiver and walked out of the room in a rush. Then, as soon as she left, Vorden lifted the arrow out of his leg with the copied telekinesis ability and threw the arrow to one side. Hey, are you all right, man? You kinda acting a little strange there? Peter asked. Yeah, I'm fine, Vorden said. She's lying to you. Did you see how she rushed off like that? Something's up. Let's follow her. Or we could try asking the other students who were in the same combat classes as Quinn. They might be able to tell us who did this to him. Oh, payback, I like it. And then on the way back, maybe that pretty girl can get into an accident. No, I told you she's just Quinn's friend. Can't you see she's just as worried about Quinn as we are? She's a good person. Well, I don't like her. I agree, we should get rid of her. Herr Vorden, are you okay? Peter asked again. You've been standing there looking at the floor for a while now. Huh? Oh yeah, I just need to head off to the doctor's office, get this wound checked out on my leg. I'll be back when I can, Vorden said as he left the room and headed outside. Quinn had been following Faye from a safe distance for a while now, but it didn't look like he was heading out of the school and time was running out. 12/20 HP. If he lost any more health, he would have to go search for Layla and find his target another time. However, Quinn felt like he would never have an opportunity as good as this one again. Very rarely was there a time when people would be on their own, and especially one that Quinn had a grudge against. That's when Faye started to head up the stairs and eventually went up to the school roof door. After reaching the closed door, Quinn quickly moved and opened the door ever so slightly and started to peek through. Quinn glances around the rooftop feeling happy for his luck. Faye was the only person he could see up there. Lady Luck is on my side today. Quinn then took the mask out from his bag and put it on his face. Before he moved onto the rooftop, he used a rag of ripped cloth from his old uniform and wrapped it around his watch to hide his power level. There weren't many other level 1 users who used gauntlets in the whole school. If Faye was to see his power level on his wristwatch, it would be a dead giveaway. As soon as Quinn would open the door, he knew the metal creaking sound would notify Faye that someone else was here. He needed to do everything as quick as possible. Ready and go. Quinn then pushed open the door and ran over to where Faye was in an instant. And as soon as Faye turned around, he could see was red blood lines in the shape of a claw coming out from a mysterious masked man. What the? Faye was too slow to react, and all he could do was lift his hand, but the blow was extremely powerful. When the red lines touched his skin, it immediately caused blood to be drawn. It felt like 5 sharp knives were cutting him at the same time. Not only that, but the force was so strong it managed to throw Faye into the air. With his 12 strength and extra 3 from the gauntlets, Quinn now had a total of 15 strength. And then the gauntlets also increased his attack power by 5%, making the attack far stronger than Quinn had predicted. Faye continued to fly into the air until his body had hit the back of the gated fence. He then collapsed on the floor and passed out. 11/20 HP. Faye didn't even have the chance to use his ability to fight back. It was over in an instant. Blood started to drip from his arms and began to create a small puddle of blood, and before Quinn realized it, his teeth had grown into fangs. He slowly walked over to Faye and could feel his heart beating faster. The sweet fragrances were getting stronger, but Quinn didn't care about the blood that was on the floor. He was more interested in the single vein that he could see pulsating through Faye's neck. Quinn then lifted Faye slightly off the ground and without even thinking about it sunk his fangs into Faye's neck. Quinn continued to drink Faye's blood until multiple notifications had appeared. 20/20 HP. Blood bank has been filled 100 milliliters. A plus blood type has been consumed. +1 strength stat. Less than 50 EXP has been awarded. As Quinn was enjoying the last few drops of blood, when the sudden sound of the roof door being opened was heard. Huh. So why did you want to meet me on this roof again? Loop said, rubbing his head. Then when he looked up, he could see his friend covered in a pool of blood and a masked man with his teeth in his friend's neck. You monster! Get off of him! Loop shouted. Inside one of the dorm rooms, Peter was waiting inside patiently for either Vorden or Quinn to come back. Usually, he would have gone off with Vorden, but the way Vorden had acted earlier had given him second thoughts. Even if Vorden was worried about Quinn, it made no sense for him to attack someone as soon as they opened the door. It was irrational, and not just that, but something stuck out to him at the time. The fact that Vorden said that Vorden wasn't his name. Peter wasn't exactly sure what he had meant by that. While Peter was busy worrying about the others, there was a sudden knock at the door. Are they back already? Peter said as he answered the door. When he opened the door though, Peter immediately tried closing it, but a hand had come out and held the door open. "Looks like he's not here?" Momo said, looking around the room. It was Momo who was at the door, and behind him, he had two other second-year students. Peter didn't have a good feeling about this. He remembered the last time they had met and how he had given Vorden a warning. Not only that, but one of the second-year students standing behind Momo, Peter recognized as well. When Vorden was taken away to the assembly hall, one of the second-year students stood outside as a guard and wouldn't allow Peter to go past him. "Well, since you're the only one here, why don't you come with us?" Momo said, "We have some plans and we think you might be the perfect person to help us." Peter felt like he had no choice but to listen. Momo was a level 6 user. He was stronger than any of the current first years, and he knew if he refused, he would become a target. Before, Vorden would have been able to help him, but not against these guys. They were too strong. Back on the school rooftop, Loop had just arrived to see his friend being held by what looked like some humanoid creature. Loop and Faye had agreed to meet on the roof to discuss about what combat classes they should change to, now that he and Brandon had been kicked out. When Loop had arrived at the roof, he was surprised to see his friend lying there covered in blood. It was dark, so it was hard to see clearly, but as the creature held Faye in his arms and was biting into his neck, he could see glowing red eyes. Loop's mind instantly went thinking that it was some type of monster, but that's when he noticed that the so-called monster was wearing the same school uniform as them. An object started to grow out of Loop's body. It was a long, thin white piece of bone that was the same size as a small sword. He pulled it out and threw it straight at Quinn. The flying sword bone flew straight at Quinn, but he knocked it away with his hand. Almost straight after, another piece of bone came at him, and behind it was Loop running right towards him. In both of Loop's hands, he held two white bone swords and swung them down at Quinn. However, Quinn managed to grab onto both of the bone swords, stopping them in place. When Quinn tried to use his strength to break the bones, surprisingly, nothing was happening. That was because of the difference in ability level. Loop was a level 3 ability user. The special substance he was able to create out of his body was stronger than that of a basic tier beast weapon. As the two were held in place, Quinn realized his strength was greater and started to push Loop back. When Quinn started to push Loop back, he quickly took in a deep breath and blew out. Straight after, white bone spikes had appeared on his body all over. The bone spikes had managed to pierce Quinn's body in several different places, but luckily he was able to avoid a blow to the head, and his hands were protected by the gauntlets. 10/20 HP. It was a strong attack, and it had hurt Quinn badly. Loop retracted the bone spikes into his body and was ready for the same attack again. As he breathed in though, he could see Quinn swipe his hand like a claw. Loop ducked down, and instead of hitting him, the attack continued to go past, and the red lines eventually disappeared into nothing. "Let's see what you're hiding under that mask," Loop said as he stabbed one of the bone swords into Quinn's foot, and then lifted another one at his face. However, Quinn decided to use all his strength to pull his foot from the sword. The bone sword stuck in his foot had ripped through his skin and tore through his shoes. His foot was now a mangled mess, but at least he was free. Doing his best to ignore the pain, Quinn jumped back a few feet to create distance between himself and Loop. This was bad. Not only did Loop have a strong ability, but unlike the people he had faced before, Loop was a good fighter. Quinn's sloppy skills weren't going to save him. Sure, he had more strength than his opponent, but that meant nothing if he couldn't hit him. 5/20 HP. Blood bank auto use. 10/20 HP. Less than 90 millimeters left in blood bank. In nearly an instant, Quinn's foot had healed. That's when he came up with a plan. 20/20 HP. Less than 70 millimeters left in blood bank. Quinn had used the rest of his blood bank to heal himself. With this, he would be able to bridge the gap in skill. As long as Quinn didn't take a fatal blow to the head, he was sure the system would heal him in time. This time, as Quinn rushed forward, he was no longer reserved about using his skills. He cast blood swipe after blood swipe, swinging his arms out. 14/20 HP. He had thrown a total of 6 blood swipes in rapid succession. They had come out fast, and all Loop could do was defend with his bones. The first few attacks had been blocked, but Loop could feel how powerful they were. 8/20 HP. After defending against the first 6 attacks, Loop thought he was done, but another 6 blood swipes came straight after and his bone swords could no longer take it and eventually snapped. 18/20 HP. Less than 50 milliliters of blood left in blood bank. Seeing Quinn continue to rush forward after him and his bone swords were broken, there was only one thing Loop could do. He took in another deep breath, and just when Quinn was close enough, he blew out, making bone spikes appear all over his body. However, Quinn wasn't slowing down and continued to run straight into the bone spikes, piercing several parts of his body. At the same time, he threw a punch out as hard as could, sending Loop flying backwards. Then, to follow it up, Quinn released another barrage of blood swipes. 5/20 HP. 10/20 HP. Less than 40 milliliters of blood left in blood bank. As each of the blood swipes reached Loop's body, he stood his ground, reinforcing his body with bones, but not long after he could no longer take any more punishment and collapsed to the ground. Opponent has been defeated. Less than 50 EXP has been received. 130/400. The fight was a lot tougher than Quinn had thought. The only reason why he was able to be as reckless as he was because of his blood bank. Quinn hated to think about how he would have fought if he didn't have the skill. Quinn then looked back at Faye, who was on the ground. It seemed like after being bitten by him, his targets would stay asleep for some time, which was a good thing, but now it was time for him to feast on a new person. Quinn walked over to Loop's body and cast his inspect skill. Loop Savvy. Ability: Bone Manipulation. HP 1/25. A blood type O. Finally, Quinn was going to find out what use blood type O had for him. As Quinn looked at Loop's body on the ground, he noticed something strange. His current health was at 10 HP and his body was naturally drawn to the blood. Whenever his health was low, he would get hungrier. That bit was a given, but something that also happened was his 2 canine teeth would start to grow longer. When they grow longer, it made it easier to pierce his victim's neck. Although Loop was bleeding and Quinn was able to just drink from the open wound, this would only give him the extra stat point. He needed a good supply to also fill his blood bank. When inserting his teeth into his victim, it felt as though he instinctively knew the best location that would allow him to take as much blood as possible. Quinn lifted Loop's body from the ground. Only a few inches were separating their faces. I don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing that I'm finding it easier every time I do this. Quinn opened his mouth wildly, showing his teeth. He brought his mouth near Loop's neck and finally bit into his neck. A rush of blood entered into his mouth. The blood tasted sweet. 20/20 HP restored. O blood type has been consumed. 1 free stat point has been added. Blood bank has been filled. Quinn had a few guesses at what the O-type would do, but this was better than he had imagined. Quinn quickly opened up his status screen and wanted to decide what to put the stat into straight away. Strength 13, 3. Stamina 12. Agility 13. Quinn debated internally for a few minutes whether he should put his stat point into stamina or not. If he did, his stats would become well-rounded. But he thought about all the people who were strong in the world right now. They were usually a specialist in a certain area. A jack of all trades was something too weak in this day and age. Not only that, but Quinn felt like his growth would be quicker if he specialized in strength or agility. It would allow him to carry on beating weak opponents. Then when he needed to, he could increase his stamina points at another time. It wasn't like Quinn was going to be facing an army of opponents anytime soon. Agility 14. In the end, Quinn decided to stick to his original plan and add his stat points into agility. Quinn stood in place looking at the duo's bodies, wondering what he should do. He was fairly certain that he had acted fast enough during his fight with Faye. He hoped that he hadn't seen anything that could give him away, but he couldn't say the same for Loop. When Quinn started to inspect Faye's body, he noticed that the bite marks on Faye's neck from Quinn had already disappeared. The doctor said the same thing happened with Layla, perhaps some type of effect from my ability? Quinn thought, well, that solves that problem. Now what to do with you? Quinn pondered, looking at Loop's body. Although Quinn wore his mask, there was still the chance of someone figuring out it was him. After all, how many students used gauntlets as a weapon and also would have a grudge to attack these two? However, Quinn wasn't that afraid of them finding out his real identity. After all, the school didn't really care if Quinn beat them half to death. Actions like this were commonplace at the academy. Quinn wasn't afraid that Loop might tell everyone what he had seen. Even if he did, no one would believe what he had said. Throughout all of the history of abilities, there had never been any reports of an ability where someone had to consume something to gain power. The power had always come from within. And with no markings on their neck to prove it, they would be treated as madmen without any type of proof. While Quinn was in the middle of his thoughts, he was startled when he heard the door start to open again. Quinn moved instantly at a lightning speed to try and flee the scene, but quickly stopped when he saw it was someone familiar opening the door. "There you are," Layla said. She then looked down and noticed the two bodies on the floor. "Quick, we have to get out of here. The guards will be here any second now." Quinn had taken too much time. He wasn't planning to take out two people. When a student was knocked out in the school or badly beaten, the wristwatch was able to ping their location to the school and inform them they were hurt. Then once this message was pinged to them, the guards would pick the students up and take them to the hospital. No one knew how it quite worked, as it was amazing. The watch was able to tell how much health someone had. Rumors were spread that it was an ability of an original that created the watches. Quinn and Layla hastily ran down the stairs but stopped as they could hear the sound of footsteps coming in their direction. "Oh no, we can't go this way." Layla then started to look around the roof. "I have a plan. Grab me and let's jump." "Are you crazy?" Quinn said. "Even with my strength from this height, I would at least break my legs, and even if I can heal, I still feel pain. Just trust me. Come on. I can use my ability." Quinn quickly lifted Layla with both arms despite his protest. With his strength, Layla was lighter than ever. He jumped onto the fence and looked down. The school was incredibly high. It was at least 4 stories. "I'm counting on you," Quinn muttered as he leapt off the building. As the duo was falling from the rooftop at an incredible speed, Layla closed her eyes and started to concentrate. Sweat started to form on her brows when suddenly, the two of them started to decrease in speed. They eventually reached the ground. "Hey, that was pretty cool. You can fly?" Quinn asked, stunned. "No, my ability isn't that strong yet," Layla replied. "At most I can only slow us down. Come on, let's head back to our rooms." As the two of them headed to their rooms, Quinn explained everything that had happened on the rooftop. "Wait, what? Then aren't you worried that Loop might tell someone what happened?" "Not really. He has nothing to gain from it. Without any proof, no one would believe him anyway. But there is one problem. There is the chance that if he does find out it's me, then he would come back with the others and attack me. I could take them out one-on-one, but as a group, I don't feel like I could stand a chance." "It's true," Layla replied. "A lot of the students have already formed their own groups and gangs to protect each other. All that's left are the ones that are too weak to be a part of anything. I know, why don't you create your own group? I could be like a sub-leader. Of course, we would keep your thing a secret." "That's not a bad idea, especially if in the future we get targeted even more. Maybe I should ask Vorden if he knows anyone." The look on Layla's face suddenly dropped as she heard those words. "That crazy guy. I told you he was bad news, Quinn. What, did something happen?" "It's best if you hear it from your friend Peter. Maybe then you will realize how bad it was. After all, he saw the whole thing." In the doctor's office, the 2 students who had been beaten on the roof were currently lying on hospital beds. The single Dr. Haley was busy as usual, and especially at night when the guards gathered the beaten students. How can the school just let these sorts of things happen? Surely there is a better way, Haley thought. As she went to check up on Faye, she noticed he was now sleeping calmly. After healing the claw marks on him, and there wasn't anything unusual. However, when she looked at Loop, something had caught her eye that concerned her. In a certain spot on the boy's neck were 2 small puncture wounds similar to that of a snake bite. She had seen these signs before on another student, and just like before, the wound was already starting to heal itself. Haley then tapped her watch and waited a few moments for it to connect. "Hey, General. I believe there might be a stray beast roaming around the school." "What? That's impossible. We have seen no signs indicating the presence of one," the voice on the watch replied. But there have been some strange signs on 2 students. I'm a little bit worried. Haley said, please for me. Would just investigate it. Fine. Fine, whatever you want. How can I say no to my daughter? Just then, though, as Haley got of her call, 2 military men came rushing in with another student on their back soaked in blood. Hurry! This student is in critical condition, the guard shouted. They quickly placed the student on the bed and Haley quickly got to work. She tried and tried to use her abilities, but it was useless. The student was already too far gone. He had died. Haley then tapped her wristwatch once again to open up a digital report log. Report, confirming the time of death 9:30 p.m. A first-year student named Brandon Richardson. When Quinn had arrived back in his dorm room, he was surprised to see that neither Vorden or Peter seemed to be there. It's nearly curfew time. I wonder what they're doing out so late? It was a shame because Quinn was hoping to either ask Peter or Vorden what exactly happened between them and Layla, but with it getting late and Quinn low on energy, he decided to get some sleep ahead of the others. And as soon as his body had hit the bed, he was out in an instant. He didn't even change his clothes and he just laid there on top of it like an old drunk man. A few moments later and Peter was the first to arrive back in the dorm room. He slowly entered the room and didn't even acknowledge the fact that Quinn had returned. He walked slowly over to his bed and placed the quilt over his head, slightly shaking. Then soon after Vorden had arrived, he could see a bulge wrapped underneath the sheets on Peter's bed. Then Vorden noticed that Quinn was sleeping. As Vorden looked at Quinn's peaceful face, he smiled. Looks like you were fine, Vorden whispered to himself. I'm sorry. Each one of them was dealing with their own problems, yet not one of them knew of the others. With a lot on their mind and no one to share it with, they had to sleep with their demons that night. As Quinn woke up, he was greeted with his usual morning message. Daily quest complete. Avoid direct sunlight for 8 hours. 135/400 EXP. Quinn was satisfied with his growth in strength, however. He couldn't say the same about his leveling speed. He was currently only level 3 and had 2 skills he could use. Unlike other abilities where they gave you the control of something, Quinn's skills were a one-action type thing. If Quinn wanted to be on an even playing field with the higher-level ability users, then Quinn would need more skills. After fighting with Loop yesterday, Quinn realized he needed a few things. The first was he needed to get better at fighting. Although his skills had been fine with defeating low levels so far, he couldn't say the same when it came to opponents who knew how to fight. It was only because of Quinn's blood bank yesterday that he was able to win the fight and fight recklessly. This meant he needed to learn some hand-to-hand combat skills. The second thing was he couldn't go out fighting students every day. Yesterday was a close call and he still didn't know if Loop knew it was him or not who attacked. If he wanted to keep this a secret, he would have to limit his activity at night. Or get strong enough so he didn't have to rely on the gauntlets, which were a dead giveaway. That left him with a new goal. When checking out the system, Quinn remembered that there was a shop function that would only open at level 10. This was now Quinn's new target. He had no idea what the shop would detail, but so far the system hadn't let him down. When Vorden had woken up, he acted like his usual self, as he always had done in front of Quinn. Hey, did you get a good sleep? Vorden asked. When I came in yesterday, you were completely knocked out. Yeah. I was pretty worn out yesterday after combat classes. I heard you got in an accident. Is everything okay? Vorden asked. As you can see, I have made a complete recovery. You don't need to worry about me. Hey, seriously though, Quinn, if you're getting bullied or hurt, just tell me. I know we said not to help each other out, so the second-year students wouldn't get involved, but I can handle them, don't worry. Quinn smiled back at Vorden. He couldn't understand what Layla was so worried about. The Vorden in front of him now was the Vorden Quinn grew to like. Sure, he seemed to have his problems and lash out at times, but who didn't? Not wanting to ruin the nice atmosphere between the two of them, Quinn decided that he would ask Peter once the two of them were alone what happened. Besides, if he asked Vorden, there was the chance he would get a one-sided view of the events. As Peter woke up, Vorden greeted him too. But Peter only said very few words back. Now even Peter was acting strangely, Quinn thought. Is everything okay, Peter? Quinn asked. Yeah, I'm fine, Peter replied as he got dressed into a new uniform, a little bit spaced out. The three of them then started to head to the canteen, and as they were walking through the hallways, Quinn had spotted someone who he didn't want to see first thing in the morning. It was Loop. But as the two of them locked eyes, Loop instantly started to break out into a sweat and his hands were shaking uncontrollably. When the two walked by each other, Loop stopped and called out to Quinn. "Hey, is it okay to talk to you, in private?" Loop asked. Quinn immediately started to look around to see if there were any of Loop's friends nearby. If Loop was calling out to him, it was most likely because he had figured out that Quinn was the one who had attacked him and Faye. Quinn had put this into his calculations that they might group up to attack him, but he didn't think something would happen so soon. However, when he looked around, there was no sight of Brandon or even Faye nearby. With multiple students surrounding them, Quinn felt like it was unlikely that Loop would try anything here, and even if he did, he could at least defend himself without reviling his skills. "Hey, is everything okay?" Vorden said in a stern voice, not breaking eye contact with Loop. "Yeah, it's fine, Vorden. You two go ahead, I'll catch up with you in a bit." As Vorden and Peter walked away, Vorden couldn't help himself. He kept staring back at where Quinn was. The two of them then walked off to a nearby classroom just down the hallway to the canteen. It was breakfast time, so classes hadn't started yet and the classrooms were empty. Of course, Quinn made sure to stay by the door just in case Loop started to attack. That way he could run out into the hall where the rest of the students were. Loop stood there nervous and fidgeting. It seemed like he was struggling to get his words out, until he finally spoke. "I'm sorry about yesterday," Loop said as he bowed. "I know we hurt you in training, and you're probably coming back at us for revenge, but please forgive me." Quinn was speechless. This was unexpected and he didn't have a clue what was going on. "I promise I won't tell anyone about your secret. Please, whatever you do, just let me live. I won't bother you again and no one will ever know anything happened." Although Quinn had his suspicions that this was all an act. It seemed like Loop was genuine, either that or he was the best actor in the world. But what Quinn didn't understand was what on earth had happened to get Loop to act like this. "Thanks for keeping my secret. Besides, I don't really have a grudge against you. Although your friends were the one to act on me, you didn't do anything. You were just trying to help your friends," Quinn said. Thank you for sparing me," Loop said. "I promise if you need anything, I will help you. I just don't want what happened to Brandon happening to me." "Brandon?" Quinn said, confused. "What happened to Brandon?" At first, Loop was confused by the words that had come out of Quinn's mouth. There were two possible reasons he could be acting like this. Either Quinn was just pretending not to know, or when Brandon entered the hospital, he was still alive at the time. Meaning Quinn thought Brandon was still alive after attacking him. "Look, I promise I'll keep your secret. I know you attacked Faye because of what happened at the weapons hall. It had to be you. Who else would attack him and have gauntlets like you? So you decided to go after Brandon next after taking down me," Faye explained. "Look, I just want to continue living in school as normal. I don't want any drama. I don't know why you're hiding behind that fake power level of yours, but please, I just don't want to get involved and I'll stay out of your way." Quinn was trying his best to process the information he had just been told. Right now a student had died. To be honest, he wasn't really sure what the process or punishment was for a student's death, and at the same time, he didn't want to find out. If the other students were to learn about the attacks on Faye and Brandon, they would naturally assume it might have been Quinn wanting payback. However, the one thing that would make them doubt that was the fact that he was only a level 1 student. Right now, only Loop knew his secret, so it was no wonder Loop was afraid of him. With all this information, for now, Quinn felt it was best to play along. "You don't have to worry," said Quinn. "Like you said, you were only protecting your friend, and you didn't actually do anything to hurt me during the combat class. As long as you stay out of my way, I will stay out of yours." "Thank you," Loop said as he bowed down and left the room. After Loop had left, there was a thought lingering on Quinn's mind. Just who did kill Brandon? Was there anyone in the school that had a grudge against him? They had only been at the school a few days, and the school purposely made sure no one knew each other before sending them here. It was hard for Quinn to come up with a suspect. All he knew about Brandon was what had happened at the combat classes. If a petty person like him was able to plan an attack like that, then perhaps he had made many enemies already. After finishing his talk, Quinn headed to the canteen to catch up with his other two roommates, but when he entered the canteen, instead of seeing Vorden and Peter sitting together like usual, Vorden was sitting on his own and there was no sign of Peter. Quinn quickly grabbed his food and decided to sit next to Vorden. "Hey, aren't you worried about the second years coming to attack you?" Vorden said. "From the looks of it, people will continue to bother us anyway, so we might as well live how we want." Quinn replied, "Hey, so where's Peter? Didn't you two come here together? You're looking in the wrong places," Vorden said as he pointed in a different section of the canteen. The two of them were sat in the low-level section where the level 1 and 2s would usually sit. This was where Peter would usually come to join them as well. But the direction Vorden had pointed in was the higher-level tables, the level 4 and 5 tables, and sitting next to them was Peter. "What is he doing over there? Are they targeting him?" Quinn asked. "Who knows?" When Peter entered the canteen, he looked at me and said, "I'm gonna hang out with some new friends I made the other day." I asked him if he needed help and he said not to worry. As the two watched Peter hang out with the others though, it seemed like he was getting on with them well. He wasn't being asked to grab food or carry their things like the other lower power levels in other groups. "Well, maybe we should just keep an eye on them for now. It doesn't look like he's in trouble and we can always ask him about it later." Just then though, as Quinn and Vorden were busy eating their food at their table, another tray of food was slammed down. "I hope you two don't mind, but I have come to join you," Layla said as she sat down. As soon as Layla sat at her seat, she couldn't stop staring at Vorden, and the same was true for him. In the middle of the two was Quinn. He could feel the heat and tension in the air with both of them, and he didn't have a clue what happened. "So I see that hole in your leg healed up nicely," Layla said. Vorden's face started to twitch slightly. "Ha ha ha, what are you talking about?" "Sorry, my name's Vorden. I don't believe we have met," Vorden said, pulling out his hand for a shake. "You are crazy if you think I'm going to shake your hand and you're just going to pretend nothing happened, are you?" Layla then turned to Quinn. "Quinn, can you not see this guy is crazy yet?" "Don't call me crazy," Vorden said, slowly saying each word. Hey, I think you both need to calm down," said Quinn, feeling like any second now the two were going to clash in the canteen. "I don't even know what happened between the two of you. Please explain." "This crazy boy attacked me when I went to your room last night." "Look," Layla said as she pulled down her uniform slightly to reveal the red marks on her neck. "I keep telling you, Quinn, he's dangerous. Leave him." Vorden was visibly shaking at this point, but it was hard to tell if it was with anger or something else. "I said don't call me crazy," and again just like last time. Vorden slowly said each word, one by one. Judging by the tone of Vorden's voice, it felt like he was going to snap at any second, and Layla was prepared for it. She kept her senses on high alert, ready to use her ability any second now. Even Quinn was unsure about what Vorden was about to do. "Vorden, is what Layla said true? Did you attack her?" Quinn asked in a soft voice, hoping to diffuse the situation. After hearing Quinn, Vorden stopped shaking and lifted his head up. I'm sorry about attacking you. When I saw Quinn's blood, I thought that maybe the attacker had come back to get revenge. I thought you might have come in to attack me and Peter as well," Vorden explained. "I don't know if you know this, but Peter is only a level 1, and even though my indicator says I'm a level 5, I have to touch people to use my abilities. When you came through the door, I had no choice but to act first." "How can we even believe you?" Layla said, still annoyed by the whole thing. It was clear to her that Vorden was unstable. It was as if his mood and mind were changing all the time. Just seconds ago she felt like Vorden was going to attack her again, and all of a sudden he's calm. Layla wasn't buying it. However, even Quinn felt like Vorden was acting strange. It seemed like Vorden was always trying to hide something. When Vorden was asked about what happened between him and the second years, and even now with what had happened between him and Layla, "I'll just leave you to be for now," Vorden said. "I'm sorry about what happened. Quinn, if you need anything, just let me know." He then got out from his seat and left the two of them alone. "Do you see what I mean?" Layla said. "The man is unstable. I understand he might have protected you a few times and he hasn't hurt you yet, but someone like him can hurt you at any time." Quinn knew what Layla was saying was right. This wasn't the first time Quinn had seen Vorden lash out, and it didn't seem like it would be the last either. But for some reason, Quinn was unafraid of Vorden like the others. All the acts of aggression that Quinn felt, it never felt like it was aimed towards him. In the hallway, while Vorden was heading to his elemental combat class, he decided to quickly step into an empty classroom on the way. He leaned up against the wall and took a deep breath. As he looked at his hand, blood could be seen. Vorden had clenched his fist so hard that his own fingernails had pierced his palm. "Why did you get in my way? We could have taught that girl a lesson. What did I tell you? It's because of you we're in this mess in the first place. You attacked her. It's our fault to begin with." "Fine. But you understand that if you keep suppressing us, the little one's anger will only build up. The more he thinks Quinn is trying to get away, the angrier he will be, and then when he takes over, there is nothing me and you can do. I won't let it get to that point. I'm sorry, Quinn, for getting you involved in this, but you were just unlucky the little one chose you." With breakfast over and done with, it was time for Layla and Quinn to head to their beast weapons class. When they entered the room, Faye, Brandon, and Loop were nowhere to be seen. Of course, Faye and Brandon were banned from the class, and Loop had decided to make a transfer to another combat class. Loop just wanted to be as far away from Quinn as possible. Leo stood at the front of the class and was prepared to give out his instructions for today's class. "Now for today's lesson, it will be individual practice. You have fought for the last couple of days with your weapon. Now you must learn how to get the hang of it, how to make it a part of you. Maybe come up with unique ideas to combine the use of your ability with the weapon. Then tomorrow you shall put today's hard work into practice." With that, everyone went into a separate space with their weapon. A few of the students sat down and started to think about how they could use their ability with their weapon. One student covered their whip in flames, making a fire whip. Another held a shield and managed to alter its shape to form spikes. While Quinn had no clue what to do. His only skill was easy to use, and there wasn't much to do with it other than swing his hand, but what Quinn wanted to do more than anything was learn how to fight. "I wish there was someone who could teach me how to use these things," Quinn said as he sighed. Request of combat lesson activated. A suitable weapon is currently in use. Hand-to-hand combat LV. One will now be shown. Just then, as Quinn said those words, he seemed to have activated something within the system. In front of his eyes, a video started to play. Quinn quickly looked around him to see if anyone else could see what he was seeing, but he seemed to be the only one. In the video stood a single tall, long-haired blonde man in a large, empty room. On his both of hands, he wore two gauntlets similar to Quinn's but looked a lot more powerful, and his beauty was unmatched. Something Quinn had never said about a boy before. There was one other thing that Quinn noticed, and it was his piercing red eyes. "Hello and welcome to hand-to-hand combat classes for beginners," the blonde man said in a cheery voice. "I don't know how much time has passed, but if you have come across this video, that means you're one of us. And I hope that the information that is being provided isn't useless in your day and age." The appearance of the man and the man's words made Quinn think about who exactly the man was in a video, and he had good reason to believe that he was a vampire. As Quinn diligently watched the blonde man in the video, he noticed several things that he read about in fantasy novels that all pointed to the tall man being a vampire. The ghastly pale skin, the beautiful looks, and finally, the red eyes. Not only that, but the man in the video also stated that Quinn was one of them. If Quinn was trying to understand the meaning behind his words, the man was stating that he was a vampire. Although there was also some other strange wording the man had said as well. The fact that he didn't know how much time had passed. Did it mean the video was made a long time ago? Was the man in the video even still alive? For now, Quinn had to put all of the questions he had to the side, as there was nothing he could do to confirm it. The video continued to play, and the tall blonde man started to speak again. "To whomever this video happens to be shown to, I will now demonstrate a set of skills that you should be able to perform at your level. Our kind and/or abilities work best when we use a weapon that covers our hands." The man then proceeded to get into a fighting stance. "I will cover 2 sets of basic moves, and it's up to you to learn them and figure out how to use them in fights. If you forget, feel free to open up your system at any time and watch the videos again. The first move is a defensive move. I call it flash step. To perform this, if the system has been set up correctly, you will need at least 15 points of agility. The man then proceeded to perform the flash step. He crouched down and moved to another corner of the room in an instant. At the same time, an afterimage of him was being shown. Now this skill uses up a lot of stamina, so even if you have enough agility points to perform this skill, be careful not to wear yourself out. I would only use it when avoiding a fatal blow or going in for an attack. Please also make note that although the move is fast and hard to be seen by the naked eye, at most it can only move you at the distance of 5 meters. Looking at the move, Quinn straight away realized how handy it would be to have something like this. In his last fight against Loop, he could have avoided several blows at the last second. The only thing was it was a shame that Quinn currently didn't have enough agility points to practice the move. The next skill I will show you is the hammer strike. Once again, the man got in a fighting stance. This time he lifted his right foot and slammed it onto the ground, while at the same time he pulled back his left hand and threw out his right hand. All of this was done in one smooth motion. Just from watching the video, Quinn could see that the air had slightly moved. Cool, right? The man said, smiling. For this skill, you will need at least 15 strength as well. That is all for today. When you are ready, the next set of hand-to-hand combat classes will be unlocked for you. If you want a slowed down and more detailed version of these videos, they will be saved in your system. Good luck, my friend, and I wish you all the best. After the man had finished talking, the video immediately ended. As Quinn opened up his system, there was now an extra tab that stated tutorial, and in it were 2 videos of the skills he had just been shown. When watching the videos, it was just as the man had said. The video contained slowed-down versions of the skills the man had recently performed. There was even detailed commentary on how the skills would work and what you needed to do. Quinn couldn't help but think who this guy was. The way he spoke clearly meant he knew about the system. Did that mean he was the creator of the book Quinn's parents had left him? But it was hard for Quinn to remember meeting anyone like the man in the video. He didn't even know what his parents' faces looked like that well. Whatever it was, he was happy that the system was starting to help him out more. He felt like the system at first had given him a hard time, giving him quests to drink blood and drawbacks such as having his stats while in the sun. But now Quinn was starting to feel happy that he had discovered the system more than ever. Quinn immediately started to watch the hammer strike video. As long as he wore the gauntlets, he technically had more than 15 strength. He wasn't sure if that counted, but there was no harm in trying. But as Quinn was watching the video, Leo had come up and approached him. Quinn, I'm afraid I have some bad news, Leo said. That's when Quinn also noticed 2 military men were standing behind. I'm afraid you will have to follow these men. They have a few questions they would like to ask you. Don't worry, I will be coming too. With that, one guard held Quinn, while the other held Leo. Hey, what's going on over there? The students said, noticing the commotion. Is he being taken somewhere? Students, we shall be back in a while, said Leo. Please continue to watch, and if I spot any of you slacking or breaking the rules, you know the consequences. A few moments later, and the 2 of them were teleported into a small square room. There were no windows and a few lights above them. Inside the room was a single table with a hooded female sat on one side and an empty chair on the other. Standing behind the female was a man who had the rank of general on his clothing. Please sit, the general said. Quinn did as he was told and sat in the empty seat. But with the atmosphere in the room, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Don't look so worried, boy. As long as you have done nothing wrong, you have nothing to worry about. A million thoughts started to race through Quinn's mind. Had they found out about his ability? Were they going to force him to give it up and hand it over? Or had Loop informed them that he had killed Brandon and they were now going to punish him for it? Although Quinn was trying his best to calm down, it was nearly impossible. As he sat in the seat, he could feel his heart beating as if it was trying to escape from his chest. Boy, calm down, Leo said. I think even the others can hear your heartbeat. Now, before we begin, I would like to inform you of a few things, the sergeant said. A student by the name of Brandon Richardson has passed away recently. Now your teacher here has informed me that he and another student named Phelan had attacked you during combat classes yesterday. Now not only has one of the students passed away, but Faye was also admitted to the hospital late last night. So it was something to do with Brandon's death after all. We currently have no leads to what happened to Brandon, so that eventually led us to you. Although it's hard to believe someone with no ability like you could do something like this, there is always a way. The woman sitting opposite you here has the ability to detect whether someone is telling the truth or not. Now please proceed with her demands. It's okay, the lady said. I just need you to place your hand over mine. As Quinn placed his hand over hers, he suddenly felt a calming feeling enter his body. An ability has been detected, unable to block the user's ability. Now tell me, did you kill Brandon Richardson last night? She asked. The calming feeling allowed Quinn to answer naturally. He felt like he was suddenly floating on top of clouds. No, I did not. The woman carried on holding Quinn's hand and eventually let go. He's telling the truth. As I said, I couldn't believe he would do something like this. Leo said, I mean, how would it even be possible? He's only a level 1. It looks like we no longer have any leads. It's a shame, but an accident like this happens from time to time. It is expected. The sergeant said, I'm sorry for wasting your time. Feel free to head back to class. With the questioning over, the two guards grabbed Leo and Quinn by the arm once again, and a few moments later were teleported back to the weapons hall. Boy, your heartbeat was starting to give me doubts that you were hiding something, said Leo. But I'm glad you were not the culprit, otherwise I would have lost a promising student. With that said, Leo started to walk around the room and give advice out to the other students. That's when Layla had come over to where Quinn was. What happened? Is everything okay? Yeah, it seems like it will be for now at least, Quinn replied. Quinn explained to Layla what had happened at the integration. At first, she was even shocked to hear that Brandon had died, but was happy to find out that Quinn was now completely cleared of suspicion. But as she thought about it more, she started to think who in their right mind would be crazy enough to kill a student and for what reason. Hey Quinn, you might not like what I'm about to say, but do you think maybe Vorden did it? What makes you say that? Did something happen between Vorden and Brandon / No, I mean, is it not strange that Vorden approached you in the first place? He's a level 5 user while you're just a level 1, and when he attacked me the other day he kept shouting about you. And trust me, the guy seems crazy enough to do something like that. Really, but why? It's not like me and Vorden have known each other for long. Do you really think anyone would go to the extreme just for something like this? Yeah, even if I do think he's crazy, I don't think he's that crazy. With that, the two continued to practice their combat classes. Although Quinn was trying his best to learn the hammer strike move, he couldn't concentrate. He kept thinking about the words that Layla had said. Right now, there were no suspects to Brandon's death, and Vorden had acted oddly a few times. And the last thing was the fact that Vorden wasn't in his room when Quinn arrived back last night. Just what was he doing so late? As the combat classes had ended, Layla and Quinn decided to hang out with each other for a while. There were a few tests both of them wanted to do with Quinn's ability. Quinn wanted to find a way to stop the sun from affecting him and learn about it more, while Layla wanted to see if there was any way she could be turned into a vampire. But as they walked out of the weapons hall and out onto the ground floor, them and several other first-year students had been stopped. The people stopping them were second-year students, and they had asked all the first-year students to gather at the assembly hall. Just what is going on? Layla said. I have no idea, Quinn replied. Of course, the second-year students were powerful and the first-year students had no choice but to agree. Even the higher power levels had agreed to come, afraid something might happen. Around 100 of the first-year students had gathered in the assembly hall. Around them was not a single teacher but just several of the second-year students. Up on the stage, the curtains were drawn and in front of it stood Momo. Welcome every single one of you, Momo said. Today we have a special event. A special message to all you first years. You see, there has been someone going around trying to go against us, thinking he can break the precious system that has been around for years in this school. I am here to tell you that this is what happens to those who do not obey. Momo pulled down on a piece of string and the curtains on the stage started to be opened up. As the curtains moved away slowly, it started to reveal a student who had been tied up and placed on a large piece of wood. The student was bloody and had markings of being beaten everywhere. Vorden, Quinn said. Finally, The first-year students had gathered in the assembly hall as asked. There was chatter amongst themselves as there seemed to be no sign of any teachers and only the second-year students. It was easy to tell the difference between years with students, as there was a rank embed on their shirt that told the difference. Have all the students arrived yet? Momo asked. Yes, everyone from Dell's class and the weapons combat class should be here. Well, it's time to show everyone what happens when you don't follow the rules. At that moment Momo pulled a piece of string, pulling back the curtains, revealing what was behind them. As the curtains were drawn, a badly beaten-up Vorden was on display, tied to a large wooden plank. Both of his hands were slotted into holes while his body was made to stand, and it looked like his legs were wired down by some type of ability. Just then several of the second-year students pulled out carts that seemed to be filled with large black circular stones. Momo picked up one of the round balls and held it in his hand. This here is a metal ball that had been embedded with the power of a beast crystal, said Momo. When the Earth had found a way to mix the beast crystal with our own weapons, it was a turning point in the war, but what they don't teach you as first years is that beast weapons need to be activated with your ability. Once activated, they can give out extra power. The higher the beast crystal used to make the weapon, the higher the power. Quinn, watching the whole thing, couldn't help but look at the badly beaten-up Vorden. He was wondering how on earth Momo could stand there and talk so casually as if he was giving a presentation to the whole class. So us second years have decided to give you from the beast weapons class and some of you other first-year students a shortcut. Today we will show you how to activate a beast weapon using these balls. That's when a first-year student raised his hand to ask a question. Excuse me, but does any of the teachers know about this? For a moment there was silence. Even the first years couldn't believe why someone would ask that in this situation. It was obvious that this was being done behind the teachers' backs. Then a second-year student had come from the side of the assembly hall and immediately punched the student who asked the question in the face. The second-year student repeatedly punched the person until he eventually passed out. Are there any more questions? Momo asked. The first-year students stood there silent in fear. They didn't want to say anything, especially after they had seen what happened to the boy who had just asked a question. Good, Momo said before continuing. Now to explain, these beast stones here were made with the purpose to help you activate your equipment, so, to be honest, they're quite useless, but they are handy for demonstrating. Just like when you activate your ability in your body, you need to concentrate on the ball in front of you. Think of it as a part of your body and focus your ability on it. The stone ball being held in Momo's hand suddenly went from a black to a green color. Now usually your weapons wouldn't change color when activated, but as I said earlier, these balls are used just for the sake of helping you learn how to activate your weapons. Once the color has changed, that means it has been activated and its strength has increased. Now today we will be practicing target hitting. The second-year students then moved Vorden down from the stage and onto the floor with the other first-year students. The board here is special, you see. Even a bullet wouldn't be able to penetrate through it. Only the power of a beast weapon can. So today's lesson is to throw the ball and hit the target. Simple, right? What, is this really allowed? A student asked. And what do they mean by the target? The board, it's so thin, they're basically telling us to hit him. Won't we get into trouble for doing something like this? What do you mean, the teachers don't care when we got beat before? Why would they care about something like this now? The second years are doing this only because they know they can get away with it. They have been here longer than us. Momo started to look at the crowd, when his eyes finally had met with Quinn's. Oh, I almost forgot. The crazy boy here has been targeting us second years one by one, thinking we wouldn't notice. Not only did he not heed our warning, but he completely ignored it and came after us. We dealt with him in this very hall back then, but he still didn't listen. Now this is a warning to you all. This is what happens to those who try to disrupt the flow in school. The second years then poured out the crates of black beast stones. They all fell out and rolled onto the ground floor. There were more than enough stones there for each student to throw at least one ball at Vorden. Now who wants to go first? One of the second students said. Hurry now, if no one wants to volunteer, then I will just have to pick one of you. As expected, not a single person had volunteered. The students were cruel to those who were weaker to them, but not like this. Usually, it would be a case of just better treatment, but it seemed like the second years were targeting Vorden. Whatever Vorden had done, he really had annoyed them. All right then, you the girl with the brown hair, you go first, the second-year student said as he put one of the balls in her hand. I can't, she said. Really? Well, if you can't, then we have no choice, Momo said. Two of the second-year students went ahead and grabbed the female by her arms and spread her out. She struggled to break free and was wondering if she should use her ability. The girl started to look to around her side to see if a single person would stand up for her. But they all looked away, trying to avoid eye contact. Momo picked up one of the balls and it started to light up green. What's with you first years? When we ask you to do something, then you need to do it. The ball flew out of his hand and managed to hit the girl dead in the stomach. Although Momo was careful not to use his full strength. Get her out of here, Momo said. Next. The next student was a male. He had the ability level of 2.5, but when he held the ball it managed to change in color, more activating the Beast Core's powers. Unlike the female, the boy didn't hesitate. He had more time to think about what he needed to do. He threw the ball hard and the ball managed to hit Vorden straight in the stomach. The impact was hard and Vorden coughed out blood over the floor. You see that? Now that was perfect. That is exactly how everyone should throw the ball. Layla and Quinn had been at the back this whole time watching everything. As they were one of the last ones to enter the room, and even though Layla had her grudges against Vorden, she knew this wasn't right. Those bastards, how could they do something like that? Quinn, go call Leo. If it's him, he might stop this mess. But as Layla turned around to look at where Quinn was, he was nowhere to be seen. Pick me. I don't mind having a little try, Quinn said with a smile, standing at the front of the students. Just what was the crazy boy thinking? Layla was stunned as she watched Quinn. As Quinn volunteered himself next, Momo couldn't help but think he was up to something. He knew the two of them were friends, so why would he volunteer? In a way, this whole demonstration was to show the first years that they were to obey the second year's command. Every year it had become a sort of tradition at the academy. A similar thing had happened to them when they were first years. A display that there was a power far greater than them and they were not to become cocky. To show them that there was something greater ahead, this would draw them to the fact that they needed more power. It would strive for them to work harder. It was never meant to get this far. At first, they had given Vorden a simple warning. Then Vorden was the one who first started to attack the second years. At the time, Momo and the others decided to show them his place. They dealt with Vorden on his own, or so they thought. He continued to disobey their commands and still came after weaker second-year students one by one. That's when they decided to punish him publicly. This way it would solve all future troublemakers and showed them what happened to them. Quinn started to look around at all the second years in the room. There were a total of 8 second-year students standing by the edge of the hall, 4 on each side that had around 50 first-year students surrounded. There were also 2 students by Vorden, 1 on each side of the board. These students were the weakest of the bunch. Each of them had a power level 2 displayed on the watches. Even though they were second years, they all followed Momo, which meant they were weaker than him. There was the chance that they had already learnt how to use a soul weapon, but it was unlikely. They had only just become second years, so there wasn't much chance for them to learn anything. However, the real problem was Momo and the people by his side. Momo stood there with the power level of 6 and the 2 beside him were level 4s. It was unlikely that any of the first years would help Quinn out, and even the strongest first year in the room was Erin, and even she was a level 5. It was no wonder, even though the first years outnumbered them, they were afraid. As Quinn held the ball in his hand, a message had appeared. Basic tier beast weapon. Round ball. Would you like to activate? Strength of weapon will increase by 5%. The percentage stood out to him. It was the same number his gauntlets gave when using them. Perhaps Quinn didn't need to figure out how to activate the beast weapons, as Momo had said. It seemed like the system would do everything for him. Activate. The black ball started to glow. It glowed brighter than any of the balls the other students had held before. How is that possible? He was able to activate the basic tier weapon fully. Momo thought. That means its strength has increased by at least 5%. If he had a higher tier weapon, I wonder if he could the same. Wasn't he just a useless level 1? Quinn then walked in front of where Vorden was standing. There was now a good 5 meters of distance between the two. Why do we have these powers? Quinn said out loud. Isn't it to protect ourselves, to fight those who harm our friends and family? Vorden, hearing Quinn's words, started to lift his head. He had a feeling he knew what Quinn was planning to do. Quinn? No. Don't. What are you doing? Vorden mumbled but was unheard. I have taken a beating my whole life and I was weak back then. What do I care if I take another beating now? Quinn then chucked the ball using all his strength as hard as he could. With the 16 points of strength and the added 5% power, the ball came out lightning fast as it left his fingertips. Instead of the ball hitting Vorden, though, like everyone suspected, it landed straight in the student's stomach standing by the side of the board. The power was so strong that the student was lifted off his feet and knocked out in one blow. Less than 50 EXP gained. 175/400 EXP. What the hell are you guys doing standing there? Get him! Momo shouted. Quinn knew there wasn't much he could do against all the second-year students, so he wanted to create as much havoc as possible. The 2 level 4 students who stood by Momo's side started to come towards him, but instead of Quinn running toward them, he suddenly ran towards the crowd of first-years behind him. He bent down and picked up 2 more of the black balls on the floor and started to head for the weaker students around the side while weaving in between the first-year students. Then, when he was within distance, he had found his targets. The weak level 2s who were standing by the side. Once again he threw out another 2 black balls, aiming for them at full strength. One of the students managed to avoid the black ball, but the other wasn't so lucky, getting hit and knocked out. Less than 50 EXP gained. 225/400 EXP. This was Quinn's plan. So far, every level up Quinn was able to obtain an ability. He didn't know what he would get, but he sure hoped it would help him win the fight. There were enough second-year students for him to take on to cause a level up. He then went back into the crowd to pick up even more balls while making sure to use the other students as cover. What are you guys doing? To anyone who manages to hit or capture that guy, they will be free from any form of punishment, Momo said. The first-year students started to look at each other. They didn't want to be involved in the first place and were unsure of what to do. Why should we listen to you? Layla said. Just a second ago you dealt with one of us for asking a question. Who knows whether we can trust you or not? Fine, you don't want to help? Attack them all. Just then, the 2 level 4 students who were chasing after Quinn no longer cared about injuring the first years. The 2 people started to gather up their abilities. One of them swung out their arm, and with it, a large line of water came out at them. But before it could even reach any of the students, an ice ball was shot out and froze the water attack in place, causing it to fall to the ground. The person responsible stepped forward and drew her sword out. I wasn't going to get involved, but you guys attacked me first, Aaron said. Ha, even if you're a level higher than us, do you really think you can take on 2 level 4s? Just then an arrow came shooting out, aiming for one of the students, but before it could reach him, an earth wall was raised. She won't be alone, Layla said. To be honest, at first, Layla wasn't planning to get involved. If Quinn wanted to take a beating, there was no reason for her to get one with him. However, she too had experienced mistreatment in the school. Layla had no idea how strong Quinn really was, but felt like he must have had some sort of a plan to fight back, and it now looked like the first-year students were going to get hurt anyway. With Layla and Aaron distracting the other high levels in the room, Quinn felt like this was his chance to deal with the rest of the level 2s. However, it wasn't going to be as easy as he thought. Out from the side, a long, thin object came lashing out at him. It was too fast for Quinn to react, causing him to be hit across his body. Not only did the attack pierce his chest, but it also sent him tumbling to the ground. 13/20 HP. 7 points of HP with 1 attack. Just what was that? Quinn thought, looking at what had just hit him. Coming towards him was Momo. In his hand, he held a beast weapon whip by his side. You have caused so much trouble, Momo said. I don't know how you can activate the beast weapon so well, and your surprise attacks seem to work, but you will always be a weak level 1. Before Quinn could even get up, he was already surrounded by the other 6 second-year students. Vorden, watching the whole thing from the board, felt useless. I have to help him. He's only getting hurt because of me. This is all my fault, Vorden said. If you want to help him, then let me take over, a voice said in Vorden's head. Inside the assembly hall, there was one boy who was unsure of what to do, and that was Peter. He had been there the whole time from the very beginning but chose to hide in the crowd so he wouldn't get picked. When he saw Quinn come to the stage to try help Vorden, he felt even more guilty. Why? Because the whole reason Vorden was tied up on the slab in the first place was because of him. The other day when the second years came to see Peter, they had come with a proposal. Help them get Vorden to come to the assembly hall, and he would be protected by the second years. Of course, Peter felt like he had no choice. If he refused the second years there and then, they would have tortured him until he agreed anyway. So what was the use of fighting back if the end result was the same? After their combat classes had finished, Peter had asked Vorden to go with him to the assembly hall to help him further practice. When they entered the room, the second-year students, included Momo, were hiding waiting for him. When the time was right, they all came out at once and jumped him. But what had surprised Peter was in that instant, Vorden had turned and pushed Peter out of the way. Run. I'm sorry, this is all my fault, Vorden said. Vorden thought the second years had targeted him because of what he had been doing in his free time. He had been fighting the second-year students when they were all on their own, trying to weaken Momo's gang one by one. Not knowing what to do, Peter ran out of the room, only later to return with everyone else. Then when he saw Quinn, someone who was just as weak as him, stand up to the second years, Peter felt a pain in his heart so strong. He had betrayed them, but Peter was going to make things right. While no one was looking and everyone's attention was focused on the fights around them, Peter had managed to leave the assembly hall. Meanwhile, at the center of the assembly hall, Aaron and Layla were busy confronting the two level 4 students. The first years had spread out, making sure not to get hurt in the crossfire, but at the same time doing nothing to help. It was unclear who the winner would be, and they felt like if they joined the wrong side it would only make things worse for them. Hey, do you mind if we switch? One of the second-year students said. My water abilities are weak against her? I see, so you want the level 2 user, huh? The other student replied. Oh well, just finish her off quickly. With that, the 2 second years charged in for the attack. The water ability user went after Layla, while the earth user went after Aaron. As the earth user got closer, he stomped the ground and a spiked earth mound followed, heading right for Aaron. But Aaron remained calm as the spike came towards her. She slashed her sword and with a single strike, cut the spike in half, causing it to fall to the ground. What the? That beast weapon, if it cut through my earth ability, is it an advanced tier beast weapon? The earth user thought. However, he didn't have much time to think. With her other hand, Aaron had formed an ice spear and threw it towards her opponent. The earth user lifted his arms, causing a wall of earth blocking the attack. He then moved his hands apart, and at the same time the wall he had created split in two, but when the view in front of him was clear, Aaron was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, he felt his legs start to feel cold. When he looked down, he noticed they were starting to freeze. For a second-year level 4 Earth user, you are incredibly weak. Before the boy could react, Aaron had whacked him in the back of the head with the hilt of her sword. Then, as he fell to the ground, she froze his arms and limbs in place, making sure he would stay on the ground. How did she win so easy? The first-year students watching said. Yeah, shouldn't a match between a level 4 and 5 user be closer than that? And he was a second-year student. Maybe they aren't as strong as we thought? Usually, a fight with a level 4 and 5 users would be a lot closer, especially considering the other student was a second year. But there was a major difference between the two fighters, and that was something called fighting IQ. No matter how strong someone's ability was or how powerful a punch they packed, you needed to know how to use your abilities and when. This could be improved with experience, or some people were just naturally gifted. For Aaron, she had always fallen into the gifted category. Although Aaron had finished her match quickly, the same couldn't be said for Layla. Her attacks were basically useless. As an archer, her skills were best used when surprising her opponent and when there was a distance between the two. Here she had neither of them. Every attack of hers was met with a wall of water that would stop her arrows in their tracks, and finally when she was tired, the second-year student threw out his fist and a ball of water came out towards her. It hit her dead in the stomach and sent her flying back towards the front of the hall near Vorden. The water user started running after her, planning to finish her. Layla, seeing this, struggled but was too hurt to get up. "Hey you, free me? I can deal with him." "What?" Layla said as she looked up, noticing that it was Vorden who was speaking to her. "Come on, hurry, we don't have much time. Touch my leg." Layla hesitated for a moment. She still had remembered what had happened when the two of them were in the room. She still had an odd feeling in her gut telling her Vorden was a bad person, but right now it was the only person she could rely on. She crawled over to Vorden's side and touched his leg as he had asked. Then the shackles tied around Vorden's arms and legs started shaking. "Come on, help me you bitch," Vorden shouted at her. Vorden was using Layla's telekinesis ability, but it was weak. It wasn't strong enough to break from the shackles. Layla then lifted her hand, and with the two of them working together, the shackles were finally removed and Vorden was free. He started to rotate his wrist as if he was getting used to his body. He shook his limbs out and started to jump up and down. "Finally, I get to come out. It's been a long time." As the water user continued to run forward now that Vorden was free, he was more cautious. The last time they had fought with him in the assembly hall, they remembered Vorden having earth powers. At the time, the last person he had touched was Peter. Vorden then started to laugh hysterically and charged towards the water user. It was an unexpected move. The water user panicked and threw out 2 lines of water blades. These were just as sharp as an attack from a regular blade but could be thrown out. As the blades came towards him, at the last second Vorden managed to twist his body in an odd way, avoiding both of the blades. He then lifted one of the black balls from the ground using his telekinesis and threw it out. However, the attack was easy for the water user to block, forming a water wall stopping the ball, but then crack. Something was felt on the back of his leg, and at the same time a crunching sound was heard. The boy immediately fell to one knee. As he looked at Vorden in front of him, he could only see Vorden with his hands held out. Then another striking pain was felt through his body, this time on his other ankle. Without realizing it, Vorden had attacked him from behind, pulling the other black balls towards him. The water user was too focused on the attack in front, he never thought about an attack from behind. Also, it had come as a surprise to him that Vorden was not an earth user as he thought. Vorden then lifted up 2 more black balls and swung his hands down. At the same time, the balls came rushing down at a crazy speed, hitting the student in the forearms, breaking them at the same time. The student screamed in pain, and with his arms mangled, he could no longer use his water ability as he could before. Finally, Ratton have returned. The second-year students had Quinn completely surrounded. As he took a step forward to try to break out of the encirclement, a wind strike came towards him. He managed to lift his hand to block the attack, but at the same, another slash was felt against his back. 12/20 HP. The attacks continued with a mixture of abilities, but most of them were weak elemental abilities such as level 2 wind users and earth users. However, when he was being attacked from all sides, the attacks quickly added up. Quinn continued to block strikes coming from the front of him, but still was hit from all sides. 11/20 HP, 10/20 HP, 9/20 HP. There was a constant cycle. Once he was injured to a certain degree, Quinn's blood bank would auto-activate and heal him, but even with the blood bank, there was no getting out of this one. But he knew this would happen to some degree. He never expected to win in the first place. Ignoring the pain of the strikes and instead of trying to avoid all the attacks, he rushed forward towards one of the students. This time 2 hits had hit him from each side, casing 2 big slashes on his body. 8/20 HP, 7/20 HP. But he didn't care. His speed was quick, and using the strength in his legs, he was able to move himself forward and grabbed one of the second-year students. He quickly went behind the student, grabbing his arm, and at the same time kept one of his claws towards the student's neck, using him as a meat shield. The second years were hesitant to attack, afraid they might hit their fellow classmate. Quinn continued to walk backwards with the student until his back was up against the wall. "Me and you both know you're not going to hurt him, Quinn," Momo said. If you attack too deep and kill him, you'll be in trouble. Attack too shallow and we will pounce on you and make you wish you were dead. Quinn hated to admit it, but Momo was right. He couldn't kill the student, and at the same time the second he turned his back to them they would take him out, so Quinn was left with only one thing. He no longer had his claw hand out, but then started to choke the student from behind, wrapping his arm around his neck. He used his strength and carried on until he eventually passed out. Less than 50 EXP gained. 275/400 EXP. No point wasting good EXP, Quinn said. As soon as the student fell to the ground, the attacks came out fast and furious from the others. Quinn was able to block most of them. Now his back was up against the wall. He started dodging a lot of the strikes, which made him think back to the test center. The situation he was in was similar to the agility test where holographic spikes came at him. However, these attacks were more powerful and were greater in number. Eventually, Quinn let a strike get in. 6/20 HP. Suddenly the attacks had stopped and Momo had stood forward with his whip in his hand. Seeing the whip, Quinn remembered that a single attack last time had brought his HP down by 7 points. If he was to receive another attack from it right now, he would be brought down to below 0. Quinn still didn't know what happened when his HP would reach 0, but at the same time, this wasn't the time to find out. He had no choice. He would have to use the blood bank to heal himself. Even if the others did see him use this, it wouldn't reveal he was a vampire, but they would just think it was some type of self-healing ability. The problem was Quinn had already displayed abnormal strength. If he then displayed abnormal healing, things wouldn't add up. A student couldn't have two abilities apart from rare cases, which meant it would only lead to Quinn being asked more questions. Just as Quinn was deciding what to do, Momo sensed something and moved his head at the last second. As he did, a black ball came flying through the air and went past his head. Then the black ball stopped mid-air and suddenly started moving back towards Momo. Momo lashed his whip at the ball, slicing it in half. As he turned around, he saw Vorden standing there. When he looked to see what had happened to the rest of the second years, he could see a few had already been taken down, and those who hadn't been were busy engaging in combat with Layla and Aaron. So you got free, huh? Momo said. Do you not remember what happened to you last time the two of us fought? Momo taunted. Last time you fought against that weakling. This time you're fighting me. Rattan said. I'm not as nice as Vorden. Rattan lifted both hands, and with it, 2 more black balls of the ground lifted up. Vorden swung his hands in the air and the black balls followed the same path. There was no need for Vorden to use his hands when using his telekinesis ability, but it allowed him to focus his mind better. Doing this moved the balls at greater speed and precision. After all, he wouldn't be able to use it as well as Layla, who had the ability most her life. The balls flowed a similar pattern to his hands, striking at different directions. However, Momo would simply step forward, move back or turn his body slightly, avoiding each of the balls. He then grew tired and grabbed one of the balls mid-air that was heading straight for his face. Looks like you really don't remember what happened last time? Momo clenched his fist tightly, destroying the black ball held in his hands. He then swung his whip, destroying the other without even looking where it was. Quinn wanted to help. While Momo's back was turned, he tried to go in for a strike, but before he even took a step, the whip came flying out and landed just in front of him. Don't even think about it, Momo said. Before Quinn had taken a single step, Momo had already acted. Then Quinn waited once again for the right moment, and when he thought it was right, he tried moving in again, but the same thing had happened. Momo swung at his whip before Quinn had moved. It can't be, Quinn thought. So far Momo hadn't displayed anything reviling his ability, but just now and how he had acted before, it seemed like it was part of his ability. There were 2 guesses Quinn had. He either had some type of mind-reading ability or future-seeing ability. If that was the case, then the fight ahead would be a tough battle. Quinn's guess about Momo was nearly spot on. Momo could see 2 seconds ahead into the future, although it wasn't as clear as others might think. His ability was activated through his eyes. When he turned on his ability, a new type of vision would appear. Everywhere Momo looked, there was an outline of what a person or object was going to do next. When Momo's back was turned and the black ball had come towards him, he could slightly feel the outline of the ball touching him, allowing him to move his head just in time. Just 2 seconds before Quinn has even begun moving towards Momo, His outline had already shown where and what Quinn was planning to do. It was a strong ability that took years for Momo to get a hang of at first. Just because one could see the future didn't help out in any other aspects. Momo's strength, speed, and reaction time all had to be trained with his ability. Even though Momo's ability was a rare one that was available on the marketplace, not many people opted for it for these reasons. But Quinn wasn't the only one who had figured out Momo's ability. Rattan had as well. "Who cares if you know what I'm going to do?" Rattan shouted. "All I need to do is do something you can't block." Rattan then started running towards him. Momo swung his whip, while Rattan held out his hand, slowing the whip down with his telekinesis ability. The whip slowed down enough, allowing him to jump over the strike. Then with his other hand, something started to form. It looked like water was starting to surround his hand. With another swing, a water blade followed. Momo quickly moved to the side, avoiding one strike, but what quickly followed was a barrage of water strikes. Then, at the same time from behind, another 2 black balls had been lifted and were coming right at him. Momo could see the black balls coming at him, and he knew he could do nothing but take a hit. He opted to avoid the water strikes, the more powerful of the attacks, and moved so the balls would hit his back. After being hit with the black balls, Momo moved away from Vorden, creating distance between the two. "I have to admit, I didn't expect you to be able to use 2 abilities. You didn't do something like this last time. It looks like you were hiding a trump card after all," Momo said. "But you weren't the only one holding back last time." While in his right hand he held a whip, something started to form in his left hand. At first, it looked just like a bunch of light particles forming something, but then eventually another whip appeared. Only this felt and looked different, as if it was alive almost. Just from holding it alone, the whip would continuously move like a snake. "Let me show you the difference between the second years and first years," Momo said. Even though Erin was currently busy fighting the other second-year students, she couldn't help but sense the power in the room. "So he has one after all, huh? A soul weapon." While the distance between Momo and the others were far away, Layla had managed to make a break and get away from the other second-year students. Honestly, Erin was doing fine dealing with them on her own, and she wasn't much help in the first place. She quickly went to Quinn's side and could see he was badly injured. It wasn't so much that he couldn't move, but enough to say he was out of the fight for now at least. "Do you need some blood?" Layla whispered. "No, I'm fine. I'm not in any danger, don't worry about that. I just don't want to reveal anything in front of all these people." "I understand," Layla said as she then looked at Vorden. "Your friend. I hate to admit it, but he's strong." "Yeah." After looking at Vorden now and seeing how he fought so skillfully, as if he had done it 100 times before, and he was even using 2 abilities effortlessly, Quinn quickly realized there wasn't much he knew about Vorden, and that he probably had his very own secrets that he was hiding from everyone similar to himself. But again, instead of escaping when he was freed and running away, he had decided to come help. Although Quinn wasn't strong enough to help now, in the future he would repay back this kindness. Now with Momo's soul weapon, the confidence in him grew. He swung his soul whip and it started to move at lightning speed. In response, Rattan created a wall of water with one hand and started to slow down the whip with the other, but the telekinesis ability was useless and didn't seem to do anything to slow the whip down. Then when the whip had reached the wall of water, it suddenly grew in length and had wrapped around Rattan's arm. Momo pulled forward, dragging Rattan to the ground, and then swung out his other whip, lashing against his back. Rattan tried rolling to avoid the lashes, but it seemed like the whip was following him, predicting where he would roll to next. Rattan had been lashed several times, and now his back was covered in blood. Then, with Rattan's other hand, he formed a small water blade. He knew that the whip would be too strong to cut, so instead he went for his own hand, complexly cutting it off from his own body. The whip was no longer attached to his body, and at the same time so was his hand. Although unlike one would expect for blood to be drawn everywhere, Rattan was using an absurd amount of energy concentrating to stop his blood from spewing out from the wound with the telekinesis ability. And he honestly didn't know how much longer he could keep it up. "Damn you!" Rattan shouted. "If only this body wasn't so hurt from before. Now you have gone and done it, you think a soul weapon is strong enough to defeat us? Well, think again. Little one, it's your turn." It's time to give this man hell. Just then, though, the doors to the assembly hall were swung wide open, and in came a tall silver-haired female, and standing behind her was Peter. "I command everyone to halt this instant," she said. "If anyone does not obey this command, prepare to be punished." The woman standing next to Peter had long silver hair that went down to her waist. On her head, she was wearing a beret, and by her side was her trusty rapier sword that was jagged and looked to be made from a long beast bone. She had a feeling that resonated off her body. She looked like the older sister type who you were able to trust to get you out of trouble when you needed it. As soon as she had entered the room, at that moment everyone froze, all except for one student. A second year who was too heated in the moment. He had finally seen Erin drop her guard. He continued to charge forward and was ready to attack, but before even a second could pass, the female teacher who had entered the room was right by the student's side, and a few moments later, he had collapsed on the floor with the back of his foot all bloody. When did she get over there? Hey, look at his ankles. Do you think she did that? As Momo looked at who had entered the room, he immediately put his soul weapon away. Momo knew a lot of the teachers and high-position people in the academy. After all, he had already been here a year, and the person who had entered the room was not to be messed with. When she said whoever didn't listen to her would be punished, she meant it. The female's name was Faye Dallum. She was a sergeant at the academy and was mostly in charge of squad training. Anyone else but her, Momo said. Not only that, but her ability was super speed, the worst matchup for Momo. No matter how far ahead he could see in the future, her speed was just too fast to react. Not that he had planned to go against her anyway. He had already made that mistake last year when Faye was still only a private at the academy. Those of you who are injured go to the doctor's office to be treated immediately, while the rest of you head to the dorms and stay inside until you are called out again. Do you understand? Faye said. Most of the first-year students were silenced. They had no clue who she was or what was happening right now. Then, from the lack of people answering her with a reply, Faye drew her rapier once more, and after seeing this the students immediately answered, "Yes, Mississippi." Vorden had gone to the hospital carrying his arm in his hand. The second-year students went to their own separate part of the building that was located somewhere else to get treated, while out of the first-year students, no one was really hurt apart from Vorden and Quinn. This time Quinn had no choice but to head to the doctor's office. His clothes were all bloody and he had lost a lot of blood, but once he had been out of combat for more than 10 minutes, his body started to heal itself. After successfully attaching Vorden's arm back to his body, Haley, the school doctor, had gone up to check on Quinn. When she asked him to take off his shirt so she could directly heal his wounds, she noticed that the markings had mostly already healed. "What is this? For this much blood, the wounds should be a lot bigger." Quinn started to laugh nervously. "Yeah, my friend has a healing ability and managed to heal me a bit before I got here." "Oh, another healer," Haley said, surprised. "Well, if you get the chance, send them down here. Their ability is quite good and it looks like they have done a splendid job. I could do with help and I would love to have a student of my own." "Sure," Quinn replied. Haley then proceeded to complete healing the rest of Quinn's wounds on his body. After she was done, there was not a mark on him. During Quinn's own healing process, his body had used up quite a bit of energy, and once again the message had appeared stating he was hungry. Blood bank 90/100. After consuming some blood from his blood bank, he no longer felt hungry and didn't have to worry about going on a frenzy for at least another 2 days. Once Quinn and Vorden had arrived back in their rooms, they were told not to leave until they were notified. Once in a while, a private would call out a student's name and they would be taken somewhere for questioning. Inside their own rooms was Vorden, Peter, and Quinn. "Thanks for calling the sergeant when you did. Otherwise me and Quinn would have been goners by now." "No problem," Peter replied, still feeling bad by the whole thing. Although he had done the right thing by getting Faye, he still felt bad for having tricked Vorden into going to the hall in the first place. "What do you think will happen to the second years?" Quinn asked. I'm not too sure," Vorden replied. "If this was a one-on-one incident, then I'm pretty sure they would have ignored it, but this time there were several students involved. Most likely they will look for one person to pin the blame on." Meanwhile, inside one of the integration rooms, A large muscular man with forearms the size of thighs was sitting opposite the second-year student Momo, and on his shoulder the man had the rank of general. His name was Duke King and he was head of the second-year students. "Of all the people it had to be Faye to stop us," Momo complained. "I did as you asked and now I might pay for it." "Will you relax? Nothing will come of this, I promise you that," Duke replied. "You're only students and these types of things happen and I will vouch for you." "Really? So this won't all fall back on me then?" Momo asked. Then Duke stood up and went up behind Momo and whispered in his ear. "Of course, as long as no one finds out about our little secret," Duke said with a smile. All the students involved in the incident had been interviewed and that of course included Quinn and Vorden. However, they weren't asked many questions like the two of them thought they would be. They were simply asked to recall the events that happened. Judging by the fact that the person integrating them didn't seem surprised by what they had said, it seemed like they had already gathered everything they needed from the other students and was just doing this as a formality. The next day had arrived and it was a weekend for students. Just like any other school, students did not have to attend classes and were free to do as they wished around the city. Although the curfew still exited, so they had to be back in their dorm rooms before 10 in the evening and they were not allowed to leave the city. However, for the leaders at the school, their day was not as relaxing as the students, for a meeting had been called. Inside the academy on the top floor, the leaders of the academy had gathered in a fairly large meeting hall. A large table was centered in the middle of the room. The table was split into two different sections. At the head of the table there were 4 seats in total. One of the seats was a little bigger than the others and this was where the head general of the academy would sit. Currently, this seat remained empty for the meeting. In the other seats, usually by the head general's side, were the 3 generals of the school. There was the head of the second-year students, Duke, with his large arms and muscular build. Then the head of the first-year students, Nathan, who looked the complete opposite of Duke. He was small in size and wore glasses. He was always casually dressed for important occasion, which annoyed Duke. The two of them did not get along. Lastly, there was the third general who was head of staff and the rest of the privates and teachers in the academy. Currently, his seat was also empty. The 2 generals sat in their seats waiting for the others to arrive and as usual, there was silence between the two of them. Then finally the doors opened and 8 people had arrived, all wearing the military uniform and each one of them had the rank of sergeant displayed. Out of these 8 sergeants, it included Leo, the beast weapons teacher, Faye, the head of squads, and Haley, the school doctor. The 8 sergeants sat in their seats opposite to the generals and finally it was time for the meeting to start. Faye was the first to stand and speak. "We are here today to conduct the meeting on what to do with the second-year students, who were involved in the case involving primarily the first-year student known as Vorden Blade and the students who are part of Dell's class and Leo's beast weapons class." Faye then pressed a little button on a controller she held in her hand. In front of the generals and the other sergeants, a holographic report was being displayed to them. "I believe you have all read the reports, but this is here just for your reference. I would like to ask your opinion on how these students should be punished." General Duke. "Punished?" Duke said. "I see no reason for these students to be punished. If you look at the report, it seems like Vorden was the first to attack the others. They were simply retaliating. These types of things happen all the time." "But then why gather the rest of the first-year students?" Nathan casually added. "It seems like to me other students had gotten involved. I agree the students fight all time and we purposely do nothing to stop this, but this seemed a little too much. No. Fine. Further restrictions will be put on the second years and first-year students. They shall only meet when necessary. I will be in charge of issuing out the punishments to the second-year students. Is that okay with you, Nathan?" Nathan simply shrugged as if he didn't really care about the matter in the first place. He had only made his argument to annoy Duke. "I urge the rest of the sergeant to take extra precaution," said Faye. "It was only recently we had the death of a student in our school. Unlike with Brandon, Vorden is an original. If his family was to get involved in it, would not be good for the academy." "Tsh filthiacu.m," Duke said under his breath. The military didn't have a good impression of originals. When the war started, they were the ones who risked their lives to save the people of the planet. It wasn't until it truly looked like the humans would lose the war did the originals come forward and share their power with everybody, and not even all of them did that. Then Haley stood up. I would like to talk about the matter involving the two students with strange wounds on their bodies. Were there any reports about a beast escaping from one of the portals? Your father, who is not present at the moment, reported that there was no such thing. Even using the radar, we were unable to trace anything. Duke replied. If it wasn't the beasts, then just what caused those wounds? Haley thought as she sat back down in her seat. How is the preparation for the portal outing coming along for the first-year students? Leo asked. Yes. Everything has been all set up. Nathan said. A green portal has been selected for the students to go through, and the base has made preparations for their arrival. It should all go smoothly next week. Do you know what planet the expedition will take place on? Leo asked. Then I will be able to better prepare my students. It's best to ask your students to pack some sun cream and their sunglasses as they will be arriving on the planet Kaladi, Nathan replied. Planet Kaladi, a planet that was mostly covered in desert and contained low-tier beasts. Its day cycles were also vastly different compared to that of Earth. Instead of the 24-hour day and night cycle that Earth had, Kaladi contained a 72-hour cycle. It was brilliant for those that loved the sunlight and heat. After the incident with second years, Quinn realized that although he had gained a lot of strength compared to what he was before, there were still others that he wasn't strong enough to fight against. Although Momo was strong in the group of second years, he was nowhere near the top of the food chain. There were many higher levels and even originals whose powers couldn't be measured. And even out of the first-year students there were those that were powerful, that included his good friend Vorden and Aaron. If Quinn wished to get on their level, he would have to get stronger. The easiest way for him to get stronger was by consuming as many different types of blood as he could possible, but there was a major problem. After the death of Brandon and the second-year incident, security around the academy had been tighter than ever. More soldiers were put on patrol, and it seemed like they were keeping an eye on everyone. For now, while tensions were high in the academy, it was best that he laid low. So that left him with another option to improve his fighting skills. Quinn still hadn't learnt the two skills yet, but just learning them wasn't going to be enough. After watching Vorden, he realized he needed to also learn how to use them, so he needed experience. Hey, I'm going to head into town to grab some supplies. Do you want to come with? Vorden asked. Quinn hesitated for a while. Originally, he had planned to meet up with Layla to practice the hammer strike, but at the same time, he hadn't been able to relax in a while. In his last school, Quinn had never made any friends and was the lonesome type, but now was his opportunity to go out and have some fun. One day wouldn't hurt, right? Yeah, sure, I'll come along, Quinn replied. What about you, Peter? Vorden asked. Peter had been avoiding the two of them for a while, but since they were roommates it was almost impossible. He still felt bad about the whole situation, but he had finally made up his mind. He never wanted to do anything like that again. Yeah, I'll come as well. The three of them then proceeded to head into town. They went ahead and grabbed some food, watched a movie and had a good laugh, but as they were outside, Peter spotted a group of high-level first-years he had met before. They were the same people who Peter had hung out with at the canteen. As Peter had made eye contact with the group, they had signaled to him they wanted to talk. Hey guys, I just remembered that I promised to meet up with a few people from school tonight, said Peter. It was great hanging out with you guys, but I'll see you when you get back to the dorm. Vorden looked at Quinn, realizing that they both, though Peter's words sounded suspicious. Hey Peter, you know if something is up, tell me, I will help you out, Vorden said. No, it's nothing, I promise. I really did make some good friends. I have to rush off now. Bye you guys, Peter said as he took off out of sight of the other two. No matter what, Peter didn't want an incident like last time to happen. He would deal with the problems himself. Vorden was strong, but from the fight last time, clearly Vorden wasn't strong enough to handle the upper years, and Peter knew they were the ones behind everything. Peter finally turned a corner into an alleyway where 5 first-year students were patiently waiting. Took you long enough. The student standing in front of the group had a scar on his chin, and his name was Earl. He was the leader of the first-year group who was directly under Momo's gang. Then suddenly Earl went and grabbed Peter, throwing him up against the wall. What the hell do you think you were doing? Calling the teacher the other day. Earl said, now Momo and the others are giving us a hard time for relying on you. He then punched Peter in the stomach, causing him to kneel over and fall to the ground. Why should we be the ones to be punished? This is all your fault. Earl ran up and kicked Peter once again in the stomach. The kick was hard and Peter's body was starting to shake. He felt like any second now he was going to throw up the ice cream he had just eaten with the other two. Earl walked over to Peter and bent down to grab his hand. He held one of Peter's fingers and snapped it back hard and fast. At the same time a scream was heard. What the hell? Gag this wimp, will you? One of the students then ripped a part of his shirt and shoved it into Peter's mouth. Now we have another job for you, Peter, and you better do it right this time, you understand? Just nod if you agree. Peter then shook his head. He had already decided that no matter what he would never betray Vorden or Quinn again. What, are you saying no? Peter then nodded, giving his answer to Earl. The vein on the side of Earl's head was now popping out as the anger inside him grew. A lowly first-year student dared to go against him, and he, a level 4 student, had to work under someone else. This wasn't the life he was expecting to have at the academy, and he needed to take out his anger somehow. Earl then immediately grabbed Peter's fingers and started to snap them one by one. Each time he would break a finger he would ask Peter if he was willing to help them, but each time Peter shook his head. In the end, all 5 of Peter's fingers had broken and Peter still hadn't agreed to their request. Hey Jerry, get over here, Earl shouted. One of the first-year students standing behind Jerry came over and knelt down. Do your thing, Jerry. Then Jerry placed his hand on top of Peter's, and slowly a warm feeling was felt and the bones in Peter's fingers were starting to take shape. They reformed to what they once were and he had been healed. Then a big smile on Earl's face could be seen. He grabbed Peter's fingers again and repeated the process again and again. Eventually, after an hour had passed of breaking, hurting and re-healing Peter, Peter's mind had given in. Without him realizing it, he no longer wanted to feel the pain and nodded, agreeing to their request. Good, see. Now if you had done that in the first place, we wouldn't have had to go through all that. Earl said, now this time you better do it right and be sure not to involve anyone. With Peter gone, that left Quinn and Vorden on their own. They were currently walking down the high street, which was full of clothes shops and restaurants. Students only received 10 credits a day as an allowance, but that didn't stop their parents from sending them extra money while they were in school. The richer students were free to spend and buy whatever they liked, and sadly the richer students were usually the stronger ones as well. Although the city didn't open up to any regular civilians, it was still open up to all the workers. The city was full of military personnel, but not all of them were soldiers. There was still cooks that were needed, admin staff, engineers, building workers, and even general people who would run the shop. They had all been granted special access from the military, and in return were given nice living accommodations and didn't have to worry about life on the outside world. So although they worked for the military, they weren't required to be relied on for fighting unless absolutely necessary. While the two were walking, Quinn couldn't help but think back to the fight between Vorden and Momo. Hey Vorden, I know you said your ability resets every day, but you never said you could wield 2 abilities at once? Quinn asked. Didn't I? Vorden said with an awkward smile. Well, there are some in my family that can even hold 3. Really? So how does it exactly work? Well, if I told you our family secrets, Quinn, you would have to become a part of our family. Either that or I'd have to kill you. For a second there was an awkward silence between the two, as Quinn wasn't sure if Vorden was joking or not. Relax, will you? Vorden said. But yeah, I honestly can't tell you anything. You know, originals rules and all. Vorden belonged to one of the original families that had decided to keep their ability within their family, meaning the only people that knew how to copy other abilities were the Blades. Of course, Vorden wasn't allowed to talk to anyone about their ability. Yeah, sorry about that, but if you don't mind me asking, if you copy an ability you've never received before, how are you able to fight with them so well? Let me show you something, Vorden said. The two of them continued to walk down the high street, which was filled with shops, until Vorden eventually stopped just outside a game store. The two of them headed inside, and there were all types of games filled on the shelves. At the very back of the shop was a VR pod for people to test out before they bought anything. Just like everything else, even the gaming technology had improved significantly after the war. Then Vorden pointed at the VR capsule. "You see that thing? I grew up playing on that." "What?" Quinn thought, but then Quinn remembered Leo mentioning something about a VR game that was popular between students. He said if he wanted to get fighting experience it would be good if he played a certain game. Is this what he was talking about? There's a popular game played in the outside world and within the military schools called Power Fighter. The game is simple, it gives you an open empty room and the two of you fight until one loses. Although it sounds simple, the game itself is used to help people train. The VR capsule can record all attributes of your body. Anything you do in the real world you can do in the game. The only thing that it can't do is record your ability. Vorden then walked up to the capsule and touched the front of the capsule where there was a round ring. A holographic display appeared with the game settings on the top. Vorden then placed his hand on the holographic display and a notification sound was heard. "Welcome user ID VB copy," the machine said. As Vorden logged into the game, his user ID's information could be seen along with a dummy model of his fighter which looked nothing like Vorden. It displayed the total amount of fights Vorden had, and how many wins and losses. Although Vorden quickly went of that screen on to another, too quick for Quinn to see anything. Then Vorden was suddenly on an ability tab. The list seemed almost endless. "Wait, I thought you said the game couldn't record your ability?" Quinn asked. "It can't, but so the game was even more realistic and so it could be used as a training tool. It uploads into its database every ability that is shared out there in the world that we know today. Of course, only the ones that are made public. So original abilities and abilities that have yet to be discovered aren't on this list, including my own. However, I can select any ability I want. Even if I can't perform it in the real world, I can practice with it in the game." Quinn finally understood how Vorden was able to become well-adverse with multiple different abilities. This was something that would only greatly benefit someone like him who was able to use whatever ability he wished. Most people who were playing the game would want to get stronger and better at using their abilities. That meant they would usually only select their own ability. What was the point of selecting something that you could never use in the real world, unless you just wanted to have the experience? The game is actually very popular with the other military schools. Vorden continued to explain. So much so that the military has designed its own servers so it only connects to other schools, but you can also just play with the outside world as well. Before you enter the game you can even input your power level. This way it will match you with those people around the same level. People can lie about their level, but those type of people will never get better at fighting, bullying those weaker than them all the time. Quinn then walked up to the capsule and started to inspect it. It sounded amazing and was exactly what Quinn needed. This way he was able to practice against other students without others realizing it was him. Then when Quinn lifted up the tag on it, there were more zeros on the thing than he had ever seen before. There was no way he could afford such a thing. Maybe some of the other students who could be sent credits from their family but not Quinn. Vorden started to laugh. "Don't worry about it. You don't need to buy one yourself. The academy has a room full of them." "Really? Come on. Let's head back and give it a go." The sun was starting to set outside, so it was just the right time for Vorden and Quinn to head back to the academy, and when they did, they immediately went over to the VR room. Just like the capsule in the shop, it was a room filled with rows and rows containing capsules, and off to the side was a small shop and counter where students were able to buy snacks and refreshments. The room was currently packed with students. Just as Vorden and Leo had said, the game was incredibly popular. Looking at the excitement in the students' eyes and faces, Quinn started to feel upset. It felt like there was a world he never got to experience growing up just because he was poor. The two of them went up to the front counter that was stationed next to the small cafe. "Hi, we would like to rent out 2 capsules, please?" Vorden asked. "A single capsule will cost you 10 credits per hour," the female replied. Hearing that number made Quinn gulp. For some reason, he had expected the capsules to be free, but of course, they would have to pay to rent them. With Quinn's 10 credits he received a day. At most he could play the game for was an hour a day. He didn't need the money for anything else. After all, the school provided the accommodation and 3 meals a day for them. "All right, are you ready?" Vorden asked. What did you pay? Yeah, don't worry about it. Come on, let's go. The woman behind the counter had handed Vorden 2 tags numbered 23 and 24. The two of them walked around the room until they had found 2 capsules next to each other. They both had large numbers displayed on the front of the capsule in big bold ink. Here we are, Vorden said. With these capsules, they're only able to link to the military servers. You can fight with others from other schools, but you won't be able to connect it to the normal servers. You will need to buy your own capsule for that. When you log into the game, you can play as a guest for now and just search for the ID VB copy and join my room when you can. With that, the two of them slowly climbed into the VR capsule. When the machine sensed they were both comfortably inside, the capsule lid slowly started close in on the both of them. Then, before they realized it, their minds were completely transported to another space. Quinn was now in a large empty white room. There were no walls in sight and it looked like the room was endless. Suddenly a screen appeared in front of him. Welcome to Power Fighter. Would you like to? Log in, register, play as guest. As Vorden had suggested, for now Quinn decided to play as a guest. Then he went on through the system and started to search for Vorden's gamer ID. Once he had selected to join the person's room, he patiently waited for Vorden to accept. Room invite accepted. Transporting in 3, 2, 1. Then in an instant, Quinn had been transported to another empty white space room. Only this time Vorden was there as well, but Vorden didn't look like himself. He looked like a completely different person. Both his hands had been wrapped in bandages and on his face, he wore a scarf. He looked like an ancient ninja. Vorden, is that you? Oh, sorry, Vorden said, and the next second, he looked like the ordinary Vorden at school. What was that? Quinn asked. The game allows you to customize your character, so you can make it look like whatever you want. The clothes I was wearing a type of skin, although they cost credits, so I wouldn't worry about that. The sound of the game was just getting even better for Quinn. Allowing the users to create a character to be used in the game meant that no one would know it was him, unless they knew his username. Do you want to watch me play a few games, so you know how the game works? Vorden asked. Sure. Vorden then created a party, where Quinn was able to spectate. Suddenly in the white space, stands appeared forming an arena-like shape, and Quinn was teleported to the seating area in one of the stands. The game tried its best, even for spectators, to make it feel like the real thing. Once Quinn was comfortably seated, Vorden went to search for a match. Vorden selected the power level of 2. This way he would only be matched up with level 2s. There was also a quick match option, where it would match you with anyone who had selected the same option regardless of power level. The ability he currently had his character set to was Earth. He chose this because Vorden himself had been trying to learn the Earth ability better, so that way when Peter got stronger with it, Vorden would be able to help him use it. When an opponent was found, he too was teleported into space where Vorden stood. The two of them started out on the opposite side of the room. Then Quinn could see a big countdown appear over the arena. When the countdown reached 0, the match immediately began. Vorden was going up against another Earth user. Earth users were the most common ability to be found. The match didn't last long though, as it was clear that Vorden had the greater experience when it came to fighting. The match had only lasted a total of 5 minutes, but while watching the game Quinn started to figure out how it worked. Above each player's head was a health bar, but there was no way to show how much health each player had. Judging by what Vorden had said, this was most likely because everyone had a different set of health depending on what the VR headset was able to read from the body. Quinn himself knew this because of his inspect skill. Every time he would look at the stats of a different person, some of them had different amount, and that included him. The next thing he noticed was the fact that there wasn't actually any damage done to the player. When Vorden would strike or stab a person, the system would cause the player to react to these by startling the player, but it wouldn't permanently damage the person like it would have done in real life. Similar to a game, it would treat hits on vital parts as a critical hit, but the player could continue to fight like normal as long as their HP didn't hit 0. After that, Quinn continued to watch Vorden play a few more games, and before they knew it, their time was up. Although Quinn didn't have the time to play today, he couldn't wait to try out the machine tomorrow. It was getting late, and it was almost time for their curfew, so Quinn and Vorden decided it would be best to head back to the dorm rooms. When they arrived, They noticed that the lights were out and Peter was already in the room fast asleep. "Does he look okay?" Quinn asked, as he noticed Vorden was looking around to see if he could see any markings on his face or body. "Yeah, he seems fine, but even if he was getting bullied, he could have gone to the doctor's office before coming here," Vorden replied. "Well, I still think we should keep an eye on him. There's no way higher levels would just become friends with a lower level for no reason," Quinn said. Vorden cleared his throat loudly and started to look at himself. "Of course, there are some exceptions," Quinn said, smiling. With the other two now fast asleep, Quinn was still awake messing around with his system. He was busy watching the tutorial videos of the hammer strike. He didn't have enough points in agility to learn the flash step, but with the gauntlets, he did have enough for the hammer strike. The video contained the blonde man demonstrating what to do step by step. It was incredibly detailed, showing everything in slow motion to the point where it also described the feeling the user should have every step of the way. Quinn repeatedly watched the video, as he wanted to learn and test it out in the game tomorrow. After finally remembering all the steps and believing he had a confident grasp on the skill, he shut his eyes and went to sleep. The next day Quinn had woken up earlier than the other two. He immediately wanted to go to the game to create his character and test out the skill he had been learning all night. Just in case the others wondered where Quinn was, he left a note before leaving. When he finally arrived, the VR room was emptier than it was yesterday, most likely because it was early in the morning and not a lot of students had woken up yet. Quinn then went on to do the same as Vorden had done yesterday. He went up to the pretty lady who stood behind the counter and asked to rent a capsule, only this time for 2 hours. There wasn't much use for his credits other than buying late-night snacks, and at the moment, not even that satisfied him. Ever since he had his first taste of blood, food was starting to taste bland. He still got hungry like everyone else, but the taste of ice cream and sweets just didn't have the same rush effect it once had. To get that feeling again, he could only get it from blood. But Quinn made sure to only consume blood when he needed to or to get himself stronger. He was afraid that he might become addicted to the feeling, and if he did, it would only cause more problems for him. Before entering his capsule, Quinn looked around the room and noticed some students carrying their beast weapons with them. Not all students used one like Vorden, but after watching the games Vorden had played yesterday, he did see a few of his opponents have one. Which meant most likely that the students bringing their weapons with them meant that the game was also able to recognize the power of beast weapons. Just on the side of the capsule there was a large rectangular box, and underneath were the words written, "Beast's Weapons." So it looked like Quinn was right after all. After taking off his gauntlets and placing it into the box, the capsule started to scan the weapons. Scan complete. The beast weapon may now be used with the capsule. He then hopped in and logged into the game. Only this time, instead of logging in as a guest, he decided to register an account. Please create a user ID. Quinn thought long and hard. He didn't want anything that could give away his real identity away, but at the same time, he wanted a name that would express his newfound self. Something like Vampire God just wouldn't work and gave too much information. Plus, the idea of putting vampire in his name just sent cringe tinkles running down his spine. Finally, he had settled on a name. User ID created Blood Evolver. The name was chosen for a few reasons. Quinn could feel his body getting stronger with each person's blood he drank. It was as if his body was evolving into something else, and in the future, he knew he would be stronger than he was now. He thought the name was very fitting for himself. The next step was to design his character. The body proportions of his character were the same as him, but he was able to choose what hairstyle and simple clothing he wanted on it. Quinn had always been born with black curly hair and wanted to change it, but never got the chance to. Now it felt like he could be someone else. After going through all the options, he finally decided on a red spiky-haired character who wore simpler villager clothing. It looked like a farmer from an old fantasy world. Once the character had been completed, Quinn was once again teleported to the large white empty room. That's when Quinn noticed something. While in the room, Quinn was able to walk around freely and move his body just like he could outside. He was currently dressed as the character and even had his gauntlets on. Then when Quinn tried to open up his system, to his surprise it appeared like usual, showing all of his current stats. Quinn looked down at his gauntlets and immediately wanted to test something out. Blood swipe. And in that instant, a red claw-like line left Quinn's hands and scratched the ground. For whatever reason, it seemed like Quinn's system and abilities still worked inside the game. After finding out that his blood swiped worked in the game, Quinn immediately opened up his system to check his stats again. Only unlike the outside world where his HP would have gone down by 1 HP. Everything had still remained the same. Was it because using it didn't actually use any blood? When Quinn would use blood swipe outside, the red claw-like shape would leave his hand, and at the same time, he felt like a piece of energy inside him had left with it. The minus in his HP would indicate that it took part of his life force or his blood. But inside the game world, the attack did no such thing. It was just replicating what his mind told it to do, while scanning the body inside the capsule to see if it was possible. To test this, Quinn swiped his hands non-stop, swipe after swipe. Red lines left his fingertips in a flurry, but at the same time, no HP was lost. Just in case, Quinn opened up the game system and checked, and right next to his name, where there was a section to fill in your ability, there were the words written none in the box. However, another thought came to Quinn's mind. If he didn't lose any HP when using the skill, this also meant that his skill blood bank would have no effect in the game. When he would get attacked, it would do no physical harm to his real body on the outside. He wasn't actually losing health, so inside the game, he wouldn't be able to rely on his blood bank to save him out of tough situations. But the fact that Quinn was able to use these abilities in the game made him think. Was his system really an ability? At first, he assumed so. After all, he had received the power from what had looked like an ability book. Of course, he had never heard of an ability before like this, but there were many abilities in the world that originals had hidden and kept for themselves. Then he thought back to his status change. Next to race, it stated he was no longer human. Perhaps his abilities were more a side effect of changing race, rather than an ability itself. That's why the skills that he unlocked through the system didn't really follow a pattern. What the blood bank could do differed greatly due what his blood swipe did. If Quinn's theory was right, did this mean he could also learn an ability? He hadn't tried so far because he thought it simply wouldn't have worked, but now if he was to test this, he needed to think long and hard about what ability to learn. Before going into his first game, Quinn wanted to test out the hammer strike. He had been watching the video all last night and felt like he was ready. Place your foot forward like this and at the same time rotate your body. The energy should flow through your toes upwards. Then as you pull back your hand, stomp on the ground and at the same time release the energy through your fist. Quinn mumbled as he went through the steps. At first Quinn did all of the required steps slowly, making sure he did all of the steps perfectly, not using any of his energy or strength. He did everything step by step as the video had explained. After going through it a few times, he was ready. In one motion he did all the steps as fast as he could, and just like the video had stated, he could feel the energy rising from the bottom of his feet into his fist. The powerful strike left his hand and a loud bang was heard. A small shockwave in the air was created. "I did it," Quinn said. Although the shockwave was nowhere near the size of the man in the video, Quinn was still happy with the result. There was no longer any need for him to delay anymore, and he went and clicked on the search function. For his first match, Quinn wanted to go against the same power level user as him, a level 1. Technically, Quinn himself knew he was beyond level 1. If he was to take a guess, he would say he was around the same power level as a 2.5, but for his first match, he just wanted to make sure of a few things. The game had found him an opponent, and he was immediately teleported to an arena. When the countdown had finished, it was time for the match to start. The student in front of him had no beast weapon, so Quinn was cautious at first, and at the same time he wanted to test something out. Quinn got in close to the student and was ready for whatever was to come. That's when the student had shape-shifted his hands into a claw-like shape and scratched at Quinn's body. The attack was slow and Quinn was able to block but chose not to and allowed the attack to scratch against his chest. While playing the game, inside the user's view was his and his opponent's HP bar, placed in the bottom right-hand corner. When the attack went through, a small amount of HP had been taken. Quinn then quickly stepped back a few steps and proceeded to use his blood bank skill. HP is currently full. Unable to use blood bank, it was as he had suspected. Although he took damage in the game, nothing had happened to his real body outside. With his thought confirmed, Quinn was now ready to end the match. He dashed forward, and when he was close enough he threw out a blood swipe. The student lifted his claws to block, but the second the blood swipe made impact, his claws had shattered, and followed up behind the first blood swipe was a second one. The student's HP was lowered now by around 25%. Although Quinn could have easily finished the match with a barrage of blood swipes now, he chose not to. He had wanted to originally play the game to help train his fighting skills. And in the outside world, Quinn wasn't able to use the blood swipes as he liked. Quinn got in closer to the student. By now the student's claws had already regenerated. The student swung again, but this time Quinn ducked underneath the attack and threw out a punch to the student's stomach, followed by another punch to the student's face, and finished him off with a cross-shaped dual blood swipe with both hands. Winner Blood Evolver. Just then, though, Quinn had received another message from his own system. Opponent has been defeated. 25 EXP has been earned. 305/400 EXP. It was unexpected, but Quinn had received EXP for defeating an opponent in the game. Suddenly, a large grin appeared on his face. After defeating the student inside the game, Quinn received 25 EXP points compared to his regular 50. This was a large surprise to him, as Quinn didn't expect a fight in the game to contribute to points in his system, but at the same time, this was great news. Due to the heightened security around the school, it would be harder for him to find opponents and draw out their blood. That, and the gauntlets he was using, a dead giveaway. Although gauntlets were a rare weapon, there were millions of military personnels playing the game. Even if he was to use them, they wouldn't be able to pinpoint it to him. But now that Quinn was able to level up, it solved his current problem of getting stronger without the need of consuming blood. Although he didn't know why he had only received 25 EXP. If he had to take guess, it could have been because he wasn't fighting these people in real life, or the fact that the opponent he went up against was too weak. Without wasting any more time, Quinn immediately went to search for another game. He set the power level to level 1, that way he would be matched up against easy opponents. An opponent was almost found instantly, and Quinn got straight to work. Rather than reserving his power like in the last game, Quinn decided this time he would just send out a barrage of blood swipes at his opponent. And his plan worked. His first opponent was dealt with so quickly that Quinn didn't even have time to find out what ability he had. Less than 25 EXP gained. 330/400. Quinn's next 3 opponents were dealt with just as easy as the other 2. There was an Earth Elemental user who was too slow to cast his spells. He simply avoided the attacks, and then when was in range would unleash the blood swipes. The 2 after that were just as easy as Quinn's previous fights. He would quickly dodge their attacks, and when he was close enough to them he would spam his skill. Of course, Quinn knew he wouldn't be able to do this type of thing outside the game. After all, the skill had a major setback of reducing his health. If Quinn was ever in the danger zone and then got attacked, he would be dead in an instant. But he just wanted to level up as soon as possible, and after defeating the next 3, he did. 405/400 EXP. Congratulations, you are now level 4. Race: Halfling. HP 25 25ths. 5/800 EXP. Strength 13 3. Stamina 12. Agility 14. For the first time since Quinn had leveled up, he hadn't received a new ability. He somewhat had expected this, but at the same time was hoping for something useful. He would just have to keep leveling up and wait for more skills in the future. Finally, though, what Quinn had wanted had arrived. The reason why he wanted to level up so fast was because of the free stat point received after every level up. Agility 15. He immediately put the point into his agility stat, and now he could finally learn the flash step from the tutorial. This time, while following the tutorial from the blonde man, Quinn was able to follow him step by step along with the video. Unlike when learning the hammer strike, where he had to watch it repeatedly and was unable to do everything. After several minutes of Quinn practicing the flash step, he finally had a stroke of success. "Yes!" Quinn shouted. However, what Quinn did notice was while he was in the white room on his own, his body would never feel tired. He was able to perform the flash step as many times as he wanted without feeling tired. This did not apply to when he was in a match, though. Using the blood swipe did take up Quinn's stamina. He felt this affecting him after sending out attack after attack during a match. It meant the white room acted like some type of training room, where they were unaffected by their physical body's restraints. With the flash step learnt, Quinn finally wanted to experience a fight with a tougher opponent. Instead of searching by power level, Quinn decided to select quick match and would let fate decide the level of his opponent. In the real world, you wouldn't be able to choose who you went up against, so it was important for Quinn to have experience fighting in all sorts of situations. Then a few moments later, a match was found. This time when Quinn entered the arena floor, he could see his opponent standing opposite him. He was wearing a long red cape and by his side were 2 daggers. Quinn also realized they weren't alone either. There was also a person sitting in the stands watching Quinn and his opponent. "Oh, don't worry about him," the caped man said. "He's just my senior. He's watching me fight so he can give tips." Quinn then tried using his inspect skill on his opponent to see what power level or ability they had, but there was no luck. The inspect skill didn't seem to work in the game. But before the match began, Quinn made sure to open up his status screen and decided to leave it open and off to the side. During this match, he wanted to keep a close eye on it. When both of them were ready, the countdown started over their heads. 3, 2, 1, go! As soon as the sound dinged indicating the start of the match, the caped man took out his daggers and swung them out fast. 2 wind blades followed. The attack was similar to Quinn's blood swipe, only the distance the attack could be used was far greater and faster. Quinn then decided to attack with his own blood swipe. The 2 lines of power clashed in the middle and cancelled each other out. A red color? What ability is that? The caped man was wondering, and at the same time, the caped man's senior was thinking the same thing. This time Quinn charged forward. His abilities all required him to be used at close range. The caped man, seeing this, threw more wind strikes out, but Quinn just replied back with his own blood swipes, but this time sending out 4 of them. When the first 2 cancelled out the wind strikes, the next 2 carried on moving forward. That's when the caped man lifted his cape and spun around. The blood strikes smacked into the cape, but there was no effect and not even a scratch left on the cape. Is that beast armor, and a high-level one at that? Quinn thought. The 2 of them were now in punching distance of one another. The capped man swung his daggers out fast. Quinn lifted his hands and managed to grab onto the daggers, allowing the blade to just come out from his fingertips. Then suddenly, the aura around the daggers grew, and the wind forming around dagger allowed the ends of the blade to grow and act more like a sword, piercing Quinn in both shoulders. The capped man pulled back and went for another strike. "I don't know what your ability is, but it's over," the capped man said. But then suddenly, his dagger had hit nothing but empty air and space, and no one could be seen. As he turned around, a sharp claw penetrated the man's stomach. Then another attack after attack at great speed was tearing his stomach apart, and to finish him off, 2 more blood swipes. Less than 25 experience gained. 30/800 EXP. The man watching in the arena stood up on his feet as he saw his friend lose the match. The 2 of them so far had been on a winning streak, taking it in turns facing opponent after opponent. The sudden loss had come as a shock to them. That skill at the end, what was that? Then just as Quinn was about to log out and go find another match, he heard someone call out to him. "Wait!" The man in the seats shouted. "Please fight me." Quinn had no problem with this and accepted, but unknown to him, the man he was about to face was one of the strongest students from another military school. The student who had been sitting up in the stands and watching the fight between Quinn and his friend was known as Nate Snell. He was a second year from another academy, and in his academy, he was well known for being one of the strongest second years. Nate often played in the game to improve his fighting skills, as this was important for him due to the fact it went hand in hand with his ability. He was obsessed with learning all different types of martial arts skills. There was one area in the game that it didn't allow you to improve on though. Even though the game allowed you to use abilities, it did not have the system in place to use soul weapons. This would be an almost impossible task considering every person's soul weapon was different, even if they had the same ability. With a keen eye for martial arts, the second Nate had seen Quinn perform his flash step. He needed to know who this person was. The footwork in the skill was so beautiful, so quick, that even he wasn't able to keep track of where Quinn had gone. After asking Quinn for a battle, he was overjoyed that he accepted. For the two of them to start their match, they needed to add each other to their friends list first. Heartsteely has sent you a friend request. Quinn accepted the friend request and was happy to fight. Honestly, Quinn wasn't too bothered who he went up against, but after fighting against Nate's friend, he felt like he should have a good match coming up that would help him improve. Blood Evolver has accepted your friend request. Blood Evolver? Does his ability have something to do with blood? That would explain those red lines coming out from his hands, but was there such an ability in the system? Nate thought. There were thousands of different abilities in the system, so Nate wasn't sure of all of them, but he had fought many battles in the game, and this was the first time seeing someone with this type of ability. Before the match was about to begin, Nate had asked if he could speak to his friend Sam for a few moments. Quinn agreed, as he wanted to check a few things out himself. During the match, when Quinn used his flash step, he was hoping his own system would show him something, but nothing happened. Of course, this was because he was in the game, but he knew that the flash step felt like it had taken a significant amount of stamina from him. His current stamina points were at a 12. If he was to make a rough guess, he would say that 4 strikes of blood swipe took down 1 stamina point, meaning he would be able to perform around 48 blood swipes before running out of stamina. However, if he did this, he would reach 0 HP before even using up all his stamina. But as the blonde man had said in the video, flash step took a considerable amount of stamina. At most, Quinn knew he would currently only be able to produce it twice in one game, meaning it took at least 5 points of stamina. Quinn would have to think carefully when using this information in a match. At first he thought it wasn't so important increasing his stamina. As long as he was strong enough or fast enough, he could win his fights, but in a prolonged battle and matches against multiple enemies, as soon as his stamina dropped to 0, he would be as good as dead. Not only that, but Quinn dreaded the thought of having to fight in the sunlight with these stats. Over at the other end of the arena, Nate was busy talking to Sam about his match. "You are such a fool," Nate said. "I know, I'm sorry," Sam replied. Nate looked at the flapping cape that Sam was wearing and started to shake his head. "We just got this incredible thing, and you didn't even use it properly in the fight. When he went out from your view, if you hadn't turned around your back, it would have been protected. Or you could have turtled up with the cape. It's hard to get used to having something on your back. If someone vanishes in front of you and you know they're behind you, you naturally turn around. Wouldn't you?" Sam replied. Sam then started to look at the ground as he was saddened, remembering how he had lost the match. "My win streak," Sam cried. Nate proceeded to pat Sam on the shoulder with pity before walking to his fighting spot. "You know the deal, if I win against him, then that means I win our bet. And you'll owe me those credits." As Sam headed back to the arena stands, he was praying for Quinn to kick his friend's ass. He had lost too many bets recently and was running low on credits. 3-1. And the match had begun. Surprisingly, both of them at the same time had decided to charge in. Although Quinn didn't know his opponent's abilities, his attacks were more effective closer in range. If he was going up against an elemental user, then it was always better for him to get closer anyway. And as soon as Quinn was within 5 meters, he threw out 2 blood swipes. Suddenly, Nat's speed dropped dramatically. His skin started to turn into a shiny material and his footsteps were heavy. As the blood swipes reached and hit his body, the sound of metal clanging against each other was heard. For the first time when Quinn's attack had hit an opponent's body, it had done 0 damage whatsoever. The metal shine from Nate's body seemed to shift and now was concentrated in his arm. It allowed Nate to move a lot faster and close the distance. He pushed his hand forward and out came a long metal silver pole. It was too fast for Quinn to react to, and the pole dug into his stomach and continued to push him back. The attack was strong and Quinn had lost about 10% of his health. The pole continued to grow and push him back and his health continued to fall. Quinn then grabbed onto the pole with both hands and using all his strength, managed to stop its momentum. "Wow! Looks like you're strong as well?" Nate said, surprised. Not only did his opponent have a ranged attack but seemed to have super strength now as well. Quinn pushed the pole to the side and swung out his claws, this time firing 4 blood swipes. The pole then started to retract quicker than the blood swipes and absorbed back into Nate's body. He then put both of his hands together and the metal liquid started to form a large oval shape and eventually formed a shield. Each strike hit the shield and there was no effect. However, Quinn had expected this result. When Nate retracted the metal back into his body, Quinn was in front of him ready to strike, but Nate remained calm and shifted the metal over his body to the exact spot where Quinn was aiming for his head. The punch landed, but Nate's head didn't even move a single inch, and again the game had recorded no such damage. Nate then grabbed Quinn's fist and with his other hand formed the pole, whacking him to the ground. "Come on, you should be better than this?" Nate said. The truth was Nate was purposely shifting the metal into a pole rather than a sword. This way the match would last longer. It had been a while since Quinn felt like this, weak. There was only one thing left for him to try. Quinn lifted himself off the ground and started to breathe in, calming himself down. Anger would only distract him. Then he was ready and Nate could see it too. "Come on," Nate said as he shifted the metal pole back into his body and into one of his fists. Quinn once again charged forward and threw out a blood swipe. Nate blocked the attack, easily lifting his arm and knocking it away, but it was only meant to serve as a distraction in the first place. When Quinn got close enough, Nate threw out his fist and at the same time he responded with flash step, avoiding the strike and appearing behind Nate. Too predictable. Nate had prepared for this after watching the last match and made sure his back was already fully covered in the metal like alloy. Quinn then lifted his foot off the ground, let the energy go through from his toes up into his fist. As he stomped down with one foot, he pulled back one hand and let out another fist. Bang! The sound of two solid objects hitting each other sounded loudly in the distance. For a brief second the two of them was frozen in place, and for the first time, Quinn was able to do damage, and it was a lot. Nate's eyes grew in shock as he saw the attack bring his health down by nearly half. Nate knew he was in danger and he could no longer take the fight as easy as he did before. He swung his body and at the same time had shifted a piece of metal into a sword. But once again, Quinn had used the flash step to avoid the strike. Damn it! Again. How is he so fast? As Nate turned to look at where his opponent was, he was surprised to see Quinn collapsed on the ground. Quinn was breathing in heavy, he could no longer move. The use of using flash step twice, including the fact that he had used hammer strike, he had pushed his body way beyond its limits. "Let's do this again sometime," Nate said as he stabbed Quinn on the ground, ending the game. Although the match had ended in Nate's victory, he was more excited than ever. Looks like the military tournament is going to be a fun one this year. After finishing his intense battle with Nate, his hour using the VR capsule was up and Quinn was no longer able to participate in any more matches. Although he had lost his match, he felt satisfied. He had learnt a lot during his battle with Nate. His attacks, including his blood swipe, were not strong enough to do any damage to Nate while he using his metal ability. However, his hammer strike skill was. Hammer strike didn't increase his strength, but now Quinn had a good idea what it did do. It was an attack that focused on the inside, an internal attack, the perfect counter to those with abilities who hardened or transformed their bodies. Quinn couldn't wait to find out what the other tutorials the blonde man had in store for him, but he had no idea how to unlock them. The blonde man had simply said when he was ready, they would unlock for him. There were two things this meant. One might be when Quinn's stats were high enough to complete the fighting skills requirements, or when Quinn was a high enough level. The second lesson the fight had taught him was how important stamina was. The flash step was an incredible skill that allowed him to avoid a strike in an instant, but if he used it more than twice, then he would be done for, and if he was out in the sun, he wasn't even sure he would be able to use the skill at all. This made Quinn think long and hard about what to put his stat points into in the future. Perhaps going for an agility or strength-based character wasn't the best thing after all. With that in mind, Quinn had set up an important meeting with Layla today. There was one thing he needed to learn about more than anything, especially if he wanted to get stronger in the future. It was a Sunday, so Quinn still had the rest of the day off, before having to go back to the standard military lessons for the week. The sun was out bright and early and Quinn was standing outside the school gates patiently waiting for Layla. Even though it was the weekend, Quinn still wore his school uniform, for he didn't have any other clothes other than what was provided to him, and he had long grown out of his old school uniform. "This damn sun," Quinn said while his body was covered in sweat. All current stats have been halved. Ever since he had evolved from a human into a halfling, The sun seemed to bother him even more. He was covered in sweat even though it wasn't that hot, and he was starting to have ringing headaches if he stayed outside too long. Finally, after waiting a while, Layla had arrived. She was wearing a beautiful red dress that showed off her long legs nicely along with her short hair. She still carried her bow and had her quiver by her side, and on her back was a fairly large bag. "You ready?" Layla asked, smiling. Quinn looked at the large bag on her back. It must have been heavy, he thought. "Do you want me to carry that for you?" Quinn asked, although with his stats halved and his strength draining from his body, he was hoping she would say no. "It's okay, the bag is lighter than you think. I'm using my ability to make it lighter," Layla replied. Quinn really wasn't sure if she was being truthful or not and didn't really know what to do in these types of situations. Were you meant to insist and be pushy? Or be a gentleman-like and offer a hand, or listen to the girl? If she said she could do it, then she could do it. In the end, Quinn didn't want to think too hard about it and decided to just let Layla carry on holding the heavy bag. If she wanted him to really carry the bag, then she should just ask him. The two of them walked out of the school's premise and carried on walking until they eventually reached a nice quiet park. There were some students outside messing around, playing with their abilities, and at the same time there was some military personnel relaxing on the benches. "Peaceful, isn't it?" Layla said. "Yeah, it's kind of nice." Then a thought came into his head. Of all the news he had heard on TV, about what life was like during the war, how it could start up again any second, and finally the death of his parents. "But who knows how long it will last? That's why I need to keep getting stronger." Layla placed the heavy bag on the ground, and it seemed like it was a weight off her shoulders. Even if she was using her ability, it would be tiring for someone to keep it up on the whole walk here. That's when Layla started to empty out all the contents in her bag. There were all sorts of things inside. There were several items of thick clothing, such as hats, scarves, sunglasses, and most of it seemed to be black in color. Then she continued to pull out even more stuff, lotions and lotions of sun cream, and finally she pulled out an umbrella. "Did it cost a lot?" Quinn asked, worried after seeing how much she had bought. "Don't worry about it. My family sent me the credits, and I used up what the academy gave me," Layla replied. "Besides, I got it all from the marketplace, so it was dirt cheap." The marketplace was an online store that was used all around the world. It sold your everyday items such as food, clothes, utilities, and other things. With the use of teleporters, your items were able to be shipped to you in almost an instant. As long as you could afford one of these, if not you would have to go to a collection point. And the military school had one of these collection points for students to use. But other than just your everyday items, the marketplace was also used by people to sell and buy beast weapons, skill books, ability books, and all sorts of things that would be beneficial to you in battles. However, to access this part of the marketplace you would either need military personal ID, which all students got a temporary one to use during their time there, or if you were a traveler. Travelers were people who didn't work for the military but worked for a private company and often went into portals to explore different worlds. "So what do you want to try first?" Layla said, holding the sun cream in her hand. The two of them had gathered in the park, not just for a casual chat and peaceful evening, but there was a goal in mind. And although Quinn usually found Layla obsessive, it seemed like her crazy strange self would come in handy. The whole purpose of today was to find out if there was any way to either reduce the effect that the sun had on the system, or even temporarily stop it altogether, and there was no one better than Layla for the job. She knew everything about vampires, having grown up reading about them. She ordered whatever she thought might have been effective. Quinn looked at all the items that she had brought over. He then noticed a few more things on the ground with her. There was a metal-shaped cross, a clove of garlic, and even a piece of silver jewelry. "Oh, those are for later," Layla said, embarrassed noticing Quinn staring at her stuff. "We should also try to find out if you have any other weaknesses of normal vampires as well." "Alright, why don't we just try the umbrella first?" Quinn said as he knelt down to pick it up. He then stood still and popped open the umbrella. It was solid black in color to make sure that most of the light didn't penetrate or get through it. Quinn then adjusted the umbrella a few times to make sure his body was completely covered in the shadow. Then, to his surprise, stats have returned to normal. While Quinn was fully covered under the shade, his stats had returned. Then he lifted his hand and placed it outside the shade zone ever so slightly, and as soon as the tiniest part of his finger was outside, the same usual status screen had appeared. You are being affected by direct sunlight. All stats will be halved. Well? Layla asked. It works, but even if a little bit of my body is in the sun, then I start to feel weak. This wouldn't do. Holding the umbrella, although would return his stats, it would be difficult to use in a fight. One hand would be occupied holding the umbrella while the other would be free. Also, it was a big weak target that the enemy could easily destroy. But at least he found out that if he just carried an umbrella with him, he would no longer feel weak. It was a good idea to keep one on him for now. That's a special umbrella, Layla said. It's one used to block out the UV from the sun, although at most it can block out about 90%. It's not perfect. To be honest, I'm surprised it worked. Is the UV rays why I feel weak then? Not necessarily. I mean, vampire lore is all over the place, but these myths had to ground it somewhere, right? Layla then looked at the ground and picked up the sun cream. If the umbrella really worked because of the UV, then the sun cream should have some effect. Layla then walked up to Quinn, squirting some of the cream onto her hand. You ready? Quinn then went a little red thinking about Layla applying the cream onto his body. Looking at Layla now out of her school uniform, he realized she was kinda cute. So what, she was a little strange and knew too much about vampires. Everyone had their geeky thing they knew about and was obsessed with. Then Quinn felt something cold on his leg. She had taken Quinn's silence as a yes and started to slather the cream all over his body. After making sure everywhere she could see covered in cream. To finish it off, she placed sunglasses over Quinn's eyes. Although we can stop the UV on your eyelids, we can't on your eyeballs. Layla said. Well, anything? This time, there was no such result. When opening up his status, the UV cream hadn't even made a little bit of impact. Quinn still felt incredibly weak and his stats were still halved. So it looks like it's not to do with the UV then. Although the umbrella worked, it can only block so much of the UV, and same with the cream. So I was hoping it would have some effect, but this means it's most likely some other property in the sun that we don't know about. To be honest, Quinn was thankful that the sun cream didn't work. The idea of waking up every day and doing it as a daily routine, at some point the cream would wear off too. He also couldn't imagine in the middle of the fight asking his opponent to wait to lather and cream himself all over. He had pictures in his head of asking Vorden to cover for him, while he brought out a bottle of sun cream. Finally, it was time for the last test, this one Quinn was dreading the most, the clothes test. He was already sweating and feeling hot as it was and couldn't imagine putting on a load of black clothing. But he thought it was best to get it over and done with as soon as possible. First, Quinn placed a sweater over the top of his body. Then a pair of black thick trousers on his feet. Instead of trainers, he changed to black boots, then on his hand a pair of leather black gloves. Finally, on his head he had a large back-top hat. Looking at him, Layla could barely hold in her laughter. He looked absolutely ridiculous. Breathe, Layla. She mumbled. Well, anything? No, not yet anyway. Well, we might as well try the rest. Layla then continued to place clothes onto Quinn. This time she had covered his face with a balaclava, and even where his eyes were, she had put a sleeping mask on. More hats were placed on, and now every inch of his skin was covered. Anything? No, Quinn shouted, but it sounded muffled through the clothes. However, Layla didn't give up yet. She felt like if the umbrella had worked, then this had to work as well. She continued to place all the remaining clothes she had brought with, and then finally, while Layla was piling on the clothes, Quinn managed to shout something. Wait, it's working, Quinn said. Although the clothes had worked, Quinn was around 3 inches thick in black clothing. Layla quickly helped Quinn take off all the clothing, as it seemed like he was a bit wobbly on his legs and was going to pass out any second now. Once the two of them were finished, Quinn opened up the umbrella and the energy started to restore back into his body again. The two of them sat down on the clean-cut grass and were discussing the results of the test. Well, you can't go out like that, Layla said. You couldn't move in the thing. Agreed, but at least we know that the most important thing is to stop the sun hitting me. Quinn started to feel the umbrella, wondering if perhaps he could get clothes made out of the same material. Then the problem would be the material would be too weak. Most likely the reason the clothes didn't work so well was because they didn't block out the sun enough. He needed more solid but flexible material. There was some stuff out there that might have worked, like a black latex suit or something, but these weren't strong enough for fighting. It could easily be torn or ripped, and then he would be back to being normal weak Quinn again. Suddenly a thought had entered Quinn's mind. He started to remember the fight he had inside the VR game. When he had gone against Sam, he had used a cape that was able to block his blood swipe. The material was not only flexible but strong as well. The cape was most likely made from some type of beast from one of the portals. If Quinn could get enough of this material, maybe he could make a suit of some kind that could not only protect him from the sun but also be strong enough to be used in combat. A smile started to appear on his face. He now couldn't wait to be transported to hunt some beasts. After finishing the test with the items, Layla was eager to try out a few of the other things she had brought along with her. "Do I really have to worry about something like this?" Quinn said as he picked up a clove of garlic. "Not really, to be honest. I just wanted to try out everything. Garlic always acted more as a repellent in the first place, and the fact that you're holding it like that would suggest it wouldn't hurt." While Quinn looked at the piece of garlic, he decided to use the inspect skill on just to be sure. If something would harm him, he was sure the system would be able to tell him basic information such as this. Inspect. A glove of garlic. Due to your heightened senses, the piece may test extremely bad. Safe to consume. The good news was the system had informed him that the garlic wasn't poisonous, which meant it would be able to do with the other items as well. The bad news was that he had to still eat the garlic so Layla didn't get suspicious. He broke the glove into a small piece before placing it into his mouth. The taste was incredibly strong. It felt like he was eating dog crap. Not that he knew how that tasted anyway, but if he had to imagine, this was it. Quinn immediately started to spit on the ground, trying to get the taste out of his mouth. "Well, at least you look fine," Layla said. Quinn had actually expected this result before even using his inspect skill. The taste of food had slightly changed ever since his evolution. Sweet foods such as ice cream and cakes now tasted bland. It was the same with fruit. The only thing that still tasted fine for him was meat. Although everything seemed to taste slightly saltier than before, it was the same with other herbs as well. Although there was one thing that drastically changed for him, and that was blood. It was a greater taste than anything he had before and was sweet as caramel itself. Just thinking about it, Quinn wanted another taste, but he was still able to control himself just fine. It was the same way when someone thought about chocolate. They suddenly wanted chocolate, but they didn't need it. Before touching any of the other items, Quinn made sure to use his inspect skill on each one. First was the metal cross. A religious symbol that has no effect, the system said. Then the chain. A sliver chain that is made up of 92% silver. Wearing the item can be used as a fashion accuracy. With both the items there was no such warning. Quinn then proceeded to pick up both of them with no worry. He was starting to trust the system more and more lately as it had been more helpful and accurate. "So what's the story behind these two things?" Quinn asked. "I kind of get the cross, but what about the silver? And they just for werewolves?" Suddenly Layla's eyes started to sparkle up. "I'm glad you asked. Vampire lore has gone further back than you think. Even in Greek mythology they have tales of vampires. The first vampire was said to be cursed by the god Apollo, to be burnt by sunlight. Then when the man tried to touch Artemis' bow, she cursed the human further to be affected by silver." Layla explained. "Of course there are other reasons, but this is one of the older ones. Then with the cross, vampires have always been seen as workers of the devil, a creature that needed to suck blood to live, and of course God in the eyes of many is a fighter of evil, and the cross is a symbol of the god." Layla then grabbed both items from Quinn and placed it back in her bag. "But now looking at you, I can clearly see all of that was a load of rubbish," Layla said, sounding a bit disappointed by the whole experience. "The only vampire weakness it seems you have so far is sunlight, although I have to admit that's a pretty big one. Do you feel like you're not getting older yet?" "What?" Quinn said, confused. "How would I even know? It's only been a few days. I mean, I don't feel any older, but I could say that about the rest of my life. You kind of just got older without realizing it." Then a dreaded thought had entered Quinn's mind. If it was true that he would no longer age, did that mean his appearance would stay the same as it did now? Would he look like a young teenage boy for the rest of his life? With test over, it was time for the two of them to head back to their dorm rooms. Quinn decided to head back to the dorm rooms and see if Vorden and Peter wanted to hang out and do something for the rest of the evening. But when he entered the room, once again neither Vorden or Peter was there. Vorden, Quinn didn't worry too much about. It seemed like he had been getting into trouble lately with the second years. But currently they were staying well clear of him after the incident. It was Peter Quinn was more worried about. He couldn't help but shake the feeling that these new friends of Peter weren't actually friends of his, and was wondering what to do. With that, Quinn decided to sleep for the night and wait till the next day. When he woke up, he was happy to see that the other two had managed to return to their rooms in the middle of the night. For once the three of them had decided to head down to the canteen together, and in a long time, the three of them casually eat food and chatted about what they had done yesterday. Once the three of them had finished eating, it was time for them to head to their homeroom classes together. On Monday morning, they were to attend a morning class with their teacher Delaware. This lesson would be a theory-based lesson, either the history of the human race or even notice about what would happen. The three of them sat in the back of the class as usual, while Layla sat at the front with Aaron by her side. The students waited patiently until Del had finally arrived. "All right, class, I have an important announcement to make. The preparations for your first portal outing has been complete. It's time for you kids to go explore the universe a bit more." Before Del was to inform the students about the portal training they would be participating in, he needed to explain to the students how the portals worked. After all, it would be a first for nearly every student there apart from a few of them. Portals allowed humans to travel to and back from locations that they had been to before. They were often used to travel to other planets. The technology was obtained when humanity managed to take down their first Dalki ship and discovered a portal inside. Usually, when such advanced technology was discovered, people wouldn't be able to dissect and replicate it so easily. Just because you had the technology didn't mean you understood how it worked. But thanks to a legendary scientist named Richard Eno, he had easily been able to dissect all of the equipment found on board of the ship. Another great contributor to the war against the Dalki. Some people assumed that he had an ability of some sort that helped him along the way, but these were just rumors and no one knew for sure. However, one thing for certain was he was a great man. Once he had found this technology, he distributed it not only to the military but also to private companies as well. He made sure that such power wouldn't just end up in one group's hands. Back then the world and humans were fighting together, but who knew what would happen once the war had ended? In today's world, there were generally three different groups of people who had and owned portals. The military was the first group. Next were private corporations. They usually had powerful originals backing them. Many of these companies would also form a faction, a group of powerful travelers just for exploring other planets. And lastly was the group known as pure, a group that didn't believe in the use of abilities. There were three types of portals, each different in color. There was green, orange, and red. Each of these portals meant a different thing. Green meant that the planet it led to had already been explored and there were human shelters that had been built. These allowed people to live there if they wished or just stay there temporarily. The next was orange. This meant that the planet hadn't been fully explored yet. There were some shelters in place, but the level of the beast could be too high in certain areas or they just hadn't explored everywhere yet. And finally, the red portals. These were unexplored planets. There were no shelters for regular humans to live in. Only travelers or military personnel would usually go into these portals for exploration, and the worst thing about them was they didn't know if the Dalki were on the planet as well. After all, the Dalki had the same technology, so it wouldn't be too strange to run into them, and although under a treaty, if a few people were to go missing on an unknown planet, it was hard to prove something had happened and the humans weren't ready for another war just yet. "And that is all the information you need to know about portals," Del said. A student then raised his hand who seated in the center of the class. "Yes," Del said. "What about the beasts that were discovered on those planets? Will we learn about them?" The student asked. "For now, that's all you need to know about the portals. Yes, this also led us to discover beasts on these planets, and they are what we use to create our beast weapons, but you will be told more detail about that when you arrive," Del explained. "Although I will tell you now that you can also thank Richard Eno for that discovery as well." Del then closed the presentation that was playing behind him. "Now for the important part. The portal expedition will take place next week, but before even that, you will be required to form your own team of 5. Although on this trip you will travel as a class, you must have a squad and stick together. Even the green portals are a dangerous place filled with beasts, and the trackers on your watch will not work outside the academy. We will have no way to come and save you. The same student once again raised his hand, and Dell had a look on his face like it was starting to get annoying. Yes. Do you know where we will be going? That information will be revealed to you on the day. Many of you here have family members who, if they knew where you were, would send guards out to protect you on these planets, but that wouldn't be fair, especially since we will also be assessing you on this. The student once again raised his hand, but Dell this time stared at him back, forcing him to slowly put his hand down again. Now, if there aren't any more questions, your combat classes for today are cancelled. Today you are to form a team of 5 and report back to us by the end of the day. Dell then left the room to attend to other business while allowing the students to form their own group of 5s. Vorden then turned his head immediately. Hey Quinn, you want to be on the... But standing by Quinn's side already was Layla, who had sprinted from the front of the class to the back. Hey, do you want to make a team with me, Quinn? Layla said, smiling. Sure, Quinn answered. Truthfully, Quinn wanted to ask Layla to be on the same team. They didn't know how long their first assessment was going to take, and if he was to get hurt or injured, he was going to need a blood source of some type. Even if Vorden didn't like it, he knew this was going to happen. Hey, Quinn, you mind if I join as well? He said, smiling, trying to hide his annoyance. Of course, and Peter as well. Peter's face was a little shocked at hearing the sound of his name, and at the same time his feelings were confused. Yeah, that would be good, Peter said. Then, when the others were just thinking about who the 5th member should be, Aaron had approached Vorden of all people in the room. I want to make a team with you. Not only were Quinn and the others shocked that Aaron had approached Vorden, but so was the whole class. In Dell's class, Aaron was the strongest student there. Nearly everyone wanted her on their team, but over the last few days, when people had tried to approach her, she had always given a cold response. It seemed like she was disinterested in everything apart from getting stronger. I'm sorry, Vorden said, but I've already decided to make a team with these guys. Vorden's response to Aaron seemed to be even crazier to everyone else as well. They had seen Vorden fight that day when they were surrounded by the second years. After witnessing that, no one would say he was any weaker than Aaron. If the two of them were to combine powers and found a few other strong people, it meant they could easily come up with the strongest team in the class. Aaron then looked at the group of people who Vorden pointed at. To be honest, she didn't seem to recognize any of them. Who are they? Aaron said. What, we took the test together. I even helped you out at the assembly hall. Layla complained. The truth was Aaron never took the time to remember people's faces. She only cared about those who were strong. When she saw how weak there were in the test assessment, she didn't even bother with them any longer. Although there was one person who had caught her eye other than Vorden, and that was Quinn. She remembered him throwing the black beast balls at a lightning-fast speed and taking out a student. Then when she looked at his wrist, she saw he was only a level 1 user. Why would you stay with these weak people? Surely you can get a better grade if you join me and a few others, Aaron said. The first assessment and future assessments in the portal outing would determine their final grade. For those who had a cozy family to get back to, it didn't matter too much, but to rest it determined their future. The grade they got when they left military academy would decide whether they could join a strong private company, or whether they would just end up joining the bottom of the barrel, being treated even worse than now. I don't care about the grades. I just want to have fun while I'm still in school, Vorden replied. But Aaron was determined to not give up. Fine. I can accept the girl and the strangely strong boy, but I can't accept him, Aaron said, pointing at Peter. Peter's heart suddenly started to thump louder. A fear started to take over him as he heard Aaron speak these words. If he didn't get in Vorden's and Peter's team, he would be in huge trouble. Why do we need you anyway? Vorden said. Wait a minute, Layla interrupted. I think she would make a good addition to the team. Besides Vorden, doesn't your ability rely on those around you to be strong as well? As far as I remember, Beast doesn't have abilities, so you would have to rely on us, and we don't exactly have strong abilities. Layla, I understand what you are saying, but for once I agree with Vorden, Quinn replied. I don't care how strong she is. She can't just come in and kick one of us out. She can join the team, but only if Peter stays. It was good to have strong allies, but at what cost? If Quinn was to kick out Peter to replace him with a stranger, he would just be as bad as everyone else who had treated him like crap just for being weak. He didn't want to change into one of those types of people. Erin then started to look around the room before looking at Vorden once again. She thought back to how Vorden was able to deal with Momo quite well before the use of the soul weapon. After looking around the room, there didn't seem to be a single person in Dell's class that matched up to him. Fine, I will join, but I wish for the 5 of us to have a retesting to see where we stand. Erin asked. Perhaps we can go visit the training center, display what we can do to the rest. Layla and Quinn looked at each other with a half-worried look in their eye. The 5 of them then headed down to the training center. It was the same place that Layla had first spotted Quinn, who had sneaked in the place at night. Right now the room was filled with multiple different people from all sorts of different classes. All the other classes had also been informed about the upcoming test and had decided to find out what each other's abilities were. This would give them the best chance of defeating and capturing as many beasts as possible and increasing their chances of survival. Well, what do you want us to do? Vorden asked. I've already seen your powers, but I can't remember too much about the girl and the other 2. Perhaps the girl can go first on the strength machine. Layla went up as asked and went to the large circular strength machine. She concentrated her mind and threw out her fist. At the same time, she used the force of her telekinesis to push her hand as strong as she could. The numbers slowly went up on the machine's display until it had eventually reached number 8. Damn it. Same as last time. Looks like I haven't improved much, Layla complained. For a level 2, that's quite a weak strength score, but judging by the bow, you're a ranged user anyway. It will be quite handy to have someone like you on the team, Erin said. She then walked up to the 2 boys, Quinn and Peter. Well, I'm hoping that both of you can at least get the same score as her. Quinn was starting to get annoyed by all her taunts, but he took a deep breath and held it in. With her on the team, it would cause fewer troubles with the others. Even if they did defeat beasts and obtain their crystals, there was a high chance that another team might target them and try to steal them. But just having Erin on the team would stop that. Peter walked up to the machine holding the mud staff in his hand. Looks like he's still level 1 then, Erin said. Level 1 Earth user didn't have the ability to extract earth from the ground. All they could do was reform the earth in their hand. They could only control earth they were touching rather than the earth around them. As Peter went to punch the machine, the earth around from the pole started to form around his fist. As he hit the machine, the numbers started to go up and finally, it stopped at 8. The same score as Layla. Well, what are you waiting for? Erin said, looking at Quinn.